I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang, this I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang.
As long as we're together, it feels easier. Yeah, this right here forever. Living higher. Won't let you down, I'll never. Won't let you down. I think I found my treasure. Oh yeah. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight, gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight, gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. when I'm out the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Wild in the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting climb out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Babble out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm under siege. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional work and devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? They all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. This is day number 1. My name is Jace. Joining me right here, Sir Cloud. Man, exciting matches all across the board. You get to see cool teams coming in, invited, and we've also got, the people that managed to qualify through the group stages, and now they're finally here in Jakarta. You've seen them on Instagram. Man, it feels like they're going on a vacation, right?
Yeah, a vacation where, well, they still... A working holiday, we can call it, though, but hopefully it's not going to be a real holiday for them because the team that goes out early, well, gets an extended holiday, and I don't think they want that.
Man, I know Jakarta is a beautiful city, been there before, during M4, but of course, apart from that, this is, of course, going to be interesting because, only in Stream C is the only stream where screaming GG and then we'll ask you, which RSG?
Yeah, we could have started off real hard. I mean, even the opening series is like, oh, RSG versus RSG. Oh man, I'm gonna have a very confusing time casting this game.
Yeah. It's like the Spider-Man meme, but it's just two, like GGRSG, like literally which one, right? But of course, RSGPH, nothing, not a team to be scoffed at because they're really strong in MPLPH region. They were top 3 in the previous MPLPH. Well, MPL Singapore on the other hand, for RSGSG, they are back to back champions. So they both these two teams, well, even though they're brother and sister kind of organization, they do have a brand to hold up as well.
Yeah, and they did decently well as well during the MSC. I mean, they made it to the playoffs as well, although it was a short-lived playoff. But anyway, they still put up a good challenge against their opponent. So I do expect a good back and forth here for our first series.
Definitely, right? Like going to the series before, RSGPH, they actually climb out from the qualifiers. I believe they are from Group D during the group stages as well, right? So they're one of the 6 teams that managed to qualify into the playoffs right now. Well, basically the finals, not the playoffs yet, because right now they still need to go through another grueling group stage. And of course, we should have the tournament format up for you later on, just to run you through, just in case you're joining us for the very first time.
Yeah, and I believe there will be a slight roster change for RSG SG. So we'll be interested to see how their new player. We'll review that in a little bit more when we introduce the players. But how will the new roster change or the new first lineup change will affect their performance? Will we see a better RSG SG this time?
I mean, I feel like RSG right now is trading into uncharted territories. Like, I don't think we don't really have a lot of information even about Bluji, because back in like MPL Singapore, we don't really see him get to play on stream as well. So we're driving the ship blind right here. But on the other side, right, RSGPH as well, we've seen the performance already during the group stages, right? We see we see Demon Kite, it was, I believe, Arad as well went for the jungle role as well. So I think we do have the tournament format video very, very soon. So ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the way for you to just really find out how we're going to do this particular tournament.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the exhilarating Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3. We're now gearing up for the highly anticipated Challenge Finals, where the best of the best will battle it out in Jakarta. After an intense challenge season, 6 teams have proven their worth and secured their spots in the Challenge Finals. These teams fought their way through tough competition and showcased their skills on the battlefield. Let's give a round of applause to these exceptional teams. Joining them are 6 invited teams, the gold medalists from their own respective regions. They will bring an extra layer of excitement and competition to the Challenge Finals. But before we dive into the heart-pounding land event at Istora Senayan, we have an important group stage to determine the top contenders. The 12 qualifying teams will engage in a 3-day round-robin battle. In the group stage, the 12 teams will be divided into 2 groups, as determined by a group drawing session held right after the challenge season. Each group will consist of 6 teams, creating a fierce battleground where every match counts. The teams will battle it out with each other, showcasing their strategy, teamwork, and individual skills to secure a spot to play at the big stage, Istora Senayan, Jakarta. Only the top 3 teams from each group will earn their well-deserved ticket to the LAN event, where the excitement and energy will be off the charts. However, for the bottom 3 teams in each group, their journey in the Challenge Finals ends here. Though their path may conclude, they have shown incredible dedication and skill throughout their journey. As we approach the climax of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3, get ready for mind-blowing plays, jaw-dropping moments, and a once-in-a-lifetime experience with us at Istora Senayan, Jakarta, where the intensity will reach its peak. Thank you for joining us today. Stay tuned as we witness the culmination of this incredible journey in the Challenge Finals.
Yep, thank you very much to History Gideon right there for that amazing VO to kind of break down through the tournament format. I believe, Sir Cloud, this is like a very well-balanced kind of format, right? It encourages competitiveness and everybody stand a chance to basically, walk all the way into the LAN event in Jakarta.
Yeah, when you say everybody, literally everybody, because everyone starts from the open qualifiers, anyone can join. And as you go through the stages, to the open finals, and through the challenge season, finally we are here in the challenge finals, which will be played throughout the week until the weekend. We got the best of the 6 best teams from the challenge season and 6 MPL invited teams. Basically, this is the tournament or the round of champions.
Yeah, definitely, right? We talked about how it's like a funnel, right? You start to whittle it down, but as you whittle down, you know how this SPS actually brought this into is that they add new challenges over and over again, especially with the 6 MPL invited teams. Oh boy, this is also like a growing opportunity for, you know, some of the different teams going out there. But of course, apart from that, you know, this is just a 3-day round robin as well. That's what we're going just day number 1, and we are also having like 3 concurrent streams running at the same time. So if you're a security guy, if you're used to seeing like many CCTVs, that sort of idea, I think you're completely fine at home because you'll be watching all 3 streams at the same time.
I like the illustration though, and I believe this is the first time that we have such a multiple stream for a Mobile Legends tournament. So it's amazing how the tournaments have progressed, and finally we are at this stage whereby we can see all this action running together. Hopefully you have enough screens on your for yourself.
I have like one big monitor in front of me. I've got a separate monitor by the side that's like literally, you know, watching 3 streams at the same time. But you know, it's hype because right now going into the first series of stream number C. Thank you very much for joining in our side of the stream. Thank you very much. It's gonna be like what we said. It's a Spider-Man meme. It's gonna be the battle of the brothers. It's gonna be RSG versus RSG, and you're like, okay, which one do you cheer for? I cheer for RSG. Hey.
Oh, I wonder. But anyway, we're gonna check out this video before we head on further on to our game. So check this out. It's all up for you guys. Here we go.
Firstly, congratulations to all the teams who've qualified to the Challenge Finals.
Well, this is it. This is your time to shine.
Skies is looking for a second final slash. Getting in the second decimate chain into the third, a triple.
EVOS Icon, a really strong team.
I have a lot of hopes for these players. They're still very young, very hungry. In Group A, it's going to be difficult for them because they're up against a lot of veterans. They're really going to have to throw out everything they know. I see a lot of potential for them. They're future stars for sure.
There have been a lot of people saying, a lot of rumors saying that they're even stronger than their MPL counterpart.
EVOS Legends lebih banyak experience dibandingkan dengan EVOS Icon. Cuman dari kita EVOS Icon ya kita lakuin terbaik aja. Moga-moga bisa to the best sampai champion lah.
EVOS Legends is a bit of a tough one.
If they don't change anything and they don't change it fast, I don't even think that they'll qualify for playoffs.
Belajar dari turnamen-turnamen sebelumnya yang kita mungkin kurang persiapan, sekarang persiapan buat turnamen SPS ini.
They've been able to completely just regen their team, reform and refine it to a point where they're using a good mix of veterans and rookies to create this very good mold.
Van in the jungle has been incredibly insane.
Dragon dari Van masih mengejar ke arah belakang dengan ada sebuah pattern execution. Satu hit terakhir dan Van.
If we're talking about Kabuki, he is a prolific marksman, prolific gold laner as well.
Di season sebelumnya sih memang kita belum siap aja sih. Makanya kita bisa di peringkat paling bawah. Dan di turnamen ini gue cukup yakin sih dengan tim gue yang sekarang.
I've always been a Bigot Trooper. I think this is the strongest they've ever been. This is peak Bigatron Alpha.
I don't want to admit this, but I think Bigatron is a potential to win the SPS. Super Ken is a beast. All of us Indonesians, we call him actually one of the child prodigies. We're giving birth to really talented junglers that can compete on the international scale.
Super Ken is backing by Zunil. Now the door rose onto 2.
For Onyx Esports, they are the kings of kings. They recently were able to dethrone the Filipino dynasty.
It's gonna be flickering. That's Kyrie who picks up the kill on the go. Red tree on point. Kyrie picks up the turtle right now.
Trust them. They'll bring the trophy back to Indonesia. Kyrie said as well that he will become the greatest player of all time.
I know I said this once, but I will say it again. I want to be the best MLBB player.
Super Red is really making sure that there's consistency in the team, and the best thing about them is that every single game they seem to improve. Even the final day of Snapdragon Pro Series where they lost against Flash, in the very same day they managed to win that one.
He's looking for a second final slash. Getting in the second decimate chain into the third, a triple coming in for Skies.
They're going to be in Group A, if I remember correctly, and that's not an easy group. I don't think any of the groups are going to be easy regardless, but it's a good testing ground, right?
I would say the best thing about Euro Red Giants right now is people always say we learn from our mistakes. They put those words into action.
When we fight someone, we can really copy their meta, so we can adapt any meta.
Todak, I think they're in a volatile position. They're making a interesting transition overall, and
like Toda has always been one of those teams that you can never really anticipate what's gonna happen.
Maybe lah sometimes orang akan buat draft yang pelik, orang akan guna hero-hero yang pelik juga.
Now BRN Flash, really interesting team, right? I think Chima, ridiculous jungle. I think this is going to be a very interesting meta for him specifically, and I want to see how the team kind of evolve. Now with the new patch, people are going to be very surprised with BRN Flash.
ATM just in time. Meanwhile, done. In the back with the tournament memory. The 7-5
They dominated in their group, and honestly, they still look like they're in their gold medal form.
BRN here in the challenge season reminds me of BRN Esports in season 11 regular season, where they've been on top week after week after week, and they're so clean.
And I know they're still super hungry to prove that BRN lang malakas.
RSGPH, they actually got the old gang back together. This is the MSC 2022 winning RSG.
I think my team is at least top 3 because we've been playing for so long and we still have the chemistry.
I'm pretty sure Echo has a huge chip on their shoulder. We all know they really wanted to win MSC for the Philippines. The Orcas really well. Now they have a chance for redemption.
They're going back to the land where they won that World Championship, back to Jakarta. I hope it awakens something in them, and I hope it shakes them back up to their prime form.
We won once early this year. We will bring home the trophy again.
RSG is being put into Group A. I wouldn't say that it's the easiest group in the world. I definitely think it's tough, but for RSG, I think it's about preparation. That's been the biggest question of all. Diablo got away with a lot of damage fighters, and I think this particular patch will be interesting for him, but I think this time is going to be the true test of skill, right? Was it a fluke? Was it not a fluke?
And the Raging Storm follows through. Diablo is massive. That's a double kill. Bach is going to be caught low by the...
So 12 teams get split up into 2 groups. Group A and as well as Group B gives a lot of diversity, right? Literally the best of the best battle it out in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Thank you very much to the rest of the casters, the mainstays that you always see on screen, but give over a lot of these individual storylines, right? Each of these teams coming in right here that you see on the screen right now, there's a lot at stake, right? You saw the storyline for Echo. They need to redeem themselves from MSC. You also got Onyx, the winners of MSC coming in. Also, you talk about, RSGPH, right? They brought back the roster of MSC, the one that won in 2022, right? And then you throw them into these and split them up into these 2 different groups, Group A and Group B. Gideon was also mentioning that Group A looks also quite scary because you got Echo, you got RGPH in that roster, and BRN Flash. I feel like they're the biggest dark horses in this Group A.
Yeah, and let's not forget some of the newcomers into the Southeast Asia scene, at least, like Judo Red Giants, going to be pretty much their debut at this level of the tournament.
Yes.
They made their debut in MPL Malaysia recently, did decently well, but especially as a team who came from like the open qualifiers onto MPL Malaysia, I think that they did really, really well. But coming into this stage, it's going to be a big challenge, and plus they had a new coach, they have a new player in the lineup. Let's see how do they fend off the other teams in Group A. As for Group B, we got multiple champions in there as well. Onyx Esports is there. We got BRN up there. I mean, these 2 groups are as strong as compared to each other.
Yeah, I like to pull on the name on the Judo Red Giants. Literally, they have to fight against giants, right? Giants in the industry, giants in the roster, but also giant prize pool as well. Up for grabs, $150,000 in USD. Lion's share goes into the first place, of course, $65K US. That's a big sum of money, and it's something that you really don't want to laugh at. It's really big.
Yeah, well, the good thing about this prize pool distribution is that nobody goes home empty-handed, so everyone goes back with something. But here is our C stream schedule, ladies and gentlemen. If you're wondering where your favorite teams are, they're probably in stream A or stream B, but here we will be broadcasting the stream C, and we're going to start it off with the both RSG brothers, RSGSG and RSGPH.
Yeah, this is like a GG moment. Battle of Brothers, we talked about that. We joked about it. We also joked about this, like the Spider-Man meme. And this is like the Naruto and Sasuke battle as well. Don't forget, both these two teams, the only difference right there, apart from the region, is the color of their icons. But apart from that, you mentioned that, Sir Cloud, if you don't really see your teams that you want to watch or in Stream C, don't worry. There's 3 streams running concurrently. Or if you're overachievers, you're an overly achiever like me, just open all 3 and watch all 3 of them at the same time.
Yeah, why not, right? Multiple screens, or if you have your phone with you, you have your tablet with you, why not? This is the time where you fully utilize and you fully use everything that you have bought. You know, sometimes you buy gadgets all around and it's just lying there, you're not really using it well. This is your chance.
Yeah, time to dig out that the dusty tablet I bought like 2 years ago, right? Put it on my table. But if you don't really have that tablet, don't worry. Do like what I'm doing, right? Just put everything in one monitor and then split it into 3. And this is where, you literally force yourself to kind of multitask. I guess that's a skill that I have to pick out along the way that, hey, being put to good use.
Yeah, this will be a test for multitasking for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. So, again, we will be starting on the 2 RSG teams, but for you guys, you guys can attend the live show by clicking or typing in this URL to get this ticket, 30,000 rupiah.
Of course, live events always very lit, right? You really want to grab this opportunity to go watch these 2 teams duking it live. It's a very different feeling than watching it on YouTube or being Twitch or even your preferred platform, right? Like the screams, the crowd, you also sometimes get these crowds leaking into your comms as well, and it feels really great. And don't forget, if you guys go check out the link that was just flashed down below, or you can just Google it. Don't forget, it's only like it's very easy to get that ticket right off as well.
Yeah, and I was just checking the social medias of the organizer. I was looking at, there are some tickets actually selling out. So you don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Do get them now. Stop thinking. Just do it, ladies and gentlemen, because, well, you don't know if you get this opportunity next time in the future. So better grab it now.
Yeah, man, like, celebrate the LAN event, right? Because online event, there's a lot of things happening concurrently at the same time. But don't forget, there's a lot of these things that's on online. You saw the prize pool, you saw, the excitement, you saw what's at stake. Each caster right there going in, in the video earlier, just now was building up that hype. But of course, we do have the teams that we're competing later on. So ladies and gentlemen, here are the teams. All right, so this is the line of RSG. Man, every time I see Diablo, something inside me click, right? He's truly like the face of MPL Singapore right now. He's been showing off and popping off in MSC in the previous one because of the unorthodox picks. But now with the talent change right here, as you can see, this is actually playing live on on site right there, albeit it's not ticketed yet. But don't forget, you can always check out the tickets on the link earlier just now. But of course, a lot of things on the line right here. A lot of things for RSG to prove, especially for a sort of like a young esports industry or scene in the region.
Yeah, and the thing about RSG, again, they had a little bit of a roster swap here, so we'll be interested to see how this will change the dynamics of their game coming to this, because in between the last time we saw them at MSC and their current roster swap, we have not seen them played in a competitive scene yet. So, like what you said earlier during the show, totally no expectations. So we'll just go with the flow with them.
Yeah, I like the fact that we closed in into Bougie because that's the one. He was the replacement for Roy. But I believe on the other side of the aisle, the other RSG is geared up and ready to go. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look on the other side of our RSG PH. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was RSGPH, right? Don't forget they qualified during the challenge, during the the group stages sort of thing before they actually go into the finals. Not say the final group stages, because you see there's a lot of these different group stages, and then it goes to show, right? There's a lot of things that they really have to slowly build up upon, and there's a lot of experimentation. These teams, rest assured, they know each other.
Yeah, and they qualified, like what you said, through the group stages. They actually won over Yudu Red Giants. They won against CFU Gaming during the group stages. So this is a team that's definitely very, very strong. I mean, it's RSG PH at the end of the day. You can put any team in a Mobile Legends tournament, you slap the word PH in it, and everyone goes like, oh, that's a PH team there.
Yeah, it feels like, that's the brand, the national pride, of the Filipinos right there, right? Like, we all know immediately right off the bat, PH is a very strong region, but of course, coming up, there's also another pack of the party that says that Indonesians are slowly rising up because of the MSC 2023. Earlier just now, Onyx ID was the one that literally said, no, I am going to help Indonesia this time around. So a lot of the line right here by the side of RSG PH as well to maintain that brand name for themselves.
Yeah, that reminds me of the banter during MSC that Kyrie was part of Onyx. So, there was this banter all around. That was pretty fun, interesting. But Kyrie, interestingly, in one of the interviews that he mentioned that he wants to be the best Mobile Legends player out there, and I do believe that he is on track on that.
I don't think he's on track. He's already there. He's like the greatest of all time already, because remember M4 Hayabusa, he was cracked. But of course, don't forget, drop your predictions down on the Twitch chat so that we can get to see which side are you on, because man, a lot of people call me a bias caster because I'm really hoping that RGPSG is able to do something against their brother counterparts. Don't forget, because they're from the same organization, they may have scrimmed each other over and over again. And don't forget, remember during one of the interviews for RSG is that it's just like a scrim, they treat it like a scrim.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it is like a David versus Goliath sort of story between these two teams, right? So
who's the David, who's the Goliath?
Well, that's up to you to predict, ladies and gentlemen. So put it in the comment section. But whoever the David is, whoever the Goliath is definitely going to be a great game. And all I can say is that I love surprises. I love something that is unpredictable. But speaking about predictions, well, we're going to show our prediction here. I wonder who did you predict?
I mean, I gotta cheer for my homeboys back in Singapore, right? I'm literally going to be coping and hoping. I need both of these two things combined together in a super nice cocktail together, because I think RSG going into this new patch, new meta, I'm not sure how it will impact Diablo, which is the star player or the key player of RSG during MSC.
Yeah, that was mentioned by Gideon as well during the interview. So, but I guess for my prediction, I think it's going to pop out real soon. But for my prediction, I mean, it's hard to deny the fact that it's RSG.
It's one of the RSGs.
Yeah, come on. I mean, it's hard. It's hard.
But of course, we're gonna have to take a look on the other side of our, this is the players are actually getting ready. They're, you can see they're in a cheerful mood. It feels like, they're just gearing up, hyping up themselves, just making sure that their phones and everything, all the emblems are set, because the last thing you need is just go in with a completely wrong set of emblems, and that's actually super embarrassing, right? So they're gonna make sure that everything's on par and up to speed. But as we talk about the talent prediction, we should be able to see that up. Of course, I predicted for RSG 2-0. I think obviously you voted for RSG PH, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to look at the stats and go like, oh, what kind of stats can help me to justify my prediction? So yeah, I had to put RSG PH out there. But again, do surprise me. I love surprises. Yep. I love this kind of Cinderella story. And if we can start with the first game in our live stream C, that'll be amazing.
Yeah, of course, going to the draw very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, I think RSG needs to solve the problem that we saw during MSC. Remember, Vernix Flash just literally said nope to Diablo, banned away the Badang, bans away the Khalid, and then all of a sudden Diablo just couldn't perform as we expected him to be.
Yeah, Diablo with the Badang, with the Khalid. Other than that, he has used a Jawhead, but unfortunately that didn't bring the win. So we can see that, I think I remember watching this interview by the coach that time, Kuja. He also mentioned something around that Diablo has a limited amount of heroes that he's really, really good at. So that is quite worrying as well. But like what you mentioned as well, because of the new emblem changes, right? I'm sure Diablo would have had the time to like readapt, reassess on what are some of the heroes that he wants to repurpose to, and we might see something new today.
Yeah, we might see something new today. So, ladies and gentlemen, we get to see something new as we go into the draft. Ladies and gentlemen, it is RSG going up against RSGPH, the battle of the RSG, the battle of the better RSG. I don't know what to call them anymore, man. This is going to be exciting. Hope to see what are the changes that RSG was able to make in between MSC and well, apparently this tournament as well, because there's not a lot of time between for anybody to do any experimentation at all.
Yes, time is really short, and by the time you know it, the next MPL season has already started. So that's another set of a good action there waiting for us, ladies and gentlemen. But between these two teams, of course, okay, RSG definitely Diablo is going to be the highlight. For RSGPH, to keep your eye on players like let's see, I would say Aqua. To keep your eye on him. I think he's been been multiple MVPs before this in the last time we saw him.
Yeah, that's definitely right. We are actually seeing the draft right here on the screen, by the way. Right here is going to be the bans. It's RSGSG going in the first pick, whereas RSGPH going in second pick. And it's going to be very interesting because I see an Angela being banned away by RSGPH. Okay. No worries. Let me just help you out just a little bit more, right? So RSGSG banning away the Arlot and then also bans away the Kadita. On the other hand, RSGPH, they go in to ban away the Badang.
All right. So banning away the Badang, I mean, that is probably quite straightforward for this kind of matchup, and also expect maybe the Khalid to be banned out at some point as well.
Yeah, of course. Like now you gotta have to back the question, right? That's why RSGSG probably opted for first pick. It's there to kind of counteract the weaknesses of Diablo, right? So that's why I think RSGSG decides to go for the first pick instead. But of course, you know what? Now looking at the bans right here, there's a lot of things that are really wide open, right? You saw the Valentina, the potential Eve coming in, and don't forget this time around, it's instead of going to be Ara, it is Demon Kite back in the roster of RSGPH.
Ah, yes. Now I do see it. Okay.
Oh, all right, there we go.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, sorry, I saw the wrong one. Probably need some help there. Continue.
All right, now
there you go.
You can, that's a Khalid ban right here. RSGSG bans away the Fanny. So yeah, so pretty interesting, right? Now what happens is for the side of RSGPH, they committed 2 bans to take away Diablo once again. They practically canceled Diablo out. So what is RSGSG strategy to deal with this? Now going to first pick. First pick is going to be important. Do you pick Lucian Cutie's Kaja right off the bat? Because there's also an ever-looming threat of Joy. Said Joy. RSGSG picks that up.
Oh, so Joy. Okay, this is a very different type of a pick, especially if Diablo is confirmed to be the one to play it, which I believe it should be the case. Joy has a lot of mobility as compared to, like, even if we talk about Badang, doesn't have this much mobility. And the way the playstyle of playing the Joy is going to be different in the sense that you want to focus on trying to cut ways, trying to just be annoying at the lane, while your other teammates try to pull away the opponent into somewhere else.
But don't forget, Bray in MPO Singapore actually brought the Joy into the jungle before. Now, there's something pretty interesting coming out from the picks right here. RSGPH opting for the Valentina, opting for the Fredrin right off the bat. They're ignoring the Kaja, which is an obvious counter against RSGSG. So that's pretty interesting coming out from RSGPH. RSGSG right now, is Lucian Cutie gonna have to be forced to pick that Kaja just to protect that Joy?
Yeah, probably. So the Kaja could be a case. That could be, I would say maybe, okay, Kaja, other than that, Minotaur has been one of his top picks as well, if not maybe the Kufra, but if he's able to get the Kaja, that would be awesome. But then again, if you want to play the Kaja, you got to play it in the fast pace, but looks like that's not going to be the case, it seems. Or he could still go for the second phase pick, so that could be a chance that it could be banned out.
Yeah, but Cloudy, as the time goes on by, the ever-looming threat against RSG-SG is there. But RSG-SG, instead of going, they're ignoring the Kaja completely. They're hoping that they can burst the Kaja down and jump away. But there you go. RSG-PH just snapped that out for free, right? So RSG-SG needs to be wary about the Divine Judgment.
You know what? It does feel like RSG-PH is just like, okay, I'm just either going to pick or just ban out everything that you will possibly pick. It's like direct counter pick. Even like the Kufra ban as well. It's just to ban out
Sniper ready.
QT because it's
Give me
played
a
as
target.
before. Since we do have the Yi, we do have the Valentina, so I would say that what next could be picked up by RSGPH could be Beatrix, because Oki has used that for quite a bit with a good success rate as well.
Oki already has the Claude already set up for himself, right? And now that's why RSG-SG is starting to pummel down and locking down the amount of marksmen in the pool, right? Leslie is already taken away. Definitely RSG right now lacking in the tankiness. That's why RSG-PH starts to lock down Lucian QT's heroes, such as the Kaja is one of the things that he could play, and also the Kufra as well. You mentioned the Minotaur. I think RSG-PH can lock that in because the Minotaur to basically deny and slow down the Kaja coming in for the Divine Judgment, that's going to be big against RSG-PH's win con. So have to take that away, but no, instead, they're taking away the Archive for now.
Yeah, the only bad thing about the Minotaur is that it's pretty short range. So you got to be really close to who your potential target could be by Kaja and need to react really, really fast. But that is still open. So that I think will be still okay. If not a Minotaur, the other one that I would think would be interesting would be a Franco. So looks like the Beatrix ban, pretty obvious because Iman might pick it. So I guess they're going to go for one tanky one. So I guess it's going to be either the Minotaur or the Franco. But between the both, I would say a Minotaur would be better because they could go for a group control. Can you imagine the real world manipulation comboed in with Minotaur who starts off the fight? It's perfect.
Yeah, of course, obviously, looking at RSG-SG's draft, they know immediately these two last picks must be tanks, right? You need tankiness. If not, they're going to be just squashed to death. RSG-PH, on the other hand, locks in the carry preemptively. That's really big brain coming out from RSG-PH. Now, if you look, I really agree with you. The Minotaur looks good as well. The Franco looks good as well. But between the Franco and the Minotaur, I prefer the Minotaur because you really want to settle down the AoE damage and also the AoE lockdowns, right? Because of Mino and Rage. Whereas Franco, go fishing, right? But even if you fish somebody, you lock somebody down, I don't think RSG-SG's roster has enough damage to burst anyone anyone that catches that Franco catches. I was distracted by the phone right there, but he said no. It's an Edith, and that's going to be the Minotaur, as what you mentioned.
Okay, so Minotaur. So I can see the combo right here. So Minotaur's going to start in, and then they're going to go in with the real world manipulation, and then we're going to see the blazing duet just to try to finish things off. But here's the hard part of execution, right? If you look at the lineup of RSG-PH, at least the 4 heroes that they selected, all 4 of them can sidestep. So this is where, how are you going to catch them in a group? Or do you plan to just catch them one by one, which, well, you would use a lot of resources just to do that?
I think that's the game plan for RSG-SG, right? Like, RSG-PH is playing this pick composition, whereas RSG-SG is just going to go in this team fight composition, the heavy team fight composition, and now that's going to be Uranus locked in for the side of RSG-PH. Looking at the roster of RSG-SG, this is Diablo going into the Joy this time round. Brain, instead of going for the Joy jungle, is going to be going into the Edith jungle?
Edith? Oh, okay. I'm not a big fan of that because I feel that the Edith jungle doesn't clear as fast. So I'm not too sure how that will work out, honestly.
Wait. Yeah, Cloud, hold on a second. Before it actually changes, the drafting goes away, Demon Kite actually is holding on to the Kaja, no?
Okay. Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on right now. I've seen Fredrin mids before. It actually kind of works. But hey, RSG-SG and RSG-PH, these sister organization, I think they're up to something, my dude.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like what we said right before the show started, we're just gonna come in. We're probably gonna be surprised. Not too sure what to expect sometimes. But let's see as we head on to game number 1. Can't wait to see what's gonna happen here. especially with Diablo playing the Joy, because I feel that the Joy, like what I say, is a very different type of hero as compared to what he has played before with the Khalid and the Padang that he has played really, really well. And maybe this time with the Joy, he's not going to join into team fights as much as he would have with Padang and Khalid.
I feel like Joy, his playstyle will definitely go back into the flanking playstyle like he used to have, right? With the Raging Sandstorm, so it kind of reminds you a little bit about the Khalid kind of playstyle where you want to come in for flank. Same idea, the Joy wants to come in for the flank. But the difference between the Joy and the Khalid is that Joy doesn't really have a strong early game to 1v1 somebody, and you don't really have a very strong sustain as compared to the Khalid.
So you need a little bit more protection then. So it will be interesting to see. Maybe Minotaur might be babysitting him until a certain level, maybe at least until level 4 or level 5 until it lets him go. But they need to be careful of RGPH that has a decent amount of mobility to try to pick off during the laning phase. So I guess it's a lot of protection needed for Diablo then.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? There's a lot of tankiness in the side of RGPH's roster as well. Because, like, you saw Uranus, and all of a sudden, you gotta have to think about the lane matchup, right? Between the XP laners and the gold laners. Gold laners definitely carry going up against a Claude. Carry does have the lane priority, whereas on the other side, the XP lane, right? I believe that's gonna be a Uranus going up against a Joy. I think the Uranus will start cutting waves, and the Joy can't do anything. The Uranus has a better clear as compared to the Joy, so that's something that I feel RGSG needs to look out for. They have two side lanes that are weak. They need to play around the mid. They need to play around Bray's Edith jungle. How do you play around the Edith jungle?
Yeah, not too sure about that though. I mean,
oh no,
I don't see that.
Oh no, it's
very
gonna be
often.
Diablo. Okay, so it's gonna be Diablo going back into the Edith and then Break Joy. Okay, now we're on the right track.
Okay, then this makes sense. All right, so we're gonna see for the first time, at least in competitive scene, that Diablo is gonna play the Edith, and I think that's gonna be a pretty straightforward role for him because it's gonna be pretty similar like how a Badang plays. Be together with your team, try to open up some fights, and well, he's the Edith, so he can still take a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, there you go. Aqua and Nates being a little bit cheeky right there, but Diablo will spot him out right there, knock him all the way out. Bougie letting down a lot of damage. There's a lot of damage coming out for the boy Crystal. I wasn't expecting that.
Wow, that's a very early game aggression there. But on top, so we have Oki and Iman 1v1. This should be Iman advantage because Iman can really spam those abilities onto Oki. So now Oki will be pushed back. But look at who's behind him. A Fedrin. Demon Kite is there. They can sandwich him.
Yeah, Demon Kite right here. It's not a Kaja jungler that I was talking about. I think the graphics are there. It's a little bit wonky, but hold on a second. Demon Kite lands a taunt onto Oki. Oki's only level 2. He has to run for the heals. And Lucian Cutie coming in just in time to support, but Light is already there just in case if RSGSG wants to counteract. But that is a big problem over the side of Oki because he's now denied away from the farm. And not only just that, Iman has full lane control.
Yeah, at the same time, at the bottom, looks like we might see our first split, but nah, it's a Uranus at the end of the day. So it's not that easy for them to just dish out the dash. Plus, Bray and Diablo, at this point of the game, they still don't have that amount of damage to burst out, especially when you're dealing with Uranus.
I think right here, RGSG should just ignore the Uranus, right? And right now, with the first turtle already spawned, Demon Kite already at the turtle pit right there, has a turtle priority. Diablo has his hands full, handling Nets and also Aqua at the same time. Now, because of that rotation, they can rotate easily over to the turtle, but it got reset just a little bit. However, RGSG, they're looking elsewhere. They're looking at top.
Oh, okay. It's going to be a 3v2, but I don't think they're going for the jump. I think they're kind of buying time right now for Bray because Bray is doing his thing inside of RGPH's jungle just to distract them a bit. But now they do know that he's there. But at the same time, the turtle is not challenged at all by RSGSG.
Oh, the other side of the screen you thought that you said that Bray wanted to do something elsewhere on the map, right? he missed the turtle. He tried to counter the jungle, but he lost that fight. He wasn't able to assassinate Eman, and Eman gets to walk free, giving the kill over to this carry that scales tremendously against Diablo, which is going to be very tanky. Lucian Kitty is also going to be tanky as well. So RGPH right now has a solid lead in the goat lane, and because of that, after taking the turtle, they rotate over and they know Bray is not there. Light's already starting out. Purple buff already stolen by Demon Kite.
Oh, and look at the bottom lane as well. Look at what's happening there. 2 onto Nats. They're taking a lot of time. They're using a lot of resources. And Nats is just doing what Uranus does, just cutting off waves, and there's almost nothing that RSG can do at this point.
You know what, Cloud? If I play a rank game with a Uranus, and the Uranus is actually just staying in his own lane, he's out of position. That's being in the enemy territory is a Uranus in position, and that's exactly what RSGPH want to do. See, starts cutting the waves, creating a lot of pressure down bot, and all of a sudden maybe they could just also choke out the mid. If he starts taking 2 lanes, mid lane, Aqua, hold on a second, mid lane, Light, Drax Bougie, that's gonna be another kill, given over the side of RSGPH. Aqua picks up the clock, he's gonna scale.
I mean, pretty straightforward, right? Like you flicker in, and then you pull one out. Wow, and he had his teammates together with him, so it was all part of the plan for RSGPH. Wow, just again, look at the position of Nats. What are you going to do about this? It's to the point that RSG just totally ignores it.
Yeah, RSG couldn't do anything. They know that Nats know that doesn't really RSG doesn't really have the damage to deal with him, right? Like Oki is struggling in lane. Nats just immediately cuts 2 lanes, and this also, like I said, free ups Aqua, and now because of that, RSGP's rotation is gonna mess up RSG's draft right now with the second turtle already up. Demon Kite once again being on duty right here. If you look at the position of Bray, I don't think he's in a ready position. By Lucian QT jumping onto will be able to find Nats right there. Diablo a little bit of spot of trouble. Aqua and Light trailing in just a little bit. Ionic Edge slowing down Diablo. Diablo needs to trigger the ultimate right here right now. If not, he's gonna get busted down. But look at that, the Demon Kite working on the turtle. Lucian QT jumping a little bit low. Bray trying to look for the assassination, but he gets suppressed by Light instead. He gets dragged away, but unfortunately, Bray still walks away with the turtle.
Well, somehow Bray still managed to do it, but now everyone's onto Nats, but it's not target that they would want. Now, the only thing that they can do to try to counter Nats is that maybe fight fire with fire, like Joy has the same ability of cutting waves as well. So if he's doing that on their own lane, well, might as well Joy. If we reach that power spike, just go and cut the same wave, and they just neutralize each other.
But Cloudy, I don't think the Joy enjoys cutting wave, especially this is a Joy jungle, right? Diablo as this Edith is not a very good hero to cut the wave. So that's why RSGPH is just throwing all these questions over to RSG, and RSG doesn't really have the answer. Immediately you see bottom lane already cracked open. Diablo hungry for the farm and already a 4 HP. RSG needs to reinforce down that bottom lane. Lucian QT jumping on top of Nats right here. He's just got a lot in concentration. Oh, he's already gone right now, but he's getting us up in the air. Bougie and Diablo doesn't really have the damage to deal with Nats.
Look at this. Nats pulled 3 players from RSG to him. Can you imagine how much space that opens up for the rest of RSGPH? Like, they can just do anything they want up there, and Bray can just be all alone.
Yeah, while we're focusing a lot on down bottom lane, Iman has already secured the Silver Star, so that is a power spike for the side of RSGPH. Demon Kai, on the other hand, doesn't really need to play, just doesn't need to gank at all because Nets is creating so much space down bot, right? And now because of that, you know, RSG has a weak EXP lane, RSGPH controls top side instead.
Alright, looks like action's happening here with the real manipulation on.
Real world manipulation on. Nats will be able to find Bougie. Bougie has to run for the hills right here. Lucian QT a little bit low. Cannot kite or peel for the team. Diablo, the first casualty for that team fight right here. Oki doesn't really have the damage right here. RSGPH takes down top as well instead. Light doesn't really have the divine judgment. Oki step forward, but not in time to defend against this RSGPH siege.
Yeah, and with that kill onto Diablo, they're opening up more space for them to get the turtle. But Bray could be the next one to go down, just like that. Oki goes in with a blazing duet, but not enough damage at this point, especially with Nats being the tank at the front.
Look at Nats. He doesn't really care. Oki is basically tickling him, and every single basic attack you do onto Nats is actually healing. He's actually just gonna pop the concentration and just start running for the kills, right? But hold on a second, he gets immobilized right there. That's A-okay. But on the other side of the map, RGPH is just raiding RSGSG bases one by one. Each turret goes down.
Yeah, they're just choking RSGSG down right now. The moment RGSG steps into the jungle, everything is gone. RGPH, they have total control at this point. And now they're doing the opposite of before. Nats is now pretty focused on the top lane. And the rest of RGPH focusing onto the bottom lane. They will just take the turrets down one by one that way.
This is an empty forest. RGPH just literally deforested RSGSG right there, right? There's nothing for Gray to farm. Gray is now a droid that doesn't really have the damage at all to assassinate everybody. Don't forget, because Diablo was actually put behind by this one Uranus, and now all of a sudden RGPH, they got full control mid, they got full control bot, and RGSG, they cannot contest for anything.
And there was 2 or 3 from RGSG onto Nat at top lane earlier on. There was nothing that he could do. And now Bray is in trouble. 4v1. Make that 5 in Nat's step, but Bray has the movement speed to get away.
And of course the dash, right? Bray, still managed to get away, but like what I said, there's nothing for the side of RGSG to farm. But let's take a look at the emblems right here.
Yeah, if you look at the emblems, so what's interesting about the new emblems is that if you take you can actually, it's actually quite flexible, right? It doesn't necessarily that if you are a fighter, you cannot use an assassin, or even if you are an assassin, you cannot use a mage emblem because of one key point: adaptive attack. So that is something that will be used and will be creatively utilized by the team.
I think in this particular match, Sir Cloud, sorry, I keep calling you Claudine by mistake. But I feel like in this particular patch, it's really flexible. You start to see mages instead of going for the mage emblem, they can actually go for the assassin emblem. The magic pen is so valuable for mages such as, Buji on the Eve as well, or even the Aqua on the Valentina right now. So as we say this, Diablo is just tickling Nats. There's nothing to be done right there.
Oh, but there's something to be done in the mid, whereby RGPH happily takes 2, make that 3 kills in the middle. And now Nats is just saying hello.
I can't watch this. RSGSG, 3 men down, get busted down by just one Aqua shotgun, right? By the first kill of the Valentina. And now RGPH is knocking down RSG's doorsteps. And then RGSG they can't do anything. And, they couldn't scale into the late game. They don't really have this early game rotation. RGPH is just making a full advantage of this, taking full advantage of this, and that advantage was created by one pick, Nats.
And the inhibitor turret is down, and we're only 10 minutes into the game.
Not only just that, Sir Cloud, they're also sending down the Lord down, marching mid at the same time. Nats just inching just a little bit. Diablo will try to pick that up. Well, RSGSG does have enough damage to burst. Nats down, that's finally the UN is dealt with. But then again, the Lord finally did clear out. That's also going to be Aqua coming in. The Mutant stolen one, knocking everybody sky high. RSGSG slowly but surely getting blown up. Emma, free hit, light wheel, sliding onto the core. Ladies and gentlemen, RSGSG needs to try to defend, but unfortunately for RGPH, not enough minutes to clear it out, but the minutes are streaming in.
Yeah, saved by the minions that are not there. So a little bit more time bought by RSGSG, but look at the gold gap at this point. It's about 10k gold gap, 28k versus 37k. Items must be a big gap, of course.
Yeah, of course. Like you talked about items there, the producer gave you the items to take a look at. Wait, is that ice cream one for the side of Oki?
Oh, it is. And okay, I'm just looking for seeing anything unusual. I think it's pretty much straightforward for all these items. But if we just look at the gap of items, it's about a gap of maybe 40% between the two of these teams when it comes to the build.
I don't understand percentage, but I understand numbers, right? 3.3k in a favor of Eamon as compared to his counterpart. The Claude totally choked out from any sort of farm.
And at this time as well, if you look at the items that Lucent QT has, he only has only one item build. and that's definitely not going to be enough.
Oh, Light goes kidnapping. That's going to be Lucian. Kitty get busted down. Real world motivation laying down by Bucci. Finally, Nats still get taken down by Oki. Finding the damage finally, but then again, trading one row for one EXP laner, but RSGPH still has two open base against RSGHG. Aqua right here looking for some pickup right there. Unfortunately, won't be able to do anything. RSGPH biding time. They can just go for the Lord in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, and I guess that's why it doesn't matter that to RSGPH that losing QT becomes the first target because he only has one dominance ice and nothing else. So he'll be easily knocked down by RSGPH. Hence, he will be the first target and it will be okay for him despite being a tank.
Yeah. Circle, I feel like looking back on this, RGSG, they do not know what to do right here, right? The plan that they wanted in the early game, they want to play standard, but RGPH says no. I'm gonna force you to be a little bit uncomfortable by covering two lanes at the same time. And now, like RGPH, you start to see how they're abusing the fact that RGPH doesn't really have a game plan going into this particular game. And that's also caused that Kuja actually left the roster and now is in Todak, right? So RGSG, this is not a very good showing for the first series of the day.
Yeah, it is a tough game for them. I mean, just look at the turrets. They only managed to get like one turret and one turtle at the early stage of the game, and that's about it. But I do like the fact that RGPH, despite them having this level of dominance, they're still very disciplined to take the Lord, still to push out the lanes before making this move.
Oh, Diablo gets knocked up. Taunted right here. Demon Kite. Ooh, Diablo gets us down. No way. Gray coming in for the flank at the same time, trying to make something to work. But Aqua does have the Minor with Flurry ready to go. But Aaron going hand with the light wheels. Uki goes into Winter Chunky at the same time. Oki laying down, blazing away, trying to find Knights in the knockout. Aqua delivers the sky-high knockout bar onto RGSG. And now RGPH takes down game number 1, and they will take away this core.
I mean, this was pretty much dominance from start to the end, and if we talk about from the starting dominance, it is really Nats, the Uranus. Annoying. So the fact that RSGSG still put attention to it, and they cannot just let it go anyway. Right? They said like at some point 2 or even 3 players down to the bottom lane, and that opened up so much space for the rest of RSGPH to play with at the top lane.
RGSG just doesn't have an answer to that Uranus, right? Like, I think that's the reason why you saw going into the second phase pick. RGPH played their own game. They selected the carry, which is like one of the big counters against the Uranus, right? But then again, RGSG blocking Hockey's Claw in the first phase pick actually hurted them a lot in this game number 1.
Yeah, but I think on top of that as well, we did talk about like, okay, Diablo without the Khalid, without the Badang, so he had a joy. How is he going to adapt? I don't think he got the amount of space for him to really show himself, like what he could do.
Yeah.
With the Edith, sorry.
Yeah, Edith, right? You doesn't really have the movement speed to catch on to the Uranus, right? Not only just that, you don't really have the big bursty damage that you like to counter against Uranus, right? Like he's not like a Paquito that could just jab one punch down and then you just go in for the re-engage. But then first picking the going for the Edith, I think that's a little bit awkward for Diablo, and you can start to obviously see the rest of the roster is just cannot keep up because of the space that Nats has created for the team.
Yeah, so I think one of the clear bans definitely will be Uranus in the next round. Definitely can't let that go. But if they let the Uranus go, then they would open up some other options too. I would say that for Nats, actually he's quite flexible. If you look at how they have performed in the previous series, he has played very different heroes. He's played the Yuzong, he's played the Masha, he's played the Joy, he's played the Glue. So you gotta think about it. Some of them are tanky, some of them have more speed, some of them have more damage. So he is showing that he is flexible with whatever that you can throw him.
Yeah, I like this fact that you actually pointed out flexibility. You also pointed out before we go into the draft, right? Like Diablo, lacking in that hero pool makes it seems like it is a kiddie pool as compared to what Nats brought into the table.
But you know what? And this is just the first game, right? So other teams will be looking back. Will be looking at this stream, especially when we will be watching later on. Burn Express versus RSGSG. To them, they will be like, oh, it's going to be a straightforward ban. As long as you can ban out Diablo's 2 key heroes, Khalid and Badang, you're pretty set. So I'm a little bit worried for RSGSG in this case.
definitely, right? And don't forget, it was Burn X Splash that did that exact thing that led to RSG's downfall in MSC. So hey, there's going to be a rematch going in later in Stream C. But like I said, right now in between games, the plan right here is to really secure Diablo's hero ASAP. Like, I think they need to forgo like priority picks, be it the Joy, be it the Kaja, or be it anything, right? Just pick up the Banang or pick up the Khalid, and that's it. I think that's the only stopgap solution coming out from RSG.
Yeah, because they picked the Diablo's hero later, right? So I guess they could like repurpose the picks to like, okay, just settle Diablo's picks first. But in this kind of game, you're gonna go with 3 bans first. RSGPH, maybe they might think the same as well. It's like, okay, after this, they're gonna secure Diablo's picks. So they might use the first 3 bans to just ban out the Khalid and Padang. And then we're back to square one.
Yeah, I think the fact that, truth to be told, if you actually follow MPL Singapore for quite some time, Diablo actually has other heroes still up in his pockets, right? We haven't seen his, I don't know, when he was used to playing the Esmeralda. Remember, there's a period of time he just played Esmeralda for 7 games in a row, that sort of idea. There's also the Benedetta that he used to play. There's also the Grok that he used to play. Or back then when he first debuted in Season 1, he was a one-trick Paquito. So maybe he could pull something out like this, especially if Paquito got buffed in this recent patch and with the updated talent system.
Yeah, with a Paquito.
Just maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I would like to see that kind of flexibility from him, right? So if we talk about like Paquito, I mean, with the new emblem system, right? So like we did talk a little bit about that earlier on. If a Paquito is being played, not necessarily he must play a fighter emblem system. He could go for a mage emblem system as well, because it still has a decent a cooldown reduction there, and that will allow him to move around the map a little bit faster.
Yeah, and don't forget, Esmeralda on the common emblem. Man, you got manas for days. You can just dance around the enemy. But apart from that, you also have to pay some attention over the side of RGPH, right? A very dominant showing, right? They, like I said, they enter with a plan in mind. Nats was just in the backline, just making RGSG sweat. Demon Kai was just playing standard, and then Iman just playing standard as well. Also, Demon Kai coming back, so I think that's, for RSGPH fans, I think that's also a veteran that you finally get to see him coming back once again. And don't forget, MPLPH is not up yet, so maybe this is like a teaser for MPLPH coming up.
Yeah, and I think that some of the teams, they actually use this tournament as some sort of like a tryout for the upcoming MPLs. Yeah, and I know that some teams, like, they're still hiding their lineup and their transfers, so some of them will be reviewed here today.
We get to see this, especially in our last series of the day against BRN Esports, right? Man, that's also another series that I would love to watch as well. But of course, in between game 1 and game 2, right? I think right now, before we actually take a look at stats, mind you, right? Like, I like the fact that instead of showing Era, because we saw him going up against you mentioned you also saw him up against I believe that was CFU Gaming from Cambodia, right? Like, Iran's actually kind of strong at the same time. So I think now they're showing back Demon Kai, making sure that, hey, he gets his warm up going down into MPLPH. Man, this is exciting, right? Like, this is like a very nice appetizer going into MPLPH. And of course, a lot of things on the line right here, especially, the prize pool, 150k in total for the prize pool for SPS.
All right, since we're also building up, we're talking a little bit on MPL as well. Obviously, you have followed the Singapore scene for a long time. Now, in your view, right, like, how is RSG going to do this in the next round? What are they supposed to do?
I think they just need to consolidate a solid plan, right? Like, I feel like watching that game just now, it's just they don't really have a specific game plan. But even if they do, it was cracked open by Nuts, right? They just need to adapt on the fly. So I think that was the main crucial thing. Apart from that, I think Diablo can pull out his old reliables, like what we always like to call it, like the Esmeraldas, the Paquitos as well. I think that's something that we can definitely look out for going into game number 2.
Yeah. Honestly, it does sound okay. If I was like a viewer, right, I'll be like, oh, there's a lot of reliance on Diablo. So now the fact that they have managed to RGPH managed to lock down Diablo, at least from a hero pool standpoint, it seems that RGIG doesn't have an answer, and this is worrying that they are too dependent on one player.
Yeah, I think that's also the issue as well. You get to see Bray stepping up just a little bit more in MSC as well. I really have to admit he actually grew a lot as compared when he first debuted in season 3 of MPL Singapore. So yeah, like right now Diablo was supposed to be the playmaker for RGSG, but he couldn't pop off. And also partially, I think it's also the talent system as well. The reliance on this Master Assassin main emblem, now it get relegated into the secondary emblem, and now it's also slightly nerfed. I think that hurt Diablo in terms of the rotation and be it his hero pool as well.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think about Buji? Buji was a sub during MSC, I believe, and now he is playing as the main roster. So what do you think about Buji?
I think Buji just now, it was a very small sample size, right? It's only just one game, especially going up against another powerhouse from MPLPH. I think it's not fair for me to actually form a judgment, but going for the Eve, it's a pretty safe mage. So you can tell immediately RGSG wants Buji just to play it safe just a little bit and go for that Eve. And it's a very easy hero to execute as well. So I think it's just, making sure that Buji gets his basics going before trying to be creative, like Bray or be it Diablo.
But this makes me wonder, like, is the Eve pick something that he's actually comfortable with, or is it him picking because he wants to take away the Eve from RGPH? Because Eve was 100% picked and 100% win rate for RGPH in the previous series of this tournament. So maybe it's about like, it's not that I want to play it, but it's about I don't want you to play it.
I think it's just about the fact that Eve is so easy to play. Everybody can play Eve, and also the fact that the real-world manipulation provides so much utility and, of course, damage. The Void Crystal can wave clear very quickly. I think that's the reason why you go for the Eve first pick, right? And it's also a very common hero to play. You see even in ranks as well. So I feel like it's all back to basics for the side of RSG. But ladies and gentlemen, I think we have game number 1 statistics. So let's take a look at game number 1. I want to see how, the game progresses, especially in terms of the items as well. So ladies and gentlemen, here you go.
All right. So looking at the items, well, we did discuss like the item gap, right? So only a dominance ice for Lucid QT. I mean,
not enough.
Yeah, it's definitely not enough.
Down.
Exactly. That's why, 5 kills and he's always the first target. And naturally in the fight, like, okay, you don't aim the tank first. But in the case of RGPH, especially when we reach the 10-minute mark, it's like, oh, he's there. Just take him down. And with one dominance ice, there's nothing much that he can do.
Wait, Sir Cloud, where's my Diablo? Where's my Diablo?
Oh. Oh.
That's not Diablo, that's Bray.
I guess he's a long-lost twin.
Anyways, unfortunately, yeah, it's telling, right? Like the gold lead and of course the economy lead, which goes into the item lead as well. It's really telling. Using QT Dom Eyes, like what we were joking about, there's not enough tankiness in it as well. And don't forget, Diablo looking at the item, the route that he took, Feather Heavens, Dom Eyes, and then Immortality. Not a lot of pseudo tankiness inside Diablo at the same time. So it's really hard for RGSG to hold a candle against RGPH.
And just looking over at some of these other stats as well. It's a big dominance from RGPH. 15-3. That obviously translates onto the damage dealt as well by them. But interestingly, I kind of find it interesting that despite the 15-3, right, like the damage dealt is the difference is like what 20k difference, which is I was expecting a bigger number.
You know why? Ness is just soaking up all the damage, man.
True enough.
Like look at the 156k damage taken. He's like Mr. Sandbag walking you down, and you punch a sandbag, it actually hurts yourself. So yeah, RSGSG was trying to punch that sandbag and they got hurt badly as well. So they don't really have enough items, or basically even the roster. If you take a look at the roster, I don't think any of these heroes is able to burst down the Uranus, be it the gold early game or be it the late game as well.
And damage to tower. Okay, interestingly, Light has the highest amount of damage to a tower. Actually expecting Iman to have that though. I mean,
Of course, I think it should be. I think it's definitely should be Iman. But of course, I think the most important thing that we have to take a step back and take a look at the whole general picture is that RGPH, very intelligently just walk around the draft against RSG. Then after that, they intelligently walk around the rotation against RSG. And I think it all started when Bray decided to not go for the turtle. He decides to counter jungle. Pretty smart move by Bray, but Iman is there and just shut him down. And it put RSG SG 2 step backwards.
Right. How much of a difference would it make? Would it have made if Bray actually went for the turtle together with his other teammates? I guess probably not that much, because at the end of the day, it's not about the problem of securing the objective of the turtle. It's about the Uranus being a problem. But hey, we have the MVP. Iman is it. But honestly, if it was me, it would be Nats.
I think both of these players actually did their roles well, right? Like, Nats was the problem in the early game. Fine, we give it to them. But Iman is slowly farming up, slowly building up as well, and he's starting to shred. Perfect game, by the way. He did not die a single time. So I think definitely he has an impeccable play all throughout game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's down to roles, right? Like, we don't expect Iman to be like, okay, from the start, early game to the end, like perfect. If not because of his teammates as well, opening up a lot of space for him. But if I do recall, like during the early stage, it was a 1v1 with him, between him and Oki. And he did control Oki really well on the 1v1 until a backup needed to arrive. And that's where obviously he just went all the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's natural, right? A carry does have more lane priority against Claude, so definitely you expect a carry to basically overwhelm the Claude just a little bit. Let's take a look at the highlights to see, if you guys missed out game number 1, how it actually went down for this particular game. As right now, Iman is just, this is already a 6-minute mark, so we're already jumping straight into the mid part of the game.
Yeah, and by this time, it's already Nats just moving in front. There was nothing that they can do about him. And even at this point, RGPH, whoever they see, they'll just take down. It doesn't matter whether it's Lucian QT or whether there's anyone. Just look at that, Nats just casually standing inside the base.
Not only that, dude, just now that in that one particular clip, Iman went literally John Wick, right? Bray tries to jump on him, kills him off. And I think it was Diablo tried to jump on him, kills him off. And it got a triple kill right there. Like I said, a perfect game. He literally John Wick everybody that RSGSG throws at him.
Yeah, it's like, and you get a good distance for him to actually do that. And that's the beauty part about having a carry. It's like you can sidestep and you can keep your distance as compared to some of the other marksmen available. I guess towards the end, it's pretty much a straightforward game here for RGPH. And unfortunately for RGSG, the best they could do is just get one turret at the bottom lane, and that's about it.
Yeah, and don't forget, that turret wasn't taken down during the early game, right? That was because Joy was actually split pushing down bot that tried to play a bit of a cross-match play coming out on the bot line. But here you go. Congratulations, Oversight RGPH for game number 1, right? Game number 2, on the other hand, I hope that, they really look back in between game, because I feel like between game number 1 and game number 2 is quite long. Hopefully, they got the strategy down and running, because they really need to stick to their strategy going up against a team like RGPH.
Yeah, I expect to see something really different from RSGSG moving forward. But really, here comes back to the question of like, how flexible are they? How versatile are they in terms of their picks and their hero pool? Because that would determine everything when it comes to the draft.
Yep, definitely. And I remember Light, right? I think he played the Kadita in one of the games against CFU Gaming, right? And Light is known for the troll picks, all the Kajas. But hey, he has something underneath in his pocket and underneath his pocket as well. So he may even pull it out if RGSG drops their guard.
Okay, so is it worthwhile to ban out the Uranus, or should they let go of the Uranus and just get a carry, for example, to try to counter it?
I think right now in this particular patch, Uranus is actually like one of the bans that you should go, unless you're ready to deal with the Uranus. But evidently in game number 1, I don't think they're ready to deal with the Uranus. I think they have to waste that one ban slot against Uranus.
Yeah, but for you guys out there, thank you for supporting the show. This show wouldn't be here if not because of our beautiful sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, get yourself a Snapdragon phone, try it out, and you could probably be paying in the next stage, just like our amazing stars here.
Yeah, of course, inside that the device that's running Snapdragon chipset all the way to its maximum fullest is, of course, Galaxy S23 Ultra. Share the epic and level up your game, just like how you saw him on John Wick in 3 members in the row like that. He even flickered for that one. He's just like, and everybody dies. It's like just crazy, right?
Yeah, doing the John Wick. I really like that illustration. I would expect him to be able to do that again later, as in he'll be able to pick up the carry. So we'll see. But even if he doesn't get the carry, well, then the B6 will be open for him, and that will be literally a John Wick because he has guns.
He has more than one guns, right? Instead of which one do you want? I know. What was the line in John Wick? Guns. Lots of guns. Yeah, that's correct, man. Man, I love that series. By the way, yeah, not only just that, that's why Beatrix was literally banned away in game number 1, right? Just denying that away from Aman is something very, very useful. But ladies and gentlemen, look at that. The players are coming right up and they're trying to get ready for the next particular game. Coming up in less than 2 minutes from now on.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I mean, we talk about a lot of our predictions and what might happen, what they will need to ban, what they need to look out for. I mean, it's at the end of the day down to the execution of the players themselves. Like, are they going to go for what we think they will go? Or are they going to go for something else that's going to throw us off? I mean, honestly, again, I like to see surprises. So please come up with something surprising and just blow our minds.
I think I remember you mentioned about you look at the stats and the stats cannot lie sometimes. Remember you said something like that just now? I'm sorry, like I'm this kind of guy that hates statistics, and my whole life I always get statistical anomalies, and hopefully this time on RSGSG is that statistical anomaly that perhaps bring us stream C into our first game number 3.
All right, and here's a little bit of a recap of what they picked earlier on and what they banned. So I think some of the highlights is definitely, okay, the carry, the Uranus is a highlight. We'll always remember that. Minotaur, unfortunately, not able to farm up, not able to be as tanky as he would have liked. So it was almost non-existent for him. There was probably only like one play, and that's about it. But other than that, every time he shows up, he gets deleted.
Yeah, even the producers agrees with that one, right? How you need to ban Diablo. Yes, instead of 2 Khalid ban, that's actually a Kufa ban, right? So yeah, even the producers agree, right? We really and RSGPH fans also have to agree. Ban Diablo. That has been the winning strategy against RSGSG. And yeah, there's not enough time in between MSC and SPS to just basically come up with a new strategy, right? Especially with the new talent update.
Yeah, I think especially with the talent update actually happened like I believe in between like the previous series, so that kind of like caught a lot of these players or these teams off guard. So I guess everyone's just still at the stage of experimenting on like, okay, how do we really maximize the potential of this new system and what we're going to do with it. And I think that's what Diablo tried to do as well with the Edith, but unfortunately the result was as it is.
Yeah, and apart from that, right, we also talked about the fact that instead of seeing Arat, it is Demon Kite coming back against RSGPH for RSGPH, right? So yeah, this is like the strong roster for RSGPH. They're looking to repeat what they did in MSC 2022 again, right? Especially going to MPL PH. So this is like a warm up, right, for him to come back to really fight the devil, Diablo himself, right there in RSGSG.
I can see all smiles there. Hopefully they got it in the bag. And we should be able to see the draft really, really soon. Again, some of the highlights that we might see as a starting first 2 bands. RCPH definitely going to cut out Khalid as well as Badang. But for RGSG, how are they going to respond to that? Unless for some reason they don't get, it doesn't get bad out. So the Badang, as we expected, definitely Khalid is going to be the next one for RCPH.
Yeah, unless RGPH wants to be a little bit cheeky right there. Just leak out the lead, see what RGSG can do. But no, they're going to be so disciplined right here. Coming up from RGPH, just locking down Diablo once again. And like what I mentioned, right, RGSG opting for first pick once again needs to look out and pick Diablo heroes up before it gets permaban or counter pick or ban again in the second phase.
Yeah, and no Uranus ban, mind you, for RSGSG. So, but I guess if Uranus will be picked, it will be picked at the second phase as per usual. So we're going to leave that for later. But as the starting phase, yep, Valentina is there. A Yves could be picked up. It's frequently used by Aqua. So yeah, we're probably going to start off with an early Yves there for RSGPH.
Yeah, right. Valentina is always a very safe first pick. It's also a very safe blind pick, right? Usually you select a Valentina, you dictate the draft. Now RGPH need to think what ultimates you don't want to give over to side RSGSG. But then again, I've seen other teams, you know, some teams, right, just spoiling Valentina with choices. Red World Manipulation, the Luminum Blast, or the Lolita, you name it, right? And notice on the Valentina needs to pick, okay, which ultimate do I take away? Now, RGPH, there you go. That's gonna be the Kaja once again, and the Eve. A little bit of a variation from the roster that we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, so... There's always this. Okay, back then I remember when the Valentina first came out, or at some point when the Valentina was being popularly played, there was always this debate on like, oh, there's a Valentina there. Oh, we cannot pick Fasa, we cannot pick Yip. Those kind of like huge nuking type of majors. But at the end of the day, people still pick them anyway. So it seems like it doesn't matter. Like, oh, are you going to steal it? Nah, we're just going to find a way to take you down to counter anyway. Because sometimes it's not as easy as it is to steal those skills away. But we're going to see the Paquito, as you have mentioned. I believe they should go to Diablo.
Wait, it could be also flex, right? Break can always pick up the Paquito into the jungle as well, right? And now with Lucian QT back on one of his comfort, that's a Kufra going in for the side RGSG. Now it's all about trying to prevent the Kaja, or be it Light that's going to be controlling the Kaja, from comboing the ultimate onto somebody and then drag him right into the real world manipulation by Nets. But once again, RSGPH, they're really strong with its pick, with their pick composition, right? You drag somebody, you drag him into the box, and we punch him down. Speaking about punching down, pouring down the damage from afar, that's going to be the John Wick himself coming in from RSGPH.
Yeah, so now that we got the John Wick, okay. So about countering attacks, because at this point, the Uranus can still be picked by RGP. So that must be going through the minds of the players of RGSG. Is like, okay, what if they pick a Uranus? So far, no bats of Uranus yet. Maybe they're going to let that go, and then they're going to pick the carry for themselves to try and melt down the tank.
Yeah, that could be it, right? Now, RGPH going into second pick, I think that's the benefit going in as well. So no, they're going to deny that. So maybe yes, RGPH is leaning towards the Uranus. RGSG needs to stop that. They've already banned away the Esmeralda, right? Might as well just throw in another EXP lane into the mix. Throw in the Uranus, because RSGSG doesn't really have an answer to Uranus' game number 1. But this time around, it could be different, right? The Paquito coming in, the burst damage should be able to do something against Uranus, and also cut the waves as well as the Uranus might do against yours.
Yeah, but I don't know. So that will make Paquito like really, really busy and overly focused on the Uranus, right? And that would still open up a lot of space for the other areas. So I don't know if they want to really let go of Uranus. Might as well go for the ban. But they still got to ban the blue. Going to leave the Uranus open. So pretty sure now with RGPH having the opportunity, they'll definitely pick Uranus.
Well, they can always switch it up, right? Like, they can go for the Lapu Lapu if RGPH wants to play with that one as well. But RGSG, Diablo doesn't really play the Lapu Lapu, so rest assured, Aqua on the Eve should be very safe, right? But don't forget, there's also a potential threat of a Yuzhong coming out from the side of RGSG as well, because RGSG, they may use Diablo to dive onto Ilmani so that John Wick stays humble, or they can also jump into the instead. But no, RGPH secures Martis. But like I said, Martis right now may go into the jungle, may go into the EXP lane as well. So it's pretty wide open for the side of RGPH.
Okay, so this is the question of, because we're still not sure where the Paquito will go, right? So if there's a Uranus, or if they want to be prepared for a Uranus, then the Paquito needs to play juggle. That will allow him more space to move around the map. If it goes to Diablo and it goes to the XP lane, then he won't have that much opportunity to move around the map. So I guess there's still like a question mark pick. And the fact that RGPH, they have that final pick, they're just playing mind games with RGSG.
That's right. But I feel like RGSG, they need to show the cards right here, right now, and it's up to RGPH to settle it. Leslie is really good right here from the side of RGSG, and there you go. It's going to be locked in. And also this time around, now that's a Bane going in for the side of RGSG. That is finally a Diablo Paquito Mosquito throwback from MPL Singapore Season 1, and RGPH responded nicely. Instead of a Uranus, went for the Terizla instead.
Okay, so it's going to be a different gameplay for them, but Terizla also provides a lot of tankiness, especially when it comes to team fight. So I believe that this is going to be more of a team fight composition. Kaja is probably going to go for the first pickup, it's probably going to start it off, and then you will see the real world manipulation come in, and then everything else will just be thrown into that one fight. So expect to be aware of Kaja's rotation first, and if they were to ever see like, okay, that one Kaja there, just stay away from him.
Yeah, definitely, right. Kaja should not be trifled with, but you can trifle with him before level 4. Maybe RGSG could place something earlier this time around, maybe with Paquito's rotation because of the EXP lane. And this time around, instead of going for Uranus, he's going up against a Terizla. So I think a Paquito can outmaneuver Terizla and then start hard invading. Now, Demon Kite, I think in game number 2, you should be able to see more of him in action going into game number 2.
And I think what skill is the main skill that's going to be important when it comes to the theory of team fights that might happen is going to be the deadly catch. So yes, Bane needs to keep a good distance, throw the deadly catch when everything is thrown onto them, just to try to cancel out and try to push away some of the invading plans for them. But I guess for how do you want to counter the Kaja if you were to open up the fight with the Divine Judgment, I'm thinking around Paquito is still going to play a big role when it comes to that. And if there's any follow-up, then the deadly catch needs to come in after that.
Yeah, definitely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on to game number 2 we go. You saw it on the player screen as well. It is RGPH, currently up match point right now in this first series of the day. RGPH starting the series strong, starting this Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals strong at the same time. And of course, like I said, may potentially lead into bigger stages.
Yeah, no big invasions here for either side as compared to before. Before, I guess it's because they had the Uranus. That's why they're like, okay, let's just totally dominate one lane at the bottom. Uranus gets a few levels and then he starts doing his thing behind the turret. So this time around, not really so. We might see a lot more river battles here, but Lucid QT goes in on the Aqua.
Yeah, really good rotation coming up for RGSG. Remember just now, in between game number 1 and game number 2, RGSG needs a solid plan. That was a solid plan right here, right? Getting Bougie to level 2 and Diablo level 2 quickly, and you don't see Light around in their area. Light is stuck at level 1, so which means that RGSG has more kill potential right now. And now because, wait, hold on a second, RG Brain is already at level 4.
Oh, okay. Really catching up. But okay, Bougie seems to be in trouble. Same goes for Lucid QT as well. Oh no, we can see the first blood here, and yes, it's by Demon Kite.
Yeah, the decimation coming out of Demon Kite really strong right here. By the way, he goes for the quantum charge, means that he has more sticking power onto that particular hero. So RGPH right here, starting the game, like I said, really strong, right? You give Demon Kite the first kill, means that he's gonna snowball even faster as compared to others. Now, RGPH, something also I want to ask is, Demon Kite, are you going to be going for the tank Martyrs or damage Martyrs? Because I think in this patch, you go for damage Martyrs now.
Oh, okay. I've seen a good amount of Martyrs recently at the tournament as well, and a lot of them just go for damage because you can also pick the emblem that is, let's see here.
Festival Blood?
Yeah, that will give him a lot more Light steal.
Sorry, Cloud, gonna have to stop you here. That's a penalty zone. Catching 3 members. Dimakai will be able to take down the turtle for now. That's a reward manipulation. Putting down by Bougie right here. Light walks away, but Diablo is the one that has to flicker away. RGPH, they not only just take 1 kill earlier just now in the game, they also take away the turtle.
Ooh, okay, so that's going to be a first win there for RGPH. Again, just like before, but this time around RGSG, at least they put up a little bit more fight towards the main objective, but it's still given towards RGPH. Okay, waiting for the right moment. Light, he does have the Divine Judgment, but he doesn't have the flicker.
Yeah, he missed that one, unfortunately. So no flicker for now for the next 19 seconds for the side RGPH. So RGSG can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief for now. Doesn't really have the flicker judgment combo wombo in the second turtle fight. So that's maybe a small little window opportunity. RGSG can play around, but this time around, no. Iman has brought friends.
Okay, they want to go for the flicker for the Oki, but this is where they are being the bodyguard for Oki, right? But look at the backline.
Oh, backline reward manipulation this time around by Aqua as well. Demon Kite trying to fight front to back as well. That's one big ultimate taken away by RSG. But Diablo, look at his rotation. He's forgetting about EXP lane. Just take a look at the bottom lane. Nuts is actually once again having a free lane, but this time around, Bray going down the Baby Shark at the same time. The turret energy gets shunned down to around 25% as well. It's going to be Bougie laning down the Void Crystal. We'll be able to find Demon Kite right here. He spins around, will not be able to find anything, but RSG ignoring the bottom lane, but they get some form of small little lead up top.
Nets is still playing like how he would play a Uranus. He's just like going onto the back line, just cutting the waves, and now the turret is kind of low in terms of the gold plating. But we might see a fight at the river here with Diablo all alone, and they're in for the chase.
Yeah, Diablo looking at the burst damage coming out. This was different than Diablo this time around as compared to game number 1. Now RSG though, they're focusing around Nats. RSGPH ready, but hold on a second, that's Light. The deadly catch already used, the Divine Judgment right there. And now the jungle for RSG is already gone. RSGPH, look at Demon Kite on cue, walks up to the turtle pit, and this turtles is there.
Not able to challenge. We do see that losing QT is there, but there's nothing much that he can do. And now they're going in for the top. Oki is in trouble. No Divine Judgment, so he's a little bit lucky there.
Yeah, nice jig right there, but Aqua is landing down for Crystal. Demon Kite coming for the fight instead. That's going to be Oki gets taken out right underneath the safety of the turret. But Oki, thank God for the turret, does have Demon Kite to kill off.
But till now, nobody's able to answer what Nats is doing at the bottom lane. He's still cutting waves. He's doing what an Uranus would do, just this time in the body of a Terizla. But we might see a kill here on the Iman, but Like is there to stop losing QT.
Yeah, Iman walks away with 1 dot, but with all said and done, right? Diablo, I think this rotation is a little bit wonky, but Bray coming in, he get busted down by Aqua's reward manipulation. Bougie wasn't able to land down the suppressing fire, but look at Diablo, he's playing a solo game right now. Take a look. He take down mid lane turret just now. That's the first turret of the game for game number 1. A bit of a fighting chances for RSG this time around. Now he's going to be working down bot instead.
Oh, okay, Diablo all alone. Oh no, he's going to be sandwiched as Light comes behind. Light, he does have the Divine Judgment. Pulls him back, pretty straightforward combo.
Yeah, but at least he gave up his life for the bottom lane turret now. I think RSGSG, you can see the turret damage later during the post-game stats. Diablo actually does more damage to turrets, but that's a reward manipulation by Bougie. Light coming in, just dancing around, not too sure what to do, but Lucian Kitty jumps, but Bougie deactivates the reward manipulation, so Lucian Kitty just body blocks RSGSG's plan for now.
Oh, Nats is now at top lane, so he's like going to the opposite. It's like, okay, let me try and draw your attention to me as much as possible, opening up more space, but we got Demon Kite coming behind. Diablo can't do much alone.
Yeah, the first skill drill coming in actually hurted Oki right there. Now, Diablo going to be 1v1 against Nats. The only thing that Diablo has is the fact that he doesn't run a mana. Now, Bray might find himself in a spot of trouble. Diablo coming in, trying to land out of support, but he's a little bit too late. Decimation from Demon Kite seals that deal.
Oh, keep your eye at the bottom, and now Aqua gets another kill. Lucian QT not going to get out of this.
Well, with him flicker, Light was a little bit slow on the Divine Judgment likely for that one. But RSGSG, like I said, so many resources already burned just for that bottom fight. But they still have bottom lane turrets still up though. But RSGSG, this is the 3rd turtle in their game. Of course, you know, they're very stable in terms of economy. They got the 7 kill lead at the same time. They're looking very stable.
Yeah. But looking at the formula that RGPH is doing, Uranus on that is going to be the same. But at the same time, we're going to see a fight here in the middle.
Light Divine Judgment unfortunately won't be able to land down any form of Q coming up for RGSG, but hold on a second, Diablo comes in, busted down Light, and now he walks away. He is the assassin this time around in game number 2.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Go for the back line, but not the front line.
Penalty zone catches to Demon Kai looking for more. The decimation will not be able to lose.
Demon Kai!
Fuji using the Divine Judgment, just dragging Demon Kai. That's going to be a shutdown this time around, going in favor of RGSG. But then again, RGH though, like I said, they're very stable. They still take down mid, but look at Diablo on the other side playing a solo game up top, taking down turrets for his team.
Look at the confidence for RGPH. I mean, they even turret dive, taking the damage where they know that, okay, we can't tank that amount of damage, but as long as you can trade it with a kill, why not? And with that, they still have that goal amount gap, goal lead gap of 3K between the two of them. But if we can't do the math right, 311, 3K, it's not that bad for RGSG.
Sorry, I was trying to count right here. I'm very bad at math. But then again, you know, RGPH, Diablo this time around is actually able to output the damage this time around with Lucian QT. The push coming in. That's going to be my next pin against the wall. Buji will gladly take down the kill. Demokai coming in, laying down. But Buji this time around suppressed by Light as well. The Deadly Cat's going in, zoning out. Iman will get caught up on the damage coming out from Oki. Finally, that's a shutdown. Give it over side to RGSG. Diablo going for more. Aqua the next target for now. But RGSG will disengage. They take down 2 at the price of 1.
Yeah, RGPH tried to go in for the backline, but RGSG got the backline covered, so that was an unfortunate case for them. They almost got it, but I get the idea. Like, okay, always go for the backline, especially if you have any mage at the backline. You got Buji there, or even like an Oki there, because Oki is a Leslie. The distance is always there. You always want to try to aim for that backline, and that's exactly what they did. But we might see an engagement at the bottom lane, but because they know it's Nats, well, I guess it's also because he's tanky enough at this point that they don't want to make that engagement.
Yeah, I think, Lucian QT just decides to not pull that trigger right there. Right? But don't forget, RGPH, they really forcing the issue right here. Lucian QT, oh my goodness, he disappeared from the land of dawn. And now RGSG doesn't really have any form of engagement. Light, by the way, does burn away the Divine Judgment. Look at Diablo going, that's a burst damage going on Light. Not enough to seal the deal for now. That's a lot taken secured by RGPH. The penalty zone, and Emperor's Passion. Deadly Catch just to D-zone, just to push RGPH away. But RGSG still losing 2 members right there. Man, it's gonna be an uphill battle for RGSG. There were signs of life right there, but RGPH says no, slap them down to where they belong.
Ooh, okay, just looking at the item build, not much of a tanky build here for the side of RGSG. So even like for RGSG, okay, I don't see a dominance ice yet, and I think that is much needed, especially if we're going up against a Terizla. So none of them are building that as an early game. So they will have a problem actually dealing with Terizla, especially during the mid stages if they don't have that finish. And the fact that they have a problem farming now, it's going to be a big issue for them.
I agree, right? I really feel like I agree the predicament that Lucian QT is, right? He's getting bursted down by everybody but it's not RGPH. Oh, Light goes fishing right here just a little bit. Diablo burns a flicker. That's going to be a snipe coming up from Iman. Will not be able to land down the shot, but RGSG once again gets locked back down into base. RGPH, the deforestation coming out against RGSG. There's not a single jungle creep left for Bray to take.
Oh, okay. This is where RGSG will be forced to turtle. At the moment they come out, there's nothing left in the forest. Like what you said, deforestation, and even if they come out, well, RGPH will be waiting for them to pounce onto them as well.
And not only just the fact that deforested everything, they burn away the leaves as well. There's literally nothing for the side of RGSG can do too far. Well, Diablo finds 1 jungle creep that was left alone by RGPH, but then again, the damage has been done, right? Oki and Bray are starving for gold. RGPH does have a lot of burst damage. If your role can get busted down, what say the other members of RGSG?
So this is now very difficult for RGSG. Like, how are they going to engage in the first place? They need to wait for RGPH to make that first move. But speaking about moves,
Dimakai moving like flicker forward. That's Diablo. This time around will go to hell. Unfortunately, RGPH sends him down to the grave. Buji right here stole away the Divine Judgment. Maybe he could make a play right here. Lucian Kitty bouncing around. That's also Dimakai chasing off the Lucian Kitty. But RGPH, that's a penalty zone. Catching 3 members. Emma shuts down Gray. Lucian Kitty following soon. Just 2 members left from the side of RGSG. RGPH not gonna pursue it even further. Continues to deforest RGSG already dried up forest.
Yeah, even Buji got away with murder. He was like one last hit away from being taken down. And now speaking about taking down RGSG, don't want to take down the inhibitor turret at the mid, and there's nothing much that Buji can do, but Diablo is here.
Oh no, Diablo gets dragged down to the grave once again, giving his life over to the RGPH gods. And not only just that, because EXP lane is already down, RGPH makes a beeline over to the Lord.
Oh man, this is going to be another difficult round here for RGSG to come back. The gap is now 7k difference between the two of them. And like what you said, deforestation, the moment they come out, nothing's left for them.
Oh wait, hey, there's an endangered orange buff right there. So that's something that, you know, Bray can possibly work around. But RGPH though, they've already got a Lord in their tow, sending him marching down, should be clashing very, very soon in the mid lane. Buji, unfortunately, on the Divine Judgment, not the real world manipulation, so there's no high ground on the side of RGSG. The Lord will charge.
There's nothing much that they can do to defend their inhibitor turrets. Unfortunately, they need to defend inside, as now RSGPH will be the bodyguards of the Lord. But okay, no, they're gonna let the Lord go for now, and instead focusing onto the bottom lane. And this should be the moment for RGPH to just take down the inhibitor turret. RGSG, they don't have the...
He's charging up. He's able to catch light zone. He's going to be finally busting his counterpart down. Dimakai going into decimation, will not be able to seal the deal for now. Nibrus Passion just zoning away. Aqua landing down the suppression fire, locking down RG to make sure they don't get any form of creative decisions right here. Emma, the snipe, finds the escaping RG member right in between the eyes as he tries to run away. Never back away the sniper, but this time around, even Oki, the Leslie, the snipe doesn't do any damage against RSGPH onslaught, and Deadly Catch is the last result from the side of RSGSG right now, with the last wave of minion marching down bot and the shotgun flicker going in. RSGSG, this is too much that it can handle against RSGPH.
Well, luckily no minions left, so they gotta back out anyway and reset themselves and wait for the next wave of the minions before they go in. Or they're going to take their time because now they have control going for the Lord instead, but Nats could be in trouble.
Oh, there's a lot. Well, okay, at least Nance this time around gets down, but this time around, RGSG doesn't really have real world manipulation. Now, Light will be able to drive Gray all the way in. Iman tries to kill for the team, but unfortunately, he actually gets busted down, but he brings down somebody along the side. Lucian Q credited for the kill. Dimakai, that's a decimation. That's a double kill going in. It's just Diablo against the world. It's just Diablo solo killing. Okay, Oki coming in just a little bit in the nick of time. They just need to clear the minutes right here, but then again, RGBH just bursting down Diablo, bursting down Oki. There's nobody left. RGSG side, RGPH clean sweep 2-0.
Yeah, clean sweep 2-0, but I must say this round is a better round for RGSG. Still gotta give it to them. Diablo, he looks comfortable on the Paquito. He made some sexy moves, but it's just too overwhelming for him. At the end of the day, RGPH, they had control over the map. A little bit more mobility this time and a little bit more movement from Terizla, from Nats, just because of the type of hero that he plays. He gets involved in fights more. So that's why we see that there are a lot more team fights as compared to the previous round.
Man, at the very least, Diablo tried to punch, right? The Paquito was his hero, was kind of like his hero in a sense, so that kind of worked a little bit well. But then again, you know, everything started to crumble once, you know, Iman is just rat-a-tatting everybody down to the ground. So yeah, and unfortunately for Buji, right, the Valentina holding on to the Divine Judgment just now hurted their high ground chances against the onslaught, the siege coming up against RSGPH.
Yeah, okay, at least it's a better round. Okay, so still gonna give it to RGSG. All right, it's a better round than before. At least they found their rhythm. They found how to deal with certain areas, especially on the EXP lane, whereby they try to make ruckus on the other side of the lane just to cause the EXP lane Terizla to come towards them instead. And yes, he did move a little bit more, and he did join the fights a bit more this time. So I guess to a certain extent, they kind of answered the EXP lane question.
Yeah, but of course, Diablo at the very least, show off just that, hey, he can actually play Paquito as well. I feel like there's a lot more hidden heroes that Diablo hasn't put out yet, but of course, Aqua is really crazy, right? The real world manipulation always opening up at the nick of time. The Void Crystal always slows down. It's always a big threat, especially when Diablo tries to dive deep against them. And not only just that, right? Gray constantly getting catch out light, on this Kaja. It's like his playstyle, right? He likes to catch people when you're off guard, right? Like be it the Cho, be it the Kaja as well. And Demon Kite, man, he fits right back into the RGPH cog as if he never left. He's back with the vengeance, and now he's looking to really, really snowball out of control in Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, and other than that, I was like, I kind of noticed that the Leslie didn't really have much damage. So it was kind of worrying as well towards the later stage of the game. Oki, we saw him pulling up the shots, but there was to no avail at the end. I must say it's still very heavily reliant on Diablo to really perform in this round. So that's going to be something that they need to try to work out, because they'll be playing the next match today later against Burnex Flash.
Man, it's up. It's basically a rematch against MSC. It's also a bit of a redemption arc that they're going through right now. They really need to redeem themselves, especially after the show that they did against their sister organization on the other side of the aisle. But like I said, RSGPH looking very strong, right? Like I think that's something that Leo was also talking about in the video earlier just now, right? Demon Kite coming back, Irat also, even though that they didn't put him right now, RSGPH is really respecting every single team right out there, saying that, hey, I'm going to put an actual jungler that has delivered before back on track in Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yep, so this is only the first game, of course, that we see RGPH playing for this stage of the tournament. So who knows what sort of versatility they might show up again next. Because so far, we look at the records, right? So Nats himself, okay, talking about versatility, Nats is now one of the most versatile players in the game. So he has played the Yuzong, Marsha, Joy Glue, Uranus, and now it's Terizla. So there is no straightforward answer to what he might play next.
And you also can say the same over side of Irman as well, the John Wick himself, right? Like the Beatrix, the Fury, and then there's also like there's this one game he played against the Red Giants. He pulled out a Harry for God's sakes. Right? So yeah, so he's a very versatile. Everybody for the side of RGPH knows what they need to do in their own specific role, and they execute it to the T. They allow this time around. Remember in game number 1, Demon Kai wasn't able to show because Nate's nuts is just literally right there stealing all the show. Demon Kai this time around, as the Martis, actually goes around dunking people, and don't forget, he got the first blood at the same time. It allows him to snowball even quicker.
And this is the good thing about RGPH, right? Like we can name a few of their players who actually perform and do their role well and become so annoying on all across the map. But the opposite when it comes to RGSG is like, oh, Diablo does well. Okay, they have an okay game. Despite the loss, it was an okay game for them. So it's still very, very dependent on Diablo. As for Buji, second game, honestly, still we need more games to really see what he can pull.
I truly agree with you to a certain extent, right? Like I feel like RGSG is literally going through a bit of a suffering in my opinion, because no Roy and then also no coach at the same time. They're still trying to look for a good replacement for Sander Lucas or be it Kuja at the same time. So they're really digging into their pockets trying to find a replacement right now. And unfortunately for SPS, it's happening in between. So there's not a lot of time for RGSG to replace their talent. And evidently from here, you can see the importance of a coach really brings a lot of things onto the table in the tournament.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, it's not only about the drafting, it's also about like, okay, how do we execute certain things? What do we train in the build up towards this tournament? Analyzing the opponents as well, because you cannot expect the players to do everything. Like the players will need to focus onto their own gameplay and the team's competition gameplay. And if you load them with too much info, like okay, needing to know about like the opponent's strats and how to counter draft and all that, then that becomes a little bit of an overload for the players. So hopefully RSGSG, they can overcome it. I know it's a big challenge.
Big challenge.
It is. And all the other teams, I believe they do come with their own coaches. So yeah, I mean, they are behind.
I know I'm just coping. I'm also hoping, but there's always hope, right? For the Singaporean fans back at home at the same time, you know, Diablo still performs. He still bites with the Paquito. Man, we haven't seen him going on the Paquito all the way since like season 2 or season 3. I can't exactly remember already because that was donkey years ago. But here you go. Let's take a look at the stats for game number 2.
All right. So looking over at the stats.
Where's my Diablo?
Oh, okay. He's missing again. Now he's Buji's brother. Yeah.
Okay.
But Lucia
But anyways,
I guess it's a tankier build by him this time. But they don't have an answer to Terizla. So they still don't have the dominance ice anywhere.
I don't think it's about the dominance ice, right? I think it's just the fact that he needs to focus about not getting busted down. The only way that you don't get busted down is to build armor, is to build HP, right? Which he desperately needs, because if you take a look at all the time, whenever, you know, Light goes fishing, there's Lucian QT right there, and he gets busted down even before you blink, and then all of a sudden RGSG doesn't really have frontline anymore. Diablo cannot frontline. Diablo is technically like a pseudo fighter assassin that wants to go for the backline. So RGSG is in the pickle.
And Bray, 7 kills onto him. I guess he didn't go for the tanky build. He went for the damage build instead, but he couldn't secure the damage that he would have wanted. Whereas on the other side, so Aqua, perfect game, no kills for him this time. I mean, he hasn't been killed once. So like what you said, how he positioned himself with the real world manipulation is on point, and I guess the stats don't lie.
Yeah, not just that, right? That's an interesting build coming from Iman, right? That's a Blade Hypostes, you know, when you know your Beatrix is a hit, when she ignores the Wind of Nature, goes in for Blade Hypostes. You know that Beatrix is so ahead, and that allows him to basically snipe and just like 150% any single hero that RGSG throw at Iman.
Ooh, and interestingly, Demon Kite, a lot of defensive build there. I mean, we have the Guardian Helmet there, we have the Immortality, but he still can strike down 10 kills for himself.
Yeah, I mean, Decimation dunks, right? That's how he does it. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the damage dealt done by both of these two teams. You can see, like, Nat's actually doing quite well. Just, you know, the AoE presence right there. But if you look at on the other side of the RGSG, Oki is the one doing most of the damage.
Yeah, Oki. Yeah, no surprises that Oki is doing most of the damage. I mean, it's a marksman at the end of the day, but the damage wasn't enough at the end, unfortunately, to really be objective of taking those kills. And you probably have like Demon Kai has been tanking a lot of it. Probably even Nats have been tanking a lot of it just because of how their builds are. So they kind of like soaked up a lot of that damage and not allowing Oki to land those kills as much as he would have wanted.
Yeah, and not to also mention, if you take a look at the bottom side, most of them is RGPH except for the sandbag, which is Lucian QT. Yeah, my dude has gotten picked up over and over again by Light, and then after that he gets busted down, right? But of course, you know, Rich Guy, Iman, most of the damage dealt actually is done by Aqua instead, 81k damage, and of course, Forgotten What, still Aqua. How do you do most of the damage, yet still gets most of the assists?
Yeah, well, I guess that's where he steals away the kills away from Iman. But yeah, damage to tower. Hang on a second. Okay, I was expecting Diablo to be like the top one, but I think that number is supposed to be for him like the 8,000, because he was doing a lot of work at the bottom lane, trying to take down the first tower.
Yeah, exactly. I see you wearing his boxing gloves, just literally punching the wall, right? Sorry, punching the tower, right? Just punch, and then he's creating a lot of space on the other side of the map. But then again, the rotation done by Diablo is great. But then again, it's not enough to pull RGPH over to his side of the map to basically deal with him, because RGPH knows they just need Diablo is out of position. They just need to deal with the 4 because they're entering the fight with a 4v5.
Yeah, I remember there was at some point he was pushing the top lane all on his own. Like you mentioned that, he was playing a solo game and all that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, his other teammates couldn't sustain long enough, and they would take it out one by one. That allowed RCPH to okay, we don't need to worry about the top lane. We already got it in the bag, so we just push it through. But here is our MVP, Lights, getting it to start.
Shining the light this time around, taking the spotlight literally for game number 2. Taking a look at the emblems, pure support emblems, a lot of movement speed, put yourself together, and focusing mark. This is the key recommended emblem, in my opinion, for any Kaja players like there. And of course, all you Kaja lovers out there would definitely love the fleeting time.
Oh, but after this, we're going to speak to one of the members of RSGPH, and we're going to speak to Iman after this. So he was the MVP for round number 1, but for round number 2, well, his other teammates got it. And just for the record though, this in the Snapdragon Pro Series, this is Light's first MVP award.
Yeah, finally, right? I mean, Roma lives do matter, and Roma actually does a lot of things. Everybody plays around the Roma, so I'm really glad that I got the spotlight.
Yeah, I'm a Roma player myself as well, so I'm glad to see my fellow Roma brethren get some mention here. We don't always get enough flow.
Hey, but there you go. You see, Light is just every time when a Divine Judgment is up. Okay, I think this is the one. Oh no, he didn't botch that one up, but it was the fight before that botched that one up. And you can see how, Light is always there. Once the Divine Judgment is up, play the pickoff. And in their roster, they do have enough damage to burst anybody that locked down. But even if that doesn't work, there's still the focusing mark to help to add on the amount of damage that his team does against RGS.
Yeah, I believe there was only once during the early game that he missed his flicker, Divine Judgment. But other than that, it's all on point. He got the right target as well. And whoever he Divine Judgment on to, his teammates are there to follow up. So it's not I just Divine Judgment for the sake of doing it. It's he ensures that his teammates are around him to play with it.
Yeah, of course, this is RSGPH we're talking about, right? If it's other teams that you see in other tournaments, I've seen Kajas just Divine Judgment one person, nobody follow up, right? But this RSGPH, they're really strong and they follow up the communication on point at the same time. So RSGPH, gotta look at other games, unfortunately, but RSGPH looking very strong going into SPS.
Yeah, so this is a 2-0 win for RSGPH versus RSGSG. So starting off their campaign real well here with the win. And again, we are looking for our top 3 to move on to the next round. So with a 2-0 clean win like that, it puts them in pole position.
Yeah, and don't forget, the stakes are high, right? Even though this is still a round robin, you do have some sort of wiggle room, but losing your first series definitely hurts you, because that's one less chance for you to get into top 3, and also gonna hurt your chances to play during the offline in the venue as well.
Oh yeah, that is where all the players would want to aim for, right?
Definitely.
The money is one, the glory is one, but of course you want to be at a big stage. But ladies and gentlemen, now that we're done with both RSG Brothers game, we're going to move on to match number 2 later on. It's going to be Hour of Fire versus Esports Legend next.
Yeah, and apart from that, there's also going to be a slight of a rematch. There's a bit of a grudge match happening in match number 3, but this time around, no Roy, no Kuja. Of course, don't forget, this is not the only 3 matches that we'll be showing. There's also another match coming up as well, which is I believe that's the Toad one going up against BRN Esports. That's correct.
So we're gonna speak to one of the players from RG PH, and we're gonna have a word with Iman. So let's head on to the interview, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course, man, I'm a gold laner myself, so I'm really glad to see Mr. John Wick right here. Hey, Iman, what's up?
Hello.
Hello. How are you feeling going up against RSG SG?
It's good that we can win against them.
what's the thought process picking carry in game number 1?
Because I have no more marksman because they ban it. That's why I pick carry.
Right. Right. So we saw that you guys. Oh man. Yeah. So we saw you guys really target ban Diablo. Like, is that part of the plan? Like, to you, is it Diablo is the key, or do you have something else in mind?
Yeah. Diablo is their strongest player, I think, because unique hero.
You know, like that's a indirect like a validation when someone starts to target your hero, right? But apart from that, I remember you also got targeted right there, right, in game number 1. You're forced to pick the carry as well. But now, I just want to ask more about like the behind the scenes thing, right? Both of you guys are from RSGSG. Do you guys often scream with each other?
No. We always scream against Indo. Yeah. Against Indo team.
Oh, so that. Oh, so basically this is the one of the few times you guys get to play against each other. I see. Yeah.
Okay, so coming into this tournament, right, the Snapdragon Pro Series. So, what is your target for this tournament, and what do you have to say to the fans after that?
My target in this tournament, we just want to get the champion, and to RSGPH fan, thank you for supporting us. Yeah, so.
All right, thank you very much, Iman, the fellow gold laner myself. Of course, thank you very much.
You.
You're amazing, by the way. That was just like triple kill right there. Blew all of our minds right there on the custom desk. Thank you very much, Iman. We'll hope to see you next time, and please wait so that we get to interview you again. All right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Man, I love the fact that we get to interview these players, Sir Cloud, because like it gives you a lot of these insights. I didn't know that RSG doesn't really scream against RSGSG, so yeah, I think that is kind of telling, especially going to the first series of the day.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of siblings don't want to share their toys. You know, it's like my toys is my toys, your toy, you got your own toys, you enjoy it. Not gonna do that. Yeah.
No, we're fighting for to play on a PlayStation, right? Like you only got one PlayStation. There's only one controller, and the two brothers are just fighting for it.
Yeah, and the younger brother's controller will always be disconnected, but he'll still be pressing the buttons. Yeah.
Oh, no. For my case, the younger brother always wins.
Oh. Well, in this case, the younger brother is RGSG, I guess. Now, gotta check back the history books.
But of course, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, that was the first series of the day for you, RSGPH. Congratulations, that was a 2-0 as well. So I feel like we also do have a few organizations that's also helping us to give you the best show of the day. Don't forget, this time around, instead of having one stream, we're giving you 3 streams, right? You get to watch all 3 jam-packed action, and you need that energy to watch all 3 at the same time. To fuel up, we have Monster Energy Drink. Unleash that beast. Check out the link down below to find out more information. And personally, I am an energy drink enjoyer myself.
Yeah, please send him like cartons or lorries of it, because yeah, he'll be more than happy. But speaking about sending, you need the best and world class to send your parcels. That is the DHL that's together with us. Thank you so much. And you guys can stand a chance to win 5,000 euros. Just check out the FreeBot Dash Cup. Take part now at the link below. And this is basically a game that you can download on your phone. And if you get into the top leaderboard, you stand a chance to win that amount of money. I mean, 5,000 euros just to play at the comfort of your home.
That's right. You can be an aspiring esports player as well at the comfort of your home and stand a chance to walk away 5,000 euros. Thank you very much, DHL. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the first series of the day. Do stay tuned because we got more coming up next. We've already teased what's upcoming, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next should be EVOS going up against Aura Fire, right?
Yes, it's going to be EVOS Legends and Aura Fire. I mean, the 2 Indonesian teams going up against each other is going to be huge. And like what you said, rivalry definitely between these 2. So it's going to be interesting. So do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because we will be taking a little bit of a short break. We'll be seeing you guys after this one.
passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the tank emblem. By upgrading the tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard Talents Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minthithar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank emblem. By upgrading the Tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter emblem. By upgrading the Fighter emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try, but never find it. Someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try, but never find another me. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know you need, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try, but never find someone who's vibing. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try, never find another me.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Finals. We are here with not with the best of the best, 6 teams from the challenge season, 6 teams invited, and here I am getting ready to get into the next best of 3. My name is Husky, and alongside me is, of course, Sir Cloud.
Given towards RSGPH, who went up against RSGSG. So the two brothers, well, they settled it with I think it's the elder brother actually winning. But next, it's going to be the two Indonesian teams, EVOS Legends and Aura Fire coming up next. And Aura Fire, they are on fire, especially Van.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been able to witness some of the games from Aura Fire when they were playing in the challenge group stage. And personally, for me, I feel like I am more than ready to tackle this best of 3 because for you guys, we're having your fair share of fun casting both the RSG teams. I cooked up myself 2 packets of Indomie before this Indonesian matchup. So I'm so ready to see how Aura Fire takes on EVOS Legend because EVOS Legend, long history in terms of the team. You know, they were the very first M Series World Champion, 4 or 5 years ago, but here we are now in a new era. And judging by how Aura Fire has evolved throughout time, I want to see them put up a fight against EVOS Legend.
Yeah, speaking about a new era, right? So the last time we saw EVOS Legends in a competitive setup is during the MSC, and unfortunately it wasn't a strong run for them towards the end. They started off well, but towards the end it was kind of iffy for them. Whereas for Aura, and on top of that as well, they had a roster change between MSC and today's tournament. But for Aura Fire, they stuck through their same lineup, so a little bit more stability there theoretically. But for EVOS Legends and their new roster change, maybe they can come up with a surprise.
Oh, I definitely want to see how surprising it's gonna be because most importantly is to see how EVOS Legends, how this new era can kind of stand up to Aura Fire. But of course, for Aura Fire, we've talked about them, we've seen many of their games, we've seen them evolve. But let's see how EVOS Legends are gonna be looking at for this challenge season. Same region, but most importantly is to uphold their reputation as the invited team from Indonesia.
Yeah, so invited team, that means a lot more expectation for them since they directly went into this stage, right? But again, this is going to be a new lineup for them. So Fluffy and Hijume are the changes in this lineup. I guess that kind of makes sense as well after their towards the end performance during the MSC series. So hopefully we'll be able to see a better performing EVOS Legends this time. But they are going up against Fiery, Our Fire, who has been doing well in recent times, even in other tournaments as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at their record and getting to the challenge finals and getting to this point, right? Obviously, enough said that the fact that they are here means that they have qualified from the challenge stage. But then you look at the record of the challenge stage is not the most clear cut, right? Because they finished their group that time, Group C, I believe, 2-0. They basically won every single series that they needed to play. And then when we look at and then they didn't have to play the last slot decider, which I think is the best case scenario for the Aura Fire as a team. They had to go on up against Blacklist International. They had to play against Bigatron Alpha. Those are not easy teams to overcome. So the fact that they made it here means that this team has something to prove.
Yeah, with lesser games to play, meaning that they have lesser exposure of their strats, of their drafts. So this will be a little bit more advantage towards Aura Fire. But speaking about Aura Fire, I'm going to introduce them to all of you. It's going to be the same lineup: Palevi, Van, Reza, Kabuki, and Hai. So we'll be rolling onto the VT very, very soon. So ladies and gentlemen, introducing to all of you, Aura Fire.
There it is, Aura Fire, the team that overcame a lot of the odds to get to this point of beating some of the best teams that we have ever seen in the Mobile Legends realm, including Blacklist, right? A renowned team, Kimura, Van, Sin, Kabuki, and Hai. And here they are. I think this is a very huge milestone for them. The fact that the first team that they're going up against is going to be Esports Legends is kind of like the skill check, right? If they can get past this hurdle, I think that Aura Fire are going to be in a very good state. Will they make it to top 6? I feel like the chances are kind of still up in the air. We have a lot of great contenders, but Esports Legend can be a good stepping stone.
Yeah, even like our fellow casters as well talked about how good Van as a player is. Lancelot is his common pick. In fact, he picked it 4 times in the previous series with a 100% win rate. So gotta keep it out there. Expect that to be banned based on the stats as well. But other than that, he can still play like the Fedrin. He can play the Bane as well. It's just that the win rate is not as high as they would have expected. But speaking about high, we got high in the lineup as well. One of the original remaining members of Aura Fire, who normally plays the Kadita a lot, plays the Kufa, Novaria, and as well as Kaja and Arlan.
Yeah, I think, you know, we saw a bit of flexibility from this team as well, right? I want to touch on the Lancelot point just a little bit. When you look back at the challenge stage and kind of that Group C run towards here, you pointed it out earlier on, all 4 games, all 4 of them had Lancelot in it. You know, all 4 Lancelot games across played by Van, and they won every single one of it. And I do wonder if this is going to kind of prompt Esports Legends to show a bit more respect towards this Lancelot pick, because clearly it kind of is the key to Aura Fire winning their games, you know, controlling the jungle, taking these team fights. And Esports Legend, if they shut it down, maybe it would bring us to that second scenario where you pointed out earlier on, Van playing something like a Fredrin, like a Bane, giving Esports Legends some of their loophole to kind of attack.
Yeah, this could be like the similar storyline, like RSG SG, right? Like Diablo, you take out Khalid, you take out Badang, then he gets a little bit iffy. So I worry that it might be the same case for Van as well. You take out the Lancelot, maybe you take out the Fedrin or the Bane, or I would say primarily the Lancelot, right? Then how are they going to adapt to this? What are they going to do? So this will be the test of flexibility for Aura Fire themselves. But besides that, do keep an eye on Kabuki. Kabuki has been playing very safe marksman. Beatrix has been the top pick. Pick it 3 times before. If it's not the Beatrix, it's the carry. If not the carry, then it's the Claw. Basically, this top 3 marksman is one of the most common marksmen across anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you can kind of toss into Melissa, right? If we ever go down that list. Melissa, at the start, I believe, of the Open Finals, was a very, very popular pick. I think towards the end of Season 1, it was a super popular pick. And now it's kind of fallen off a bit. We are seeing a lot more Claude. We are seeing so much more Beatrix, because when you reach that late game, Beatrix is kind of that, you know, be-all, end-all factor. And I do wonder if that is going to be the case going into the series. For Kabuki, when you're running these kind of marksmen, I firmly believe that when you're playing something like a Claude, that's where you kind of have to emulate what RSG Philippines did just now, right? You have a losing matchup. How do you play into it? And in this case, I think that for Aura Fire is a question that they need to answer themselves. And it could be a point of attack for Esports Legends as well. If you have a goal laner that is very reliant on getting himself going early on, and maybe Esports Legends can abuse that.
And too bad Ixia is not available for pick in this tournament since it's a new hero. I noticed that you've been liking Ixia a lot.
Oh yeah.
What's your thought about like the new hero?
Oh wait, you see me play it? I mean, Ixia, I personally feel like, you know, it is a very unique hero. I think the mechanics itself, right? And me and Jace, actually, we had a conversation off broadcast. We were discussing like, so in the future, when Ixia is available for competitive, how do you build her as a hero, right? How could you make her effective? And I do feel like compared to the meta marksman right now, she is not there yet. I think she still gets outclassed by what the Claude can do, gets outclassed by Beatrix in the late game, still gets outclassed by a carry in the late game. It puts her in a very weird position, because a big chunk of her damage comes from the passive, comes from being able to actually hit people with attack speed to apply those on-hit effects. But also, she becomes stationary when you use that ultimate. So I think she's in a very weird position. But I also feel like it's a good thing because we don't have the scenario of like, oh, it's a new hero, she's busted, she's ruining everyone's game. This is a hero that's in a good spot, and it will take some time for people to figure out how good she is.
Yeah, I played against a couple of Ixias as well in my game, and I noticed that just as a start, it does look like, oh, really sexy, like you can hit a lot of targets at one go. But because of Ixia being very stationary, you just need to sidestep, and then it's easy to go to the back line just to target it. And Ixia will be like still standing there.
Yeah, there are a couple of tips that you can apply with Ixia though that I find really interesting. So her abilities, right, they apply the passive. So, you know, every 3 hits, you siphon the target's HP. But at the same time, let's say that if you somehow apply, max stacks to, let's say, 2-3 multiple targets, your next attack is going to siphon HP from all 3 of them and do damage to all 3 of them as well, which is pretty interesting. I think it's a mechanic that I think makes Ixia, you know, you can catch people off guard when you are in these multi-hero team fights, and you can flicker while you're in the ultimate form. So even though you're stationary, you can kind of reposition yourself, kind of like Farsa with the feather airstrike. But at the same time, I also want to hear what Twitch chat has to say, right? Maybe about Ixia, but most importantly about the teams, because I personally feel like Aura Fire is in a good spot, but maybe Twitch chat would disagree. So guys, cast a prediction down below. Let us know if you think Aura Fire is going to win this, or will EVOS Legend emerge victorious.
Ooh, Aura Fire and EVOS Legends. Okay, so between these two matchups, right? So for me personally, I predicted Aura Fire to win this, and that's because of they have a better track record overall, at least in recent time, against EVOS Legends, who came off a lose streak during the MSC, and they had to do a revamp of their lineup. So there's to a certain extent, there is a level of an area of unknown for EVOS Legends because of their change of their lineup. But based on the stats currently, it's not looking good for them. So they're not carrying the momentum just yet. So hence, that's why I kind of pick Aura Fire, just based on the recent performances of the two teams. How about you? What do you think of your prediction between the two?
I actually went for Aura Fire as well, but I also kind of feel like we are most likely going to get a full series. I think it would be a disservice, right, if we don't get a full 3 game, because as much as EVOS Legends, they are coming off kind of a slightly underwhelming track record, it still doesn't take away the fact that this team has had their glory days, and I do want to see them take this to a full 3 games. And if we do get there, I really don't care too much if Aura Fire wins or EVOS Legend wins at the end. I just want to see a full 3 games because I think they deserve that full series.
Honestly, my prediction as well, I did put it as a 2-1. So I do expect that this will be a very close matchup, a 2 series. But speaking about like EVOS Legends, right, and the history of being the first world champions in M1 back in the day, Donkey played then.
Oh yeah.
Donkey played that. And fun fact, why I mentioned Donkey is because he is going to be one of the KOLs that will make a in-person appearance at the main event later on. So for those of you, especially close by, if you happen to be in Jakarta, you don't want to miss out. You get to meet some of these amazing legendary players there as well. So grab your tickets online.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things to look forward to, right? This week itself is going to be a good week, a freaking good week for Mobile Legends alone. We get 3 different streams of the group stage to find kind of like teams that's going to qualify for the playoffs. And at the same time, when we head to the playoffs, you get to see these players play in the flesh. You get to see your favorite talents commentate the games in the flesh. And most importantly, you get to gather at the venue where M4 was held less than a year ago, and kind of breathe in the air a little bit. I mean, I was able to attend M4 and I love the environment. So the fact that this is happening at the same venue is just an exciting time for Mobile Legends.
All right, so great that you point out about you attending in person, right? And you attend as a viewer, so you were in the crowd as well, right? So
I was in the crowd.
Yeah, so maybe share with us your experience. Like, how was it there with the Indonesian fans? I know they're insane there.
Oh yeah, I think insane is an understatement. These guys are out of their mind, because if you have been to any LAN events where Indonesian team is playing, especially for Mobile Legends, right, their fans are supportive. And when I say supportive, these are ride or die fans. The teams have their own chant. The teams have people holding their flags, their banners, people custom making banners that list out their previous achievement, the trophy designs, everything, merchandise. I do not know how people kind of come together and coordinate all of this, but they have a theme song, they have a theme chant, they have everything. And when you are in that environment and you just hear these fans show up, I think as a player, it's very empowering. And I think as a viewer, depending on which side you're on, if you're on the same side, you feel very, very empowered. But if you're on a team that doesn't have the same fan base, you are going to feel absolutely intimidated just because of how crazy they are. And I think it's a good thing, right? It really shows that people are super passionate about the game. They're very passionate about their favorite players. And it is going to continue, allow everyone to grow together as a community.
Yeah, I totally believe in the fans first. So yeah, that is definitely the thing. So for you guys out there, support your favorite team. Do show up at the main event later on. But speaking about our predictions, okay, here we go.
Oh, there it is.
All right. So, Jace, he's being a special one today.
Yeah, it's hard to go against him. We're from a different country, so sorry, Jace, I'm selling out this time. Me and Claude, we stick together. We're going for the 2-1 Aura Fire. But I think, talking to Jace a little bit, I'm pretty sure he has his own reasons, right? I was able to ask him. I think I say something along the lines of I think Aura Fire has a good chance, and he was like, no, Evo's Legend's gonna win this. So I want to see. He didn't justify it. That's the thing. He didn't fully justify it. He just went Evo's Legend's gonna win this whole thing. I just received a screenshot, and Jace was like, no, I voted Aura Fire 2-0. So too bad, Jace. I think you got sold out by production. So you gotta stick with that. We'll deal with it later on. But the main point is that I think going into this, Aura Fire, based on track record alone, based on Challenge season, I think they're in a very solid spot. With that being said though, I still feel like Evo's Legend has a good chance. But you gotta start with the draft, right? Are you gonna be looking at ban? Are you going to be taking out the Lancelot in that first phase? Because not many teams opt for that first phase ban.
Yeah, Lancelot is not normally your first phase ban kind of thingy, but that also means that it allows Aura Fire to pick the Lancelot. But you know what? I had a thought to answer on Jay's behalf, why did he pick EVOS Legend? Because EVOS technically has a Singapore connection. So, it's Singapore sort of thing. So that's why he's just putting it up there, I guess. 2-0. But I think it's going to be a tough fight, though, not going to lie. And even if EVOS Legends wins, I'll be like, okay, yeah, cool. Because I think it's really going to be a tight one between the two.
Oh, yeah. I again, right, I think that, this is something that I think a lot of people probably don't want, our production probably doesn't want to hear too much, right? Which is a long day, long game. Me, I love long game. I love it when we go the whole way. And guess what? We're going to start it off with the draft. It's going to be, again, between Aura Fire and EVOS Legends. And right off the bat, we see that Fanny banned out by EVOS Legends, Joy taken out by Aura Fire.
Ooh, okay. So here's the debate, right? Whether Lancelot will be banned out or not, very, very unlikely as a first phase ban. But besides the Lancelot, for EVOS Legends, Aura Fire needs to be careful of Taz. So Taz also favors the Lancelot, but he also favors, other than that, he loves his Fedrin, he loves his Fanny, but it's all banned out. He loves his Fedrin, he loves the Link. He has even played Baxia as well. So kind of like a pattern of he likes those kind of heroes that has a lot of mobility, the ability to just go across the map in a quick match.
Yeah, we see the Evo taken out by Evo's side as well. Again, on the other end, the Angela being banned out. I think that was also the same ban that we saw from RSGPH when they went up against RSG Singapore. Another question is, right, does the Lancelot still fit in the first phase? I personally don't think that will be the case anymore because the Fanny was prioritized. I think right now you are going down the list of what you want to ban out in the first phase. I know that in Indonesia, I know that outside of Malaysia, Singapore at least, the Kaja in that tier 1 scene is more generously being let go from the bans. So I wonder what EVOS Legends happen.
I guess if I was EVOS Legends, I would also kind of want to ban out the iffy ones. I was about to say Arlot, because Arlot is very flexible. You can play it either in a jungle, or you can play as a roam because High has played that before. So they don't want to go through the headache of like, okay, well, what kind of unlock are they going to play? So they might as well just ban it.
Yeah, that it's gonna put Orify in a pretty interesting spot. So you have the Joy and the Angela ban. Again, I have Valentina, Farsa. There are a lot of options that they can kind of go for right now. I think when you look at first pick material, right, we've seen a couple of that Fredrin. I think Lancelot first pick is slightly rarer because when we look back at the Open Finals, at least in the tier 2 side, game like Euphoria, these guys, they love Lancelot first pick. In this case, I don't think that will be the case. Farm is being banned out. That was a hero that I think Orify themselves do pick for Sin every now and then.
I'm actually kind of surprised they banned out the Farmis because Farmis recently has been nerfed. That his Ulta's cooldown is very, very long now. And I don't think it will be a hot pick throughout the tournament. So I don't know if this will be like a wasted pick or is there some sort of strategy to they pick off. But Valentina, very, very safe early pick, like what Jace mentioned. So with the Valentina on one side, we might see a Farsa or Yves being one of the early picks on the other side. But don't be surprised if we do see even like a Kadita mid as well.
That could be an option, right? I think again, right, Kadita is a very, very strong flex pick. We've seen it plenty of times. Paquito picked up as well. I think Jace, he did tell me we had a bit of a conversation prior to that, and Paquito, you get more shield with for your first ability, so that's gonna give you a lot more sustain in lane. But these 1v1 duels get slightly deadlier when you're up against Paquito. Cloud also picked up by Orify.
Ooh, okay. So this still allows Orify to either pick like a Yves or a Farsa at least, and definitely it will not be counter pick on since they already have the Valentina. So instead, they might want to consider to go for the Lancelot is still open though. So looking at the current condition, maybe this is an opportunity for Esports to actually pick the Lancelot for Dash.
Yeah, I feel the same as well. I think that if you are on the side of Orify, right, you do slightly lock yourself out of the Lancelot, because if you pick the Lancelot right now, you are telling Evos that, alright, this Paquito is going into the XP lane, it takes away the entire kind of flex factor. So Uranus and the Kaja is going to be picked up by the side of Evos Legends, and now we're going to have a bit of the issue with the current draft right now. The Frostlight gets picked up for the side of Orify, but in the early to mid phase, I'm looking for someone to deal with Fluffy, and there's no one to deal with him at this time.
Yes, can you imagine Fluffy with the real world Fluffy will be able to combo really well together with like a Claude or maybe even like a Beatrix. Okay, alright, so now I'm thinking about combos, right? So since we have the Kaja with a pull, I would say Kaja, if he's able to pull one back, maybe Claude would be the good one to just delete someone from the Land of Dawn. So that could be a consideration for Orify to ban out.
They do ban out the Franco on the side of Evos Legends, so you don't have this interesting interaction where your Kaja tries to kidnap someone and gets kidnapped instead by the Franco. But the Leslie ban for Orify, that one I'm trying to figure out what was the reason. They're also banning out the carry, so they're banning tank shredders, which means that for the roam role Orify, they're looking at something that is incredibly tanky that you can't go through. I mean, I'm looking at something like maybe the Kufra could be a good choice since you do have the Valentina. You can stop. What is this in the tank department? I feel like Kufra is the one that I can think of. Maybe the Akai, we've seen that being picked up. Prior, I think it's MPL Indonesia itself. There it is, Kufra getting banned out by Evos Legends, so they read it right.
So they still have another option though. So another common one that Orify has picked is a Glue to play as the tank role. If not a Glue, then maybe a Lapu Lapu, but they will also give away like some of the position of Hero especially. So we can see the next pick here just to be sure. Oh yeah, the Fedrin. Almost forgot about that. Fedrin can play the tank build as well.
Yeah, of course. And that so I think at least there's an alternative, right? It still opens up kind of the roam role for the side of Orify. You're gonna have the Fredrin in the junk. Fredrin is still going to be a potential flex. It really does come down to what Evos Legends want to go for the jungler, which they will have to review right now. So I think Aura Fire, they still have some reservations for that final pick. Normally you don't see too much teams put that roam at the end. But for Evo's Legend, they're going to go for a safer opener. They're going to have the Martis in the jungle, Brody in the gold lane, just so you can just absolutely bully the ball.
I do worry about them managing the Uranus though. Paquito will play a very important role in managing the Uranus, and Paquito has to be able to lock him down as much as possible. And if Paquito fails to lock down the Uranus, I worry that we might see a repeat of EVOS PH again coming soon.
I do agree. I mean, we've seen Nats do it with Uranus. We've seen him do it with Charizla. The Novara roam. I think this is something that when Novara was first released, right, a lot of people put her in mid. I personally play her in the middle lane most of the time, but you can bring her to roam because she does have very good abilities to check brushes. Her passive Star Trail is very great because it allows all of her Astral Spears to reveal brushes, right? She has long range skills to check with the Astral Recall to do so as well. So if you want to avoid Kaja, you want to avoid these kind of ganks, yeah, Novara is a pretty good choice, but she does have her weaknesses. Mobility is her biggest weakness. She has no means of escaping.
Except for if you're smart enough to play through the walls, right? But the scary part is that the opponent has a Kaja. So Kaja, Flickering, Divine Judgment, and if that becomes the first target, it's easily deleted because as a mage, the amount of life is not as much. But ladies and gentlemen, let's head on to game number 1 between EVOS Legends and Aura Fire.
Oh, so exciting if you are an Indonesian fan. I think that looking at the record of Aura Fire, once more they've come so far. And the format itself for Snapdragon is so interesting, right? Because you have teams that earn their right in the top 12 just by being good in their domestic scene, and then you have teams that have to earn it and kind of fight through the other teams who are struggling for the same spot. And here we have Aura Fire, both for the junglers starting on lateral jungle, no contest. I was expecting maybe Dreams going to get into the jungle and kind of disrupt Fan a little bit, but he's going to try and protect the Smartest and give him a good head start.
Okay, so at least at the bottom we can see that there's some management onto a Fluffy, but to a certain extent it seems that Fluffy is still 50-50 though, but at least it's better than the last time we saw Uranus being played. But we might see a first blood really soon at the mid lane as everyone's gathered there moving towards the top.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you are Kimura, right, you can't really man-fight Fluffy because you have the Brave Smite, and now they're going to come in for a gang instant decimate at level 4, first blood for cast.
Oh, there you go. So with Fluffy having some help. Oh, but speaking about help, Brands managed to flicker away, so he's okay for now. But I think one of the key areas would still be the bottom lane, with Fluffy being there, and now he's gotten a little bit of help to win the lane. And if he continues to snowball, that entire bottom lane will be dominated by EVOS Legends.
And again, right, Fluffy have Brave Smite, so every time you trade against him, he's going to heal because he's Uranus, and he's going to heal because of Brave Smite. And he's already hit level 4. Kimura is still at 3, he only has the Quantum Charge, so I don't see a universe where he can just man-fight this Uranus. Van is going to find him, but it's a Fredrin. Meanwhile, look at Kimura, he's kind of stuck underneath the tier 2. They're going to try and finish him off as high. And Van, what are they going to do against Fluffy? Nothing. And Kimura gets given up. It's an 0-2 for the Paquito as the turtle stolen away by Van. A consolation prize for Aura Fire.
Yeah, at least they got something there. So the goal gap is not that big now. It's about a 500 difference, where it was 300 at some point. But look at the movement again by Fluffy. I'm keeping my eye on Fluffy because I really want to know how will Aura Fire manage this Fluffy now that he has some level of control on the lane. But if they were to just send Kimura down onto him, then Kimura is locked into Fluffy. Who else is going to go in and take the fight on the backline, especially with the fact that Hijume will be there at the backline to dish out damage. Brand will be there as well. So there's no one else to be able to jump on behind.
Yeah, there really is no one, honestly. But you can see the entire Ghost Shield has already been depleted, like 2.5 minutes in on the bottom side. We saw that as the Astral Echo from high just to check the brush. And that's what the Novara is going to be doing for the rest of the game, just constantly checking these areas to make sure they don't get anyone kidnapped. And I say that Van is going to get dragged by with Divine Judgment. The artillery comes in from Sin, but it's not enough as Taz almost takes down Hyde. Now he's isolated. Sin can be placed for the trade back as Hyde escapes through the wall with the Astral Recall. So a 1-for-1 as Kimura shows up, not finding anyone.
Oh, Hijime flickered at the right timing as Kimura came to the top. Luckily, he still have that in hand. But that also means that Kimura, he was distracted, so he had to leave the bottom lane, and now he's going back down. But just look at Kimura as well as a Fluffy. Again, these two just doing pretty much mirroring each other on either side of the map. But there seems to be a lot more commitment from Aura Fire onto Fluffy, so that will open up more space for the top lane, especially Brands to farm.
And I think another problem that they might eventually have to deal with on Aura Fire's side is how are you going to deal with Fluffy when you don't have enough consistent damage, right? That has to come from Kabuki himself. Everyone else is burst. Sinus has burst damage. Kimura is burst damage. Hai is burst damage. Fluffy is just going to heal back up if you can't bring his health down in a steady pace. Aura Fire gathering around this turtle pit as the dance begins.
And you know what? You mentioned about Kabuki, right? So Kabuki's biggest damage dealing skill is going to be the Blazing Duet. And if he uses that onto a Fluffy alone, it's probably not going to be worth it. But we might see a fight in the middle here with the Feather Airstrike turned on. But it's going to be Van securing the turtle again.
Very good just against Aura Fire. There it is.
Ooh.
Astral Recall. Instant meter to the face. Snipe onto Taz. Lovely stuff from Hai. They also took the turtle away. So Aura Fire, despite Kimura having a horrible XP lane experience, they have equalized the goal just because they stole the first turtle and secured the second.
Oh yeah, let's not forget as well, Fluffy can sidestep. So even if you turn on the Blazing Duet onto him, he just sidesteps and he's like, okay, cool. And the Blazing Duet will be wasted. So you need some kind of lockdown to him. So are you going to depend on Dreams to pull out the Divine Judgment onto him? That means 2 outs just onto one Fluffy. And even that you can't guarantee because of his level of tankiness to take him down.
No, I'll tell you what, it will never happen because Dreams and Fluffy are on the same team. Flicker forward from Dreams.
Oh yeah.
Trying to look for Hai, a good reaction with the Flicker. So Novara will escape, but this entire brush out of commission. Hai gonna start checking it with ability, and that's gonna grant vision. He see 3 people of Evil Legends.
Sorry, my brain went brain dead there. So that means, in other words, like how else are you going to lock down Fluffy? Like there's no answer to that. Like it's on theory.
No, it's just Van, right? But even then, it's not enough. Again, Astral Echo is going to be there. Get some vision, get the slow. Some decent chip damage onto Dreams. Aura Fire can't progress right now. You're not able to push any turrets. Kimura, again, you're never going to win the matchup against Fluffy down bottom. And on the other lanes, right, Quad is going to get bullied by the Brody no matter what happens. Van is going to run into 2 of the members, Dreams and Taz with him. Sin will be behind him. Van putting his body forward to force Evil Legends away. But even then, without minion wave, you can't contest the turrets.
And Van is already pretty decent tanky, so they pretty much don't need Fluffy. And right now, Fluffy is in the house, but he will be the first target.
Trying to burst him and Divine Judgment right on time to catch Kimura and finish him off. Van in the front line. Stolen artillery is going to be there. Blazing Duet. Kabuki straight to the back. Echo will be there. Kabuki couldn't finish off in time. 2 of the members of Evo's Legends in the red. Hai, can you get the snipe right in the face of Hijime? He gets it done once more. Aura Fire paying it back 2-fold of the Evo's Legends.
And despite being behind in terms of kill amounts by 1, they are now in front in terms of goal, and that is where it all matters at this point. So look at the current situation. Fluffy has joined in onto the fight. So this was the conversation that I had with Jace earlier on. It's like, okay, how do you counter Uranus? Is to fight fire with fire. Like if Uranus goes on to the back line, clearing off the lanes, you do the same. So they kind of like even up each other. And I think that was what's being done early on by Kimura. But at some point, they need to move away from the lane as well.
Kimura forced to pop his flicker though. The threat of the Divine Judgment was there. Astral Echo again, Hyde giving some info for the team. Evo's Legends are moving 2 more members. Team figures forward. Actually couldn't get a Divine Judgment, and now for the airstrike is dead. Not gonna catch Stream in time. The turret goes down, and that means that Aura Fire has lost the layer of protection. Nothing can be done. Sin and Kimura, they both fall, and it's a double for Taz.
Oh, Taz getting 2 kills there. So now they can focus onto other areas. Coming to the mid lane, that should be the next target, as there's no one there to really take care of it. Fluffy is now roaming around. He's no longer playing that clearing wave sort of role. He's now joining into team fights instead.
By the way, are you looking at his health just now? He got hit by a spell from high, and then his health went back to full within 3 seconds.
Oh.
That's the Fluffy we're dealing with right now. That's the Fluffy that Aura Fire is dealing with.
Oh,
His name might be Fluffy, he's definitely not Fluffy at all. That is not the characteristic of something fluffy.
I guess that will build confidence into Fluffy now that he's at the front, and he will go in first. So now the fight's gonna happen anytime soon, as it's only about 50% more to the Lord.
So the airstrike stolen one from Valentina, using it for the first now. Counter feather airstrike again, Van. Good on the retribution to get the Lord. Mechanic with the fight though, but he's too wet. Where is it? Used already, but doesn't do enough damage. The shutdown will be there from Sin onto Taz, as Fluffy finds himself in the midst of everything. He can do is flick forward, and of course, the Brody Brass also shows up with his own damage. It's 3 for Evo's Legend, and Aura Fire only finds 1.
Ooh, very smart from Evo's Legends to lock down Van at the backline. So taking it out, that means that, their strategy was just to separate out Van, because I guess they know that Van is one of the key players for Aura Fire, and it doesn't matter whether they expand the Divine Judgment to him, that's fine. And it worked out for him. I guess, to summarize it, it's a strategy of like divide and conquer.
Yeah, I mean, again, right, the Frederick, what he wants to do is to stick onto you and consistently just crowd control you again and again and again and again. And when you punch him a bit too many times, he's gonna use the Appraiser's Grasp and slam his sword in the face. But he really hates being displaced. So if you can drag him away, then he's gonna cry a lot. By the way, Kimura just went for the Dominance Ice, and he's 0-5, so Kimura is not gonna be doing much damage. Aura Fire will have to kind of use Kimura as a distraction, right? Just making sure that whenever dreams show up, Kimura is going to kind of mini stun lock him so he doesn't get an instant pull. That's his job right now. He's not going to be assassinating anyone anytime soon.
Yeah, to a certain extent, that's like a mini answer to Fluffy getting the Dominance Eyes. I can totally understand why they went for that. But now the record is that Fluffy has yet to die even once. So I guess that's why they try to do something about that. But is it going to be too late for them? That's going to be the question. Now, let's see. We might get that question answered here.
Liver poke and prod down the bottom. The conceal used as well by Dream. Looking for a target. Can't find it. Still at the flicker back online as well. So gonna be able to go for that ambush once more. And that's why the role of this Novaria is so important, right? You get to kind of check the bushes, and making sure that Evo's Legends, they're not going to be hiding in any dark corners and going for the Divine Judgment, because the later the game goes, one Divine Judgment is all it takes to end the game, just like the Franco Iron Hook.
And you must get the right target though. So I guess among all these right now, the right target, I would say arguably might be Kimura or Hai. I think either one of those would be great. But looking at the top lane right now, Kimura, speaking about him, he's been locked in together with Fluffy. They're playing fire versus fire between the both of them. And Kimura seems to be losing the plot, considering that Fluffy has backup together with him. But at the same time, the bottom lane is being shoved out by the members of Aura Fire, but they don't have enough time.
Honestly, I think that right now what Evo's Legends are doing is fantastic. Well, you're playing towards the weak side of Aura Fire, which is Kimura. You know that there's nothing he can do, so you just constantly bully him. And look at the distribution right now. Kimura is not able to join his team. Aura Fire decides that, you know what, we're just going to pull off the Lord. Let Kimura cut the wave. This is his job right now. He's not winning a 5v5 with us. We want him to play distraction. And Fluffy immediately matches him on the top side. So we're going to have this essential 4v4 around the Lord Pit with Aura Fire just slowly eating away.
Ooh, okay, we might see a fight happening anytime soon. Okay, we do have the flicker, we do have the divine judgment, so he can jump in anytime, but he's waiting for the Lord to go down a little bit more before they make the move. You can see Dreams. Okay, Fluffy's going to come in from the back line.
The Astra use the Jume and Dreams walking out just in time. The Astro Echo is going to be there. They have full vision. Kimura jumps in and massive damage from high as well. The Lord dropping low. Fluffy jumps in, pops the consecration. Will Evil Legend get the Lord right now? Aura Fire looking to rush it down with the retribution again from Van. Accurate as always. Takes the objective. He is 5-0 right now on objective steals.
Oh yeah, I mean perfect run for him so far when it comes to objective stealing. That's why they are still ahead in terms of gold, despite their amount of kills are not as much. And with the Lord pushing it top lane, well, it is still the first Lord, so it can be taken out fairly fast. But if they overcome,
second Lord, my friend, it's the second Lord.
Oh yeah, it's the second Lord already. Okay, so this is push time for Aura Fire.
Yeah, well, we're moving pretty fast, Cloud. I mean, 14 minutes in,
man.
2 Lords already. Aura Fire doing it well on the objective game, and just really good at kind of salvaging Kimura, right? Again, he has had a really rough game so far thanks to the matchup in question. But Aura Fire getting these objectives and making sure that High is always checking all these unknown areas and just preventing Evil Legends from getting any cash. Now, better Astra use as well to push the rest of Evil Legends back. They will get the inhibitor on the top side. Hijumi in the front line. They need some decent damage. Kimura will force him away as look at Kabuki. He's shredding Fluffy, and that's what you want to see with your plot. And Aura Fire continuing this push on the middle lane as well. Evil Legends could not withstand the power of Aura Fire.
Oh, now it's Van's turn to get a Dominance Ice as they will put pressure onto the bottom lane too, while clearing up the jungle at the same time. Fluffy all alone. He has an immortality though, so he's willing to take that risk.
Got the Astra use as well. Dream pinned down against the wall. And that's the project out for 1.5 minutes. The Astro is stolen by Hijumi to use it. But they can't hold a candle to Aura Fire right now. Mid inhibitor has been destroyed. But Evil Legends, they're able to clear out the bottom wave, so Aura Fire will fall back for now.
Yeah, very disciplined gameplay there by Aura Fire. Okay, now checking out the items. Pretty much almost full build for Aura Fire. EVOS Legends about there as well. So the theory, normally the theory is about, okay, if you kind of hit 50k in terms of net worth, it's like by that time the goal doesn't really matter anymore. It's all about how execution happens for the teams and who makes the first mistake.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the Valentina, right? Just full on utility. You have the Immortality, the Athena Shield, Clock of Destiny as well, even the Steel Leggings. So Hijumi is not looking to do massive damage, but he's going to be there to provide the utility that his team needs. Van again, this brick wall of Aura Fire, Sin, found out by Taz, but Taz can't follow out. Suddenly Greens took a massive help, but now the full assault with the Feather Airstrike and the Blazing Duet in combination to take out Dreams for another 30 seconds.
Oh, Taz and showing some face there, but Kimura's opening up the bottom lane, so they're going to do a double pressure now. At the same time, the Lord is going to come up, so looks like Kimura can still stay at the bottom lane, putting pressure. And EVOS Legends will be confused like, okay, do we want to go for the Lord or do we want to try to stop the split push? And either way, it's going to be hard for them to decide as Aura Fire will take advantage of that confusion.
We say we wanted that, steady damage output is necessary to kind of prep Fluffy, right? And Kabuki has delivered on all fronts. Has the Purify, so you can't really use the Divine Judgment on him. He has the Winds of Nature, so you can't really burst him down if you are Brands ready right now. Athena Shield bought by Kabuki also, so magic damage burst, that one is out of the questions. Not that EVOS Legend had much to begin with. As Hijumi did go mostly resistance item. So this third Lord barreling down the middle lane. You get Aura Fire, they're setting up the side waves as well.
You know what, to a certain extent, it feels like Kabuki is like the bait. It's like he's set up for like, you can't do anything to him, but yet he's important to take down just because he's the marksman. That's why we can see that he has yet to secure a kill based on the stats. But this might happen now.
So the Feather Airstrike used, and Aura Fire responds with the authentic one, Aura Fire. Breaking that last inhibitor in the bottom lane. To be the final blow again, the markup is there, Fluffy. Losing the immortality, Van is still alive in the midst of things, finally taken down by Taz. As Fluffy was able to retreat, and Aura Fire, not the time to end the game just yet, but they did leave the base of Esports Legends in ruins.
Wow, very disciplined gameplay there by Aura Fire. The moment they see that, okay, Van is down, okay, let's back out. They know how important Van is to them. I'm just waiting for the right moment where Kabuki gets his first kill because he should be ready by now.
Oh, Kabuki, a weird position to be in, but it seems that no one can stop him. Kabuki is fighting this. Oh, the battle mirror image right there to reposition, but Taz has found him. Kabuki fighting on more than he could chew, and that's Esports Legends' time to pounce. The Winter Trunking used as well by Kimura. Not that it matters though, he still ends up going down and 2 for Esports Legends. Aura Fire did get 2 in return as well, but weird interaction in the jungle.
Unfortunately for Esports Legends, they can't push that because at the top lane, they're being pressured by the minions knocking on their door and they don't have the manpower to really push. And not to mention the damage as well. So that allows Aura Fire to reset themselves and just keep Esports Legends away from their side of the map.
Hey, look at this as a replay, right? You get the Divine Judgment killing on Kimura. Kabuki ambushes them with the Blazing Duet, repositions back into the brush, ends up losing his life, but I suppose they also trade the Brody in return, so it's not the worst scenario, but if you're on Esports Legends side, getting these kills, it's gonna be worth it, right? It's very important when you are delaying the game and you're getting crucial kills on the enemy core.
Yeah, and when they talk about like the theory of when everyone will max out their items is it's about time now. So it's also about now who makes the first mistake or who makes that wrong move, and they'll be countered by the other team. So Aura Fire is also waiting for the right moment as well. But for Fluffy, we can see that he's totally ignored in the middle and right about so. But that also means that they don't have a real answer to Fluffy yet.
Yeah, and that's the only... I mean, Fluffy is doing the best he can, right? That's the lane that, you know, you need to cut as fast as you can because it's the shortest lane on the map. And because Fluffy has been constantly occupying this mid lane, it does allow Esports Legends to get onto the Lord. Taz starting on him, bringing it down to already 35,000 HP. Van's gonna join in his left all alone. His team needs him. He's gonna drag back for the Divine Judgment. Van can he, but can he get to the Appraisal Wrap out in time? Yes, he can! Van staying alive for longer than he should have. And Aura Fire pounces onto Esports Legends. The Tigers could not hold a candle to Aura Fire. The third Lord secured. Immortality popped by Kichume, but there's nothing else left for Esports Legends. Aura Fire with a slow start, and now they strike back with a blaze. 3 dead for Esports Legends, and Aura Fire looks to take game 1.
Oh, and we have to give it to Van, the man. I mean, again, another retribution secured onto the objective. And with that win, they'll definitely close this off. Now, this is going to be the last stage fight here for Esports Legends as Taz will target onto Sin, and Sin, for the last year, have managed to get away.
Nothing that they could do. Aura Fire have definitely done it in this game number 1. Not a glorious comeback, but definitely a great recovery from that early to mid. I mean, it started with Fluffy giving Kimura a world of problems that he just could not solve. But Aura Fire winning on the objective fight, winning on the objective steal. Van, this guy is a force to be reckoned with. 3 turtles, 3 lords, all uncontested. And there was nothing that Esports Legends could do, right? We say Fluffy, his cutting the wave is virtually unkillable. And even then, he was not able to put on the pressure onto Aura Fire.
Yeah, and he is playing a veteran. A veteran is tanky to just walk in, say hi, and just retribution. He just needs to land the right timing. But we did expect that the matchup between these two teams is going to be really, really tight. So we are served with a very tight match. It does at some point look like Esports Legends going to win it, but Aura Fire just too strong. And what I really like about Aura Fire overall is that disciplined gameplay. They know that the moment they lose Van, they just back off and they reset.
And one of the picks that I really want to highlight is the Novaria, right? In that Roman role, the fact that, you know, Pai is utilizing her abilities to kind of constantly get vision for his team is imperative, because you have a Kaja running around the map who's constantly trying to drag you back to his team with the Divine Judgment and a Flicker. Aura Fire has avoided majority of that because they win in the vision game, and that's something that I believe that Jace stresses a lot as well. Whenever you're looking at a team in the back foot, the most important thing is to open up the map, is to find vision, is to find space that you can play around, and Novaria allows that to happen.
And I think what we learned from how to answer to Uranus is number one, early stage of the game is to play with his pace. Like he plays cutting the wave, you play cutting the wave as well. But of course, you need to have the right heroes to do that. Paquito was the right one to do so. Up until the middle stages when Uranus kind of gives up. It's like, okay, nah, this is not going anywhere. I'm just farming the waves, and I'm not taking down any turrets, any objectives. He joins it onto the team fight. That is where you play the by the book of any MOBA. It's just to ignore the tank entirely. And I believe that he only went down like once.
Yeah, I think including immortality, probably, right? He lost like 1 or 2 immortalities in that game. Uranus is like that kid in class that demands attention, right? It's like a lot of online people online. They want your attention. He says something, he does something, he wants you to pay attention to him, and he feels him. But once you start ignoring Uranus, he's like, guys, I'm here. Look at your wave. No one? Okay.
No one?
Let me come and find you, and then you beat him. You beat him up. That's when you beat him up. So Aura Fire doing everything right, but of course it's not as straightforward as it seems, right? It requires them to not let the Kaja snowball, ignore the Uranus. It kind of manage that the risk a little bit, but the fact that they are always getting the objectives means that Evo Legends could never really push the snowball.
Yeah, that's right. So they were winning fights, but they couldn't really snowball because even though they had a lead when it comes to the kills, their goal difference wasn't that much. But also that was thanks to Van, who landed all his retributions really, really well as well, really helped the team. I can imagine that if Van didn't perform like that to land those retributions, at least the gap would have been there. So if I were to pick an MVP for me personally, it's definitely going to be Van.
100%. I think like if Van misses one Lord retribution, that game would have been so much more different, right? But the fact that he got all of them, and 2 of them were contested by Taz as well. So it's not like they walked into the pit and got it. They had to fight for it, and Van is just so good on the retribution button. So overall, Aura Fire, fantastic game, number 1. For Evo's Legend, I think it's back to the drawing board, right? I feel like they have a very good idea on how to run this draft. They have 2 side lanes that are basically big bullies. Uranus completely bullying the Paquito. You have Brody, who is going to bully the Claude. Of middle lane, you have a Valentina playing utility into the Farsa, and the Kaja running around, but they still could not utilize it and kind of get that snowball going.
Yeah, and now the fact that no Lancelot, no problem for Aura Fire. I have a gut feeling that the next round we will see a Fedrin ban, because even before the previous patch, right, like Fedrin is one of the either common ban or a common first pick, just because they want it for themselves. So I have a gut feeling that we'll see the Fedrin ban, but if the Fedrin is banned, there is a high chance we will see the Lancelot being open.
Yeah, I think again, right, when you look at the first phase, if the Lancelot doesn't get banned in the first phase, I feel like, oh wait, I should put it, if a different assassin jungler is banned in the first phase, Lancelot is most likely going to be let open. In fact, Aura Fire, they were not even bothered about the Lancelot, right? They just went for the Fredrin. We saw the last 2 bans. They banned the Leslie, they banned the carry, they take out heroes that can destroy tanks, and that was enough to set them up for the Fredrin jungle that eventually just hauled them over the line.
I was interested to see like the audience comment down there. So for all you guys, if you want to have a part of the show, like this is seal the deal, and you can record it, screenshot it, whatever. Do leave your comment section. Do leave your comments in the comment section, and who knows, you might make a cameo appearance down there.
Yeah, I mean, I saw one comment. The best part is that I can't make it to MPL last season, but doesn't mean I can't make it to ESL. So whoever you are out there, you are a true champion. Hope we see you at Istora Sanaya for the final 3 days. But here it is, the stats. On paper, a very, very even game. But Aura Fire, I think, control majority of the mid to late game, right? 12 kills, 12 kills. You can kind of look at the stats. Kimura getting absolutely pushed and shoved around. And then you look down the list. You have high on this Novaria roaming that is 4-0.
Yeah, I'm just looking over at Kimura. He got the dominant size, and I believe this is especially for Fluffy during the early stages of the game, just to like kind of shut him down at the late, because like he was managing Fluffy for majority of the game, like maybe 60% of the game, even like towards 15 minutes, and he's still with Fluffy like at the top lane. So I guess they assigned Kimura as the agent to just deal with Fluffy.
Yeah, he's like, Fluffy is your problem now. Like they first picked the Paquito, right? And afterwards, Evo Legends picked Uranus, and then I'm pretty sure someone turned to Kimura. Like the coach turned to Kimura and was like, "Well, this guy is your problem now. You know, don't come to us." You know, like those parents, like, yeah, this ini pasal kau. This is your problem. Don't bring it to us. But overall damage dealt. I mean, Van, this tank veteran jungle did the most damage, 102,000 Cloud.
Wow. Okay. Van, again, other than just stealing away objectives, he managed to deal out the most damage as well. I mean, the best all-round player, if you gotta think about it. Okay, but damage taken, Kabuki, just because he's the marksman, he's been targeted a lot, so I can totally understand why. But on the other side, we got a lot of damage being taken by Dreams as well as Fluffy. So more of the tankier-ish sort of heroes are being targeted by Aura of Fire. I guess it's just more of like the target of like just shooing them away sort of thing, and just opening up access for them to just try to one-shot players like Hijume and Brands at the backline.
I mean, I have a hard time believing Kabuki took 168,000 damage with this plot. You had to feed the entire game to take that much damage. But either way, pretty humorous number right there. Damage to tower. Again, both the junglers dealing the most damage to structures, with Van dealing 25,000. My goodness, this Fredrin is a one-man machine.
Wow, and I thought Kimura would have did a lot more damage to the towers, because he was like managing the lanes to himself. So, but I guess he targeted more on the minions instead. I was kind of surprised that Brand didn't land a single shot onto any tower at all. Being a marksman, that's something that you kind of expect from him.
Yeah, this I can 100% tell you that there is a bit of the mix up in stats on that first one, because there's no way the Kaja healed the most when there's a Uranus on the team. So again, it's pretty funny. Either way, MVP for game number 1 could be Kabuki on the clock. 2, 1, and 8. Only 2 kills, but the kills didn't matter at the end of the day. He has, despite being in a losing matchup, he still delivered in these team fights, right? His blazing duet were absolutely lethal.
You know what? Whatever it is, to me, it's Van. Van the man. He's the MVP. If he didn't steal away those the objectives, this would be a totally different game.
It would be. I would definitely say that this game could have been so much different with the smallest of margins, right? And when you look back, this is one of the first big fights that we saw Kabuki. He whittled down 2 members, and Hai was like, "Thank you very much." This is why you should never recall out into the open, or even within 50 feet when there's a Novaria on the enemy team.
Yeah, like you have to go all the way back, or if not, try to be in an awkward angle somehow. Well, of course, the best is that he wasn't too far away from the base anyway. But towards the end, we can see that Aura Fire having a little bit more control, especially when they know that they have the upper hand against not allowing Fluffy to play like how he would have played as a tank. Just look at how much ignorance they have onto Fluffy. Like he's totally he doesn't exist on the battlefield basically.
And I mean, Fluffy, that's kind of Uranus, right? He's basically a punching bag, and like all punching bag, regardless of the quality, at one point, at a certain point in the product's lifetime, is going to start wearing out. And for Fluffy, he deflated at the very end, and I think he has reached his expiration date on that hero. But Aura Fire now leading 1-0. That's one step towards victory. And the most important thing right now is that we're playing in a single round robin format, right? So these teams, they are only gonna go up against each other for one best of 3, and afterwards, if they want to meet again, they gotta qualify to the next stage. They gotta be in top 6. So every single win matters. And if Aura Fire can win the series, I think they're gonna be in very, very good shape.
Yeah, because we're looking for a top three, like what you say, right? A clean win in either one of the series will be good enough. And then it will be the question of like, okay, who gets number one and who gets the second seeding of second and third place. So that will be a separate conversation altogether since we're still in day number one. But that also means that in terms of predictions, at least for us, we are still on track. But for Jace, sorry, man.
Yeah, Jay's definitely not going to be very happy because he's been telling me that he voted for Aura Fire, but you know, whatever makes him happy, right? But I would definitely say that this would not have been possible without all the people who made it happen. And we gotta thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming for being the spearhead of the entire thing. When winning matters, and when winning matters, you gotta have the best chipset. A Snapdragon chipset is the only one that you need.
Yeah, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, they've been supporting the show for multiple seasons now, and we're glad that they are together with us. So without them, we wouldn't have this kind of show. We wouldn't have that live audience show at Jakarta as well. So Snapdragon, thank you so much for being with us for multiple seasons. And also thank you so much to Samsung Galaxy as well for being together with us this time. Actually, they've been around for quite a while, but glad that they are together with us and supporting not only this show, but opening up more opportunities for all these professional players to play at this sort of stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Samsung Galaxy is the one and only phone that you need. I mean, you have the flagship product, right? The Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. If you want to play a game at its best performance, if you want to take the best photos, even in low light situation, this is the phone that you go for. When you use the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra to take a photo for your girlfriend and she says that it doesn't look nice, don't worry, it's definitely not your problem, it's definitely not the phone's problem, it's her problem. Tell her I told you that.
Sounds like experience, but but hey, yeah, Galaxy S23. Fun fact, actually met a friend yesterday who just bought it's her Galaxy S23, and I can tell you the photos taken amazing. So you got to try it out yourself. You can check out all the Samsung stores to actually have a preview of it. But speaking about preview, we're gonna preview the next game, Esports Legends in Power of Fire in round 2. So what sort of expectations you have for this next round?
Expectations, I think that I'm looking at Evo's Legends to kind of clean up that mid game a little bit, right? I think when you look at these objective contests in the macro sense, I think Aura Fire just control objectives slightly better. They team fight slightly better. I think to a certain extent it also could be because of the composition of Evo's Legends. In that first map, you kind of have the Uranus, the Kaja, you have the Brody. You are really relying on the Kaja to go in and just drag someone back. And if that doesn't happen, there's very less ways for you to start a fight. Maybe that's where they can switch it up a bit, right? Some give themselves a bit more avenue to kind of force these situations and not let Aura Fire have too much room to breathe.
Ooh, but they need to deal with Van, I think. It's still consistent with what our fellow casters mentioned, and also his previous performance of being the only MVP for Aura Fire. So this guy, you gotta find a way to lock him down. But here showing versatility and flexibility in terms of his hero picks. We did talk about him playing the Lancelot, but to him it's like, oh, no Lancelot, no problem. Even if you choose to ban it, it's going to be a waste of ban. But if you don't do it, then you give him the option to pick that. So I do expect that maybe the next round, he may come out with his comfort pick that's going to be Lancelot, and his so-called unknown picks will be banned out instead.
What else is there on the table? So we have the Lancelot, we have the Fredrin. I think these two heroes are the most played ones. The Bane, I think you mentioned the Bane before.
Yep. We got a Bane.
We got a Bane. I still don't think we will go down that route. Maybe the Fanny, right? The Fanny was banned out, first ban by Evo's Legends just now. That could still stay. I feel like that Fanny could still be a priority at the end of the day over the Fredrin, unless you want to double down on Van, but you still give that Lancelot away.
Well, we got another. Okay, so I'm just looking over at my notes, right? So I would say Martis might be a hot pick or ban, either one. If not a Martis, I'm thinking around the Ling as well, though. I think this would be one of the interesting ones. But maybe not this time around, but a higher chance might be a Martyr since we saw it being picked up a couple of times.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Link for a long time. It would be a treat though. I wouldn't bank on it, but it would be a treat. Here it is, the draft of game number 2. Evo's Legend against Aura Fire. Once more, Evo's Legends on the left, Aura on the right. The band's most likely the same opening, right? We did see the Eve band just now in the at the second band. Valentina this time banned out by Evo's Legends. And Joy will be the band for Aura Fire.
Honestly, you don't always see the Eve and the Valentina banned out first phase by the same team. This is kind of rare. But that also means that for popular majors, Farsa is still open. I don't know if they want to spend a ban on Tafasa. I don't think it's going to be worth it. So you might as well spend a ban on some of the junglers that we mentioned earlier on. Lancelot is still open. Or maybe even the Martyrs is kind of dangerous as well. It's also open. Novaria perhaps would be an interesting ban as well.
I was also thinking of the Novaria, right? You go down the list, there's Novaria, there's Farsa, there's Lunox, Lilia, Savior. But I think there's also the Faramis. Faramis was also banned out in the first phase last game. Aura Fire still sticking with the same Angela ban, so they don't have much changes on their end. The question is, what is Evo's Legends going to ban out? Because the Fanny is still open, right? And that was the first ban that they went for in game number 1. So you kind of see the shift a little bit in terms of priority. They're trying to shut down Sin. But I do not feel like Sin was the biggest problem. I think that Farsa was great, but he's not the one that wins the game for his team.
Yeah, I guess the Farsa pick was just because they had a Valentina earlier on. But finally we see the Fanny.
They could pick Farsa though.
They could. And I think it's going to be a good pick though. That is going to be a question of like how do you counter the Farsa. But there are a lot of counters to Farsa. You got like a Kufra who can counter the Farsa. Even like Kaja can counter the Farsa as well because it's stationary. You can just flicker in and drag her out. So that's okay. But for the final ban, okay, this is Aura Fire we're talking about. They can potentially ban out. I'm thinking of not the Novaria, but I'm thinking more on the Martyrs still. I think it's a little bit more dangerous considering that Martyrs is anti-CC.
I think you just go for a ban that is not that niche, right?
my own
The Faramis, I believe. No, it's the Arlot, excuse me. The Arlot getting banned out by Aura Fire. This alludes to a very... It feels like it's going to be that Farsa on the side of Evo's Legends, but they're going to keep it for now because it is too risky of an opener. They will take away the heal first and kind of leave it to Aura Fire to see if they want to bite the bait. Because overall, if you take the Farsa, you immediately lock out Faramis for the enemy lane. So for Aura Fire, they say, you know what, we're going to pick the Faramis anyways. We're also going to slot in the Claude just like we did in the last game.
Oh, despite Faramis has been nerfed, seems to be still picked up. It was banned out in the previous series, so interesting enough. I wonder how is it going to adapt to the nerf with the Count Alta's cooldown being extended to almost like a minute. And that's kind of long, really. A minute or more, I believe. But anyway, so coming back to Evo's Legends now, is now their turn to pick. They can still try to pick out the junglers. Even if Taz plays the Lancelot, it's fine because he has a decent win rate with the Lancelot too.
You go for the Lancelot, so I don't think you do, right? I think you just go for something that can kind of catch these heroes off guard. Like in the Faramis, the Claw, you need someone that either bullies them out of lane or when they show up in a fight and they unleash their ultimate, you want to instantly burst them. So the Kadita and the Beatrix, perfect. Beatrix completely bullies Claude in lane. You have the Kadita and Paquito, massive burst damage, very mobile, and the Kadita can flex into the roam and the mid lane.
Yes, and Kadita can do a lot of one-shot stuff. So for Aura 5, they need to be careful of whoever they pick after this it has to be able to deal with the surprise one-shot coming in for Kadita. At this point, they might want to leave the tanks out for later. Fedrin is still open though. So why not? Go for the Fedrin.
You should.
Yeah,
there it is. Good call, Cloudy Boy.
Ooh.
Yeah, getting the hang of it. But this Fedrin is still kind of up in the air. Right? Can still be a jungler, can still be the XP laner. We've seen both variations of that. I think if you're the Frederick in this case, it really comes down to where the Paquito goes. I'm not sure if it matters too much for Aura Fire, but if you want to give a bad matchup to the Paquito, and you have to kind of find out if he's in the jungle or in that XP lane. And good news for Aura Fire is that they have the last pick again, so they will get to see the full deck of cards of EVO's Legends.
Ooh, now ban phase. Both sides need to ban out the tanks. Minotaur banned out. Okay. Interesting, because the last time we saw EVO's Legends Dreams playing Minotaur, he did have a good time though. I was kind of expecting that they would ban out the Kaja, but I guess like what you say, like for Indonesian teams, they always leave out the Kaja for some reason. But
I feel like
yeah,
but yeah, I feel like for Aura Fire, the Minotaur ban makes some sense as well, because you don't want this big angry bull just using the Minotaur's rage and just knocking everyone up. You have the farmers, right? So when you use the call altar, you want everyone to come guys, let's huddle together, and then you have this big angry bull just knock everyone up. They don't want that, so I like this ban a lot.
Okay, this makes me wonder, like, why have we not seen a Grok, at least in the first two series that we have seen? I think Grok is still pretty viable though. I mean, with the wild charge to open up fights, that's pretty nice. If you think about it, it works for either side as well with whatever composition.
What's going to be the choice for Aura Fire this time? What are the disruptors that can ban? The Akai, probably.
Still swords.
They ban out the Ling
deep.
instead. It's another hero that is very elusive for them to catch, and does pose a bit of a problem for what their lineup is. Kind of puts the onus onto EVO's Legends. They banned the Kufra again as usual because they have very mobile heroes. The Paquito, the Beatrix, they all like to run around, and the Kufra just doesn't allow that to happen.
Yeah, I think you make a good point about mobility now that there's no link.
The falling stars brought us here.
Novaria is banned out, so I think we kind of talked about this during the early phase of the draft, that it's the right one to ban out. I guess mobility-wise, both teams could use it. I'm still wondering where is the Lancelot? Like, is the Lancelot really going to show itself? But okay.
I don't think you pick Lancelot at this point, right? I feel like if you are, maybe if you're Aura Fire, you can still be like, yeah, we will put this Frederick in the XP lane and we will run the Lancelot jungle because they had the last pick, right? So Lancelot last pick, not too big of a surprise. But EVO's Legends, I feel like there's no more room for the Lancelot. You are dealing with the Frederick, the Grok, the Farmers. It's a death sentence if you kind of just dive into the midst of things. And, you know, worst of all, the Farsa is still up, but because of the Grok, now EVO's Legends are caught in a bad spot. They're like, if we put the Kadita roam and we take Farsa, the Grok is going to smash her. But if we put the Kadita mid, we're going to be our roam.
Well, I guess we get our answer now. I get a pick, so it looks like it's going to be Uranus and Terizla again. Okay, so the roamer might be Uranus this time.
It very well could be. I think that I feel like the Grok pick definitely is a smart read from Aura Fire. You really stopped a lot of what EVO's Legends want to do. If they were ever considering the Farsa, this one Grok shut that all down, and now they get to decide who they want to pick for the jungler, because you know for a fact that this is going to be a Paquito jungle. So Aura Fire, they get to have the freedom to kind of figure out, do we want to run the Lancelot jungle? I think is not the worst, honestly.
When you gaze into
Okay,
the
I'm really liking the Grok pick on Aura Fire. I can imagine the combo. Wait, okay, we don't get to see this very often.
So it's a Paquito jungle, it's a Terizla mid, it's a Dreams Kadita.
Right.
We have a Grok XP into the Uranus. It's like, yeah, I mean, Kimura has had enough. He's like, alright, you bullied me when I played Paquito, now I'm Grok.
Okay, so here comes right to the question, right? Like, how are they going to deal with Uranus? But I think this time around, it's not about them dealing with Uranus directly, but they can pretty much do the same thing like before. It's like, kind of play Uranus with his game. Like, don't need to engage directly, but you kind of indirectly engage with him. Not allowing him space to take down the turrets, that's number one. And when Uranus again is forced to join the team fights, you just totally ignore him, like the spoiled brat, like you mentioned.
Yeah, you know, like in a it's like in a restaurant, right? Not in a restaurant, sorry. When he throws a tantrum, it's like you bring your child to a store. The child wants candy, you say no. The child throws a tantrum and rolls on the floor. You just ignore it. Let public embarrassment take him out. I don't know if that applies to Uranus, but you get the idea.
Yeah, let it happen by its own, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking and letting it happen, we are going into game number 2. It's going to be Esports Legends against Aura Fire. And based on this matchup, honestly, I'm liking Aura Fire's matchup. I did talk about the Grok being missing for quite a bit. I'm glad that it's being picked up. Because I can imagine like the barrier, wall charge, and then you have the blazing duet coming in to finish it off. And then you have Faramis to bail everyone out after that with the Count Ultra.
They definitely have more ways to deal with the Uranus though, because Uranus thrives in being annoying, constantly healing with the consecration, being fast. You can't stop him. But if a Selena's done, you have the Fredrin, you have the Grok, you have the Farmers to pull him back. So it's like putting the baby leash on the baby, right? The baby can't run amok like they want to. He's always pulled back. The parents say, no, come back, and then he comes back. That's kind of how it feels like. Fluffy does have the Purify, just in case he gets crowd control, because he knows that with this amount of crowd control, if he gets caught and he doesn't have Purify, he's a toast. He's toasted. So Purify is going to be it.
Ooh, okay. Speaking of Fluffy now, he's doing what Fluffy does. Pretty much the same strat. Try to go in onto the back, try to disrupt the jungles as a start, and maybe later on disrupting the lanes. But like what you said, just ignore the spoiled brats. But in the mid lane, we should see a first blood soon.
Tempted one at least. Man, oh my goodness. Praise the crash. See the arrow coming through as well from high. Not landing onto anyone, but Taz against Van is just going to be a wet noodle fight.
What's a wet noodle fight?
Oh, wet noodle fight basically means, you know, the pool noodles, like those that you see at pools and people used to just slap each other for fun. Wet noodle fight means that both of them are not dealing damage. It's like you're tickling each other.
Okay. I mean, I haven't been in a wet noodle fight before.
No, me neither.
Can't really imagine that. But we might see a wet noodle fight here as both teams try to get the first objective.
Flicker, penalty zone, the Praise grab, keeping Van alive, and here comes the call Ultra from Sin, saving everyone from his team. So you bring out a Flicker, a Purify, and 2 ultimates from the side of Esports Legends, and they are not able to get anything. They did get the call Ultra out. That's pretty much it. Or a Fire looking to take the first turtle off the game. Yumi in the front, Karissa pretty durable. Fluffy by side, Kimura is there though. At this time, it's going to be Esports Legends that takes the turtle away. A Praise grab used again. Van misses it. Taz shows up. The damage is not dealt. And Esports Legends disengage.
And that is what Esports Legends want, right? They just want to bait out the Call Ultra because they know that the cooldown of Call Ultra now is longer. So the moment that Call Ultra is not there, then it's going to be easy for them to just directly engage with the objective.
Oh yeah, you basically just take away it's such a strong skill, right? I say a strong skill, but you know, it was once even stronger. But the long cooldown does make you rethink, want to use it sparingly. That's why Fleeting Time is now such a good item on Faramis. The cooldown reduction does help. Let's go for the toughness boots. Hijume making that early rotate already, and there's no one that can fight him early on. I mean, Terizla's passive, the damage reduction to lower your health rate does make it a bit hard, as Dreams will be forced to use that ultimate to get away. Vandal, actually to the Kijume, the knockup is there, crowd control, Kijume is looking to get out of this, penalty zone use as well, the Beatrix rocket barrage is going to be there, but still, pulls Kijume back for first blood from Kabuki, the little arrow doesn't connect, but Taz is on the run, and Blazing Duet to follow up, and it's going to be a second one for Aura Fire, Sin picks up that one, and Kimura charges in and just rams him into the dust. 3 for Aura Fire, Fluffy looking to be the 4th, but this Uranus barely walking out with his life.
Yeah, that's the sport brat that you just want to ignore. You give him a slap, he continues to cry, and you just ignore him. You don't give him the attention, and he goes away by his own. But it also opens up the purple buff for Van to easily take. Wait,
didn't get it? Oh, good attempt by Taz, but Van just steals it away. A very interesting series of events. Aura Fire getting 3 isolated kills. Kimura rotating to get that kill in the mid side, I believe, onto Brands is absolutely huge. He just got the blade of Heft to seize as well. So this Grok is going to deal massive damage with every swing of the totem.
Yeah, this is the Grok that you need to be careful, especially when it comes to team fight. His barrier is going to allow Kabuki to deal a lot of damage with his ult. So that could happen anytime soon as Kimura, he's positioning inside the backline. Anytime he can go on to maybe like Hijume or someone at the back, maybe like Dreams or so.
Barrier is used as well. Hijume again with penalty zone onto 2. Van and Kimura still very healthy. Van goes in, tries to fight for the turtle, but Taz secures it again. Hot Ultra used by Sin to keep his team alive, and both teams disengage once more.
More objectives secured by EVOS Legends this time, but they still don't get the goal lead. RFI still has the goal lead thanks to their 3 early kills. Kimura buying some time though, but everyone's onto him now. Taz will jump in anytime soon.
The wild charge wants to clear the siege minion, but can't do it in time. Doesn't have the damage, and punished by EVOS Legends as they take down the bot tier 1.
Yeah, at this point, still about 6 minutes, and they are pretty close to each other, so I can't say that anyone has any significant items just yet. Not even a dominance ice is used, but Dreams is in trouble.
Lazy duet used. Very good pincer right there. Hijume dashed to want to help his team, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. But I think it's more worth for Aura Fire. Kabuki now 2-0, and just not even getting the flicker and the kill onto Brand.
Expect because there's a Teresa, right? That's Hijume on the side of EVOS Legends. So expect that Aura Fire, one of them to get a dominance ice to really deal with Hijume. And I think that it will be like maybe the second item for maybe like Sin or someone, or maybe not Sin, Kimura to try to deal with Hijume.
And Dreams just exploded as Hai and Sin locked him down. And the Selena Abyssal Arrow connects, full combo. Absolutely deadly. And Hai wants more player field that allows the team to get
watch out.
flicker, wild charge straight into the middle. Taz is the target. Not the easiest to take down. They want this tier 1, but it's just barely alive. The call ultra from Sin just in time to keep Van alive. But Van still ends up going down as he exits the radius. Taken down by Brands from long range.
Wow, the wild charge coming from behind. I mean, that was brilliant. It's just too bad they couldn't take down the turret, and the turret was stopping Aura Fire from getting more kills, and they were countered instead with Van going down. And again, disciplined gameplay for Aura Fire. The moment they know that, okay, Van is not there, they immediately disengage. It just shows that they themselves know that they rely heavily onto Van's survivability.
And I think it's a miscalculation in damage as well, right? They brought like, what, 4 members in the mid side and couldn't take the structure. Fluffy showing up to protect that turret himself. It's gonna be a stalemate again because the third turtle just got taken by EVOS Legends. Aura Fire will be forced to slow down a little bit.
As compared to before, we don't see Fluffy getting as much space to go to the back line and doing what he did as a Uranus this time. He joins in the fight a little bit more this time around. But like what we discussed, the moment he joins in the fight, like everyone just ignores him. So I guess he might be better off just doing like cutting the wave sort of strategy.
That could be it, right? They just lost the bot tier 1. Fluffy pushing the wave as always. Hijume losing a lot of health. Van still follows up with it. The appraisal graph, not enough to take him out. Aura Fire, if there's one thing that they're good at, is to stick onto you. Most of the heroes have the ability to either keep you in place or just stick onto you. Tess actually gets the kill onto Hai and even burns his flicker.
Wow, okay, still managed to get that. And with that kill, now they have the lead in terms of goal. Okay, at least now the goal lead, I believe for the first time, EVOS Legends have this lead. And we can see how effective, okay, because they have Hijume, right, as tanky enough, they should allow enough space for Fluffy to just do whatever Uranus does on the side lane. And if they can keep on doing like that, they can put pressure on the multiple lanes just like what they're doing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also want to have this Paquito getting a good game. That's the important part. Paquito's how snowballing. It can't be a problem. Hijume flick the smoke with the penalty zone. His thin air. Dream shows up, couldn't find a target, forced to disengage with the ultimate, and Van just re-engages. And now the full damage comes in from Aura Fire. EVOS Legends absolutely punished for the fight that they started. Fluffy shows up and he's like, my parents are no longer there, so Aura Fire forces him back. There's 2 for Aura Fire, and guess what, Cloud? The Lord is up.
Yeah, what a good timing for them to get those kills. This should open up space for the Lord. Fluffy now is the center of attention, but they're not able to take it out just yet. They're not overextending their fight against Fluffy. They're going to keep their eye on Taz because Taz will be eyeing to land the retribution, but they see him and now they're shooing him away.
He used everything. Kabuki is toying with them at this point. Aura Fire back in the driver's seat with the Lord. It's just the first, but it's the first step to the 2-0.
Finally, being able to secure that objective. Van must be missing his retributions landing on the spot. And now Kimura all alone but surrounded by the members of Esports Legends. I'm still waiting for the moment where Fluffy will go back onto the lanes because I think he is really effective when he does that because again, every time he joins fights, nobody gives attention to him. He might as well just shove out the side lanes.
Fluffy is now caught in a rough spot, right? Because he doesn't have the same freedom that he did in game 1. He has lesser space, lesser time to push the side lanes. You have Kabuki who is ramping up right now on this Claude. Aura Fire taking over the jungle and Fluffy is like every time he sees Kabuki, he's on the run. Look at that, Kabuki shredding through his health pool.
Ooh.
That's half his health pool and it's a Uranus. Flicker War Charge almost connecting onto Brand. That could have been lethal. As Esports Legends tries to stop the sword. Should be able to do so without much problem, so then mid tier 2 continues to stack.
Good attempt, wild charge there by Kimura, but unfortunately did not land. But look who was creating trouble at the bottom lane. It was Taz. No wonder Taz didn't join the fight. And Taz took over the role of Fluffy to just dish out damage at the bottom lane, to just clear out those waves, forcing Aura Fire to come back.
Kabuki, he is playing so far forward. He's been really good about himself. Again, he also has a Purify. But the most important thing is that he knows that Esports Legends can't kill him. There are a lot of ways to take him out, don't get me wrong. But he's feeling so good.
Speaking about feeling good, now Fluffy is feeling good at the top lane. He's just doing whatever he does. But he is attracted to move to the mid lane, it seems. Okay, not sure yet. They're keeping an eye on his movement. He's still staying at the top. So he's playing that little bit of a split push there. But speaking about pushing, Esports Legends might be tempted to go in to try to catch someone.
Yeah, and they are starting to feel the nerves a little bit. Hijume just blew the penalty zone in an attempt to catch Sin, who is the farmers and has Flicker. So no penalty zone for quite a while. It will be back up just in time for Lord, that is for sure. Kimura will keep Fluffy occupied as High continues to gain vision with the Abyssal Arrow. He's making sure that wherever Esports Legends steps, Aura Fire will have a good read on it. And you see the distribution of members, right? Aura Fire, they are leaning more towards the top side, but it does put a lot of pressure on Fluffy. Beams are going to come in and try to get the one shot, and that is exactly what they need. The Abyssal Arrow lands from High, but he knows he can't finish the job. However, he's going to show up. Beams going to be target. Kabuki trying to run him down with Van by his side, and Kabuki finds that kill alongside Van. That's a 1-for-1. Fluffy running towards his team as they now start to work on the Lord.
Okay, I think going in for Fluffy, but no, the counter comes in from Hijume. And now 3 onto Hijume, but he should be able to get away to safety.
Yeah, the Lord was taken by Esports Legends in the meantime. Very good decision making. Minimize the loss a little bit. So Esports Legends, they get to keep themselves in the game because of that one call. They took the Lord and a 1-for-1 trade. That means that they've equalized the state of the game.
Yeah, and actually before this, I was about to point out that Dreams have yet to create a big move yet. The one shots that we talk about. But we managed to see just one so far. But you kind of think about it, it was not really maximized. Like, he couldn't find the right targets. And I think that's also because of Sin with the Cal Alta stopping that from happening. Or High is just staying a good distance away that he could not find a one-shot rough ways onto him.
Absolutely. Lord's going to be taken care of very quickly though. Van puts himself in the brush, reaches the back line, draws attention to Esports Legends. They're going to unleash everything. All of the skills misses onto Van. That's 3 ultimates, Cloud. And they miss everything. Dreams are going to lose his life in the meantime. Kabuki chases him down. Massive disasters for Esports Legend. The Abyssal Arrow lands onto Hijumi. As Aura Fire slowly pushes Esports Legends back.
Dreams not having a good game, except for that one rough waves. Other than that, it's been a tough round for him. But because of Dreams is not there, they don't have the manpower. Now, RFI will happily take the bottom, but they now need to deal with the movement of Taz going up to the top as well.
Yeah, and I mean, rough wave, rough game for Dreams. 0-4 so far. Taz trying to cut the wave. By Kabuki, Winds of Nature is going to be there. Kabuki will never lose this. And Taz is now in a world of her high, just flickers and just absolutely slices him apart. And Evil's Legends, they are slowly crumbling.
Yeah, and right now Aura Fire, they do have control of the map, and with about a minute before the next lot comes up, I guess they are just shoving the wave, and the moment that lot comes up, they will move towards there. Now it's just pushing back the rest of Esports Legends back into their base.
Yeah, Fluffy had to use the Purify because of the Abyssal Arrow earlier on from high. And that's how concerned he is of Aura Fire at this point of time. He instantly pressed Purify. All while Van was corralling the remaining 4 members of Evil's Legends back to their base. Lord up in 30 seconds, Aura Fire in full control of this game. Green and Fluffy need to get for one shot, but this time the wild charge is going to be there. Kimura will survive.
Oh, but the counter is coming in, Van. This arrow will not land, but it's okay. It's probably not their main objective because the rest of Evil's Legends is around, so they don't want to overcommit.
And Aura Fire, they're not too concerned as well. Evil's Legends, they do have members on the top side, but Aura Fire, they are also moving there as well. They can bring Kabuki in. Alongside Kimura to do with Fluffy, look at his health bar. Absolutely shredded. Forcing him to pop the Consecration, to pop that ultimate, to heal back up.
Now, objective done. The objective is not to get the kill on the Fluffy, but just to shoo him back, just to buy time. Now that objective is up. Van is ready. He's opening it up. I don't know. Okay, looking at the current situation, Taz needs to be able to steal it away. Now, he still has Hilo and he's close by, but he can't get any closer because Kimura is there. And Kimura has the wild charge to counter.
Yeah, Taz, he's already too late. This Lord is pretty much Aura Fire's Lord. Hijume shows up and loses half his health bar. Such a tough game, honestly, for Evil's Legends to play.
Yeah, it feels like almost like the same story as the first round. Starting out the game, it looks like, okay, looking good, seems to be having control, but when it comes to the mid-game onwards, towards the late game, you can see the shift of power towards Aura Fire. And at this point, Dreams is still suffering. He's being hunted down. They know that he's an easy target, but this time around, luckily Dreams managed to sidestep away, and he's still alive for now, still maintaining a full team. While RFI just buying time for the lot to push in onto the top lane, and then they will all go in onto the inhibitor.
Before Aura Fire, they are just going to let the Lord push in from the top lane while they corral Evil's Legends in the mid and bot. And there's nothing that Evil's Legends can do. One Abyssal Arrow lands outside the base and you are toast. Bad. Whoa! Massive damage, and the one they got was BRN of all things. Uh-oh, Evil's Legends in a big world of trouble. They need at least 35 more seconds for BRN to come back, but I'm not sure if Aura Fire are going to give them that luxury. They've been inhibited down already. Aura Fire in the base. Taz looking for an opening. Can't do so. Fluffy pulled back by Sin. Immortality is going to go down. Big penalty zone on the tree. Yume starting to fight. Taz just about to join, but the Cold Altar will keep everyone from Aura Fire alive. Hijume about to go down, able to get away. The Abyssal Arrow lands onto the backline, and that's Taz down. Aura Fire, 5 men strong on the Crystal. 3 dead for Evil's Legends. Fluffy and Dreams trying to hold on to the game. France needs 3 more seconds, but Aura Fire will not give them that. Kabuki ends it all, and Aura Fire is 2-0 up Evil's Legends. What a victory in the series.
Dude, the moment they lost France, the moment they don't have that marksman, it was very difficult for them to defend. They don't have a strong linear wave clearer. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, Beatrix was one of the best, right? In terms of clearing up linear waves, and without that, all the waves being shoved in, Aura Fire just steamrolled towards the end.
Absolutely team though. I mean, for the start of Aura Fire, the last moment, right? Esports Legends crushing heartbreak to have the Beatrix of all people, Brands, being caught out in the open. He got hit by Selena arrow, he got hit by the Appraiser's grab, and he just disappeared. And it's not like this Beatrix was all alone in front. His friends were around him, and he got hit anyways. So Aura Fire, just massive game for them, very well played. We say we wanted a 3-game series, we said this deserves to go the full distance. Aura Fire comes in, and they were like, no, we're so much better than Esports Legends, and they have just proved a very, very strong statement in the series, Cloud.
Yeah, but not gonna lie, it was kind of close as well. Like the starting of the round, Esports Legends had the upper hand. Like they had good control. Like we can see them taking home objectives, especially with Taz performing those kind of moves. It was just that as the game goes by, towards the late game, when it comes to execution, Aura Fire executes better. Like what you mentioned, the moment they take out Taz, the moment they take out Brands, that's it. They know they can end the game. And I also think that this is the downside of having Uranus. Like the moment Uranus gets ignored, like, well, that he doesn't really have a role to play.
Yeah, and I think, for Esports Legends, the Uranus definitely has its limitations, but it's also, props to Aura Fire for playing this game so well. And I genuinely think that Aura Fire, right, in these macro decisions, they just make better decisions, and you can kind of see the nerves on Esports Legends sides. They were blowing their ultimates, they were desperately trying to start a fight, and it felt like there was no point in time where they can safely take a fight. You're looking at the Terizla to go for Flicker Penalty Zone, you're looking for perhaps the Paquito to get a one-shot, but Aura Fire never gave them that chance.
Yeah, Aura Fire definitely have a lot of discipline there. They know when to disengage, they know when to engage. I like the fact that sometimes they went in for the chase, and then at some point they feel like, oh, we are overextending, they pull back. It's not like they went all the way and then they get caught out. So really great communication, great awareness from Aura Fire. That allowed them to survive longer, and it was a big trouble for Esports Legends. They, as much as they wanted to counter some of the chases, they couldn't. And by that time, they would have committed 3-4 people towards the counter of the chase, just for it to go to waste because the disengagement happened.
Yeah, and I mean, again, right, you look at some of these scenarios, you have a Terizla trying to use the penalty zone onto a Farless. You have 3 ultimates trying to take out a Fredrin who can just dash out of it. All of these little things, I feel like, is something that Esports Legends have struggled with in game number 2. Down the road, we only have 3 days of group stage. They have one more series, I believe, today. So hopefully they get to kind of clean it up a little bit, polish it up, and moving forward, they have to tighten up that mid to late game, because if not, there's a high chance we might not see Esports Legends in top 6. Let's take a look at the numbers, stats, see how this game 2 went. This time, instead of the close game 1, game 2 was a landslide in favor of Aura Fire.
Okay, so Van got Dominus Ice, and that is to deal with the Terizla. So that is done. But there was only one. So I guess that's why it's very important for them to really keep Van alive. And plus he has the immortality because he's the only one with the Dominus Ice. If he gets taken out, especially in early fights before engagements, then the Terizla would have had more opportunity to really get more kills and to sustain longer in fights.
Absolutely. And this, you kind of see the difference between Kimura, right? Kimura and Fluffy. We saw Fluffy in the first game. I mean, both games he played the Uranus. First game, Kimura was on the Paquito, completely shut down. Second game on the Grok, he was making a lot of moves on this Grok, right? He's actively helping his team stop any objective steals. He's engaging for his team. He's coming in from the back. He's backstabbing the enemies, just like what a Paquito would do, but with more durability and crowd control immunity. So well played for Kimura, but of course Kabuki is our MVP once more. 4-0-8, clean game for Squad.
So 2 MVPs for Kabuki. I'm still waiting for the time that Van gets the MVP. Okay, this round, Van didn't perform as awesome as the first round. So I guess this time around it's okay to award Kabuki, in my opinion. But it's a matter of time that Van will get his own MVP for sure, based on how he has performed and what he has shown us today.
Yeah, and Kabuki can definitely be very proud of his results so far, at least in this series. For Aura Fire, the upward trend still continues, and the journey has by no means ended just yet. The fact that they just took down Esports Legends means that they are going to be in a very good, I would say a very good state, because guess what, Cloud? The second series of the day is going to be up against Bigatron again, and that was the team that, you know, kind of pulled that rivalry scenario back in the challenge group stage, and now they have a chance to face off against them again in this top 12.
Yeah, and then looking again at the highlights here, right, we can see like the execution, like especially towards the end, the discipline of Aura Fire to like disengage and like to open up space and not to get caught out, especially by the rough waves. Like one of the rough waves they kind of miss is because of how Aura Fire kind of opened up the space, and the moment that missed, they just went in and they countered. So for Dreams, he didn't really have a good time. This kind of dream to him is a nightmare.
It's an absolute nightmare, right? This moment that he's not able to kind of get the cash that she wants to, and it's so hard when you have a Rock standing in front, when you have Van as well, the mobile claw that's running around the map. It is just so tough, honestly. And I do not blame Dreams at all. I think his job just got made 10 times harder when the game is going so poorly. Just like on the Kaja, right? It was not able to find space, can't find any catches. He applied to Gadita. I think he was put in the same predicament that was very tough to recover from.
Yep, so that is that round, ladies and gentlemen. After this, we will be speaking to one of the players from Aura Fire, and of course, who else would it be? It has to be the MVP itself. Kabuki will be up on the line very soon, so you don't want to miss out on this exclusive interview together with Aura Fire Kabuki later on. And I guess it's been so far a great run for Aura Fire. They have been on a win streak so far ever since the previous series.
They have. They actually have been not just a win streak. I mean, they have played some close series even back in the, I believe, challenge seasons. But even then, you know, Aura Fire, let me remind everyone watching, Aura Fire is a team that came in from the Open Finals. They fought from the very start of this entire Snapdragon Pro Series to get to the challenge group stage, then to get to the top 12, right? They were one of the two teams alongside GPX from Indonesia as well to finish that, to finish a 4-0 in the Open Finals. In that time, it was a deadly Swiss round format, and they were able to get through it. And guess who they went up against? They went up against Bigatron again. They went up against Onyx, and they made it through. And here they are, taking down Esports Legends.
Yeah, so it's been a good run here for Aura Fire, but we're not done yet with Aura Fire. Of course, we still have many more games to go. But we're also not done with our sponsors, because without them, we wouldn't be here today. Thank you so much to Monster Energy for being together with us for this tournament. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. For more information, check out the website below, monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yeah, Monster Energy has been a pivotal part of our gaming culture, right? You want to juice up a little bit, you want to bleed green, you want to get the mythical glory, this is the drink for you. I always take one swig of it before I play, I take one swig of it when I'm losing, and then I win, and I take one swig of it before I go do exercise. It always bumps me up. But on top of that, aside from Monster Energy, we also got to thank DHL for making all of this possible. The latest addition to our family. They are currently running the FEBot Dash Cup, which can allow you to win up to £5,000 if you take part of it at esl.gg/FEBot. So check out that link down below, and maybe you'll be the lucky winner.
Yeah, you can just download the game onto your mobile phone and hit the global leaderboards. 5,000 euros up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. So don't miss out on the chance. I mean, don't say that we never tell you. Who knows? By just sitting at home, playing a game on your mobile phone, you could be 5,000 euros richer. And who knows? Maybe that's that's some sort of like a hidden audition. I mean, I'm just putting it out there, right? I don't know as well.
Maybe. I mean, would you rather play against the top Mobile Legends team to win 5,000 euro, or would you rather play in FB Dash Cup to get the same prize? I mean, the choice is yours. I'm just giving you an option.
Yeah, so do try it out, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know, whoever who has tried it out, and whether you reach some of the global leaderboards. The leaderboard score is also available on the website as well. So next, we are going for an interview with Aura Fire, but it looks like Kabuki, he's taking a break. So we're going to talk with the coach from Aura Fire. So here we go, Coach Aura Fire with the interview.
Hello, Saint Lucas. Welcome onto the broadcast. First of all, congratulations. A 2-0 over Esports Legends, right? The journey of Aura Fire continues in this entire challenge group stage. But I want to quickly just ask, did you guys come into this series expecting a 2-0, or did you feel like this was supposed to be a harder series?
I think the game will be harder, but yeah, luckily we have a good game and the game's going in our tempo.
Right, and out of the teams that you see within both groups, who do you think is the strongest contender for you to stop you between you and the championship?
I think every teams now have a same power, so I think everyone can be a champion and can beat everyone also. Yeah, I think it's very tight for the match, every match.
It's a very safe answer, Ski.
It is. I mean, you guys have been kind of on a win streak, right? I want to quickly recap your journey as Aura Fire. You guys came into the Open Finals, 4-0 in the Swiss round, went to the first stage of Challenge Group stage, came through to the winner's bracket to be in this spot. So you guys basically just won every single game that you have played. How has that been? You know, what is the secret that made Aura Fire so much better than all the other teams?
I think we practice very hard every day, and we trying to apply it on the tournament also. And in the ESL match, we got a good opponents also. We got very hard opponents, but we can apply it in the tournaments. Yeah.
You guys overcame teams like Blacklist International, right? You guys beat Bigatron Alpha, Onyx. These are not pushovers. So, which leads me to my follow-up questions. You guys have one more best of threes later on. You guys are fighting Bigatron Alpha again for the third time in SPS. First time you guys met in Swiss round, 2-1 victory. Second time in winners match in Challenge Group stage, 2-1 victory. Is it going to be another 2-1 victory, or do you feel like third time's a charm, you're going to smash them 2-0?
Yeah, I hope so. I think it doesn't matter 2-0 or 2-0, but we will trying to win. Yeah.
Okay, I'm curious right now, right? Based on the draft, right? Coming back to the previous game, where is Lancelot? Like, it's neither picked or banned. What are your thoughts on this? Is that something to do with the new patch?
Yeah, it's a new patch also, and every team now is adapting to the new patch. So we also need to adapt to the enemy draft. So if they want to use the jungler tag, so we just use the jungler tag.
Alright, so just kind of adapting on the fly and see if you can outclass everyone else. Final questions for you, Coach. So again, you're going to be fighting Bigatron Alpha for the third time, and this one, the stakes are even higher, right? For top 3. Any words for Bigatron Alpha, and any words for all the fans supporting Aura Fire?
Okay, so I think to Bigatron Alpha first, let's go have fun for the tonight match. And for the fans, thank you for always there supporting us, and always there to, even we win or lose, they always supporting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your wise insight, Coach. We're going to send you off, get prepared for the next match, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Wise words from a wise man, a man of very little words, very humble, but at the end of the day, right, it's all about having fun, even up against your biggest rival. So we'll leave them be, let them prep for the next match, because we also have something that we gotta look forward to. It is our third best of 3 of this evening, and this time RSG Singapore is gonna take center stage once more, taking on Bernex Flash.
Ooh, Burn X Splash, RSG Singapore. I mean, we did see RSG Singapore earlier on, how they performed. They'll be looking to bounce back in the following match. As for Burn X Splash, this is basically their repeat again with RSG Singapore ever since MSC. So this will be an interesting arc to see if RSG Singapore can actually find a revenge against Burn X Splash.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, BRN Splash, they did win their first series over EVOS Icons 2-0, right? So we'll see if they can look for the second best of 3 win in this group stage. But until then, we're gonna head for a very quick break. When we come back, BRN Splash takes on RSG Singapore once more.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock two core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank emblem. By upgrading the Tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter emblem. By upgrading the Fighter emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock two core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank emblem. By upgrading the Tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter emblem. By upgrading the Fighter emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game. 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
man, I'm up the beat. With it all look, everything on fleek. Word in the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Mad up the beat, with it all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, with it all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Babylon for the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your worst. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You weak, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars. to go. I'm about to lap you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we roll it up, put it on.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minthithar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy.
We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work.
It's the MSC 2023 Playoffs rematch coming right up in the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Finals. RSG Singapore takes on Burnex Flash again for a grudge match. And we are the commentators for the series. I'm Husky, and once more joined by Sir Cloudy Cloud.
Yes, a lot of cloudies around me. And you know what? The next match is going to be really interesting because it's going to be a repeat of the last time these two meet at MSC, whereby Burnex Flash won 3-0 against RSGSG.
Oh yeah, and it's definitely going to be a scary one, right? That was a long marathon. We were looking at the best of 5, and Burnex Flash basically ran over our Singapore. There was some time to rest afterwards, after Cambodia. They get to go back to rest a little bit. A new patch drop with new emblem system right now. Now we come back into the ring with them facing off against each other. And the most important thing is that RSG Singapore need to at least win this series to tie up the score in the group stage 1-1, because Burnex Flash, they've already won their first series against Evo's Icon earlier today. And if they win this one, they're up 2-0, which puts them so much closer to playoffs.
Yeah, on the other end, if RSGSG don't win this match, their next match, roughly their next match is a must clean win. If not, oh man, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, you look at the teams in the group, right? So RSG Singapore, they lost to RSG Philippines just now. They're playing Burnex Flash. For tomorrow and Wednesday, they have to play Echo, they have to play Red Giants, Esports, and they have to play Evo's Icons. None of these teams are pushovers, so RSG Singapore, they're already on the rope. RSG Philippines exposed certain weaknesses in how they play, starting from the ban itself by targeting Diablo's hero pool. I wonder if Burnex Flash is going to do the same thing.
Yeah, and for you guys, if you want to catch this action in person this weekend, make sure you get your tickets at the link below, starting at 30,000 rupiah. It's of course going to be happening in Jakarta, so you don't want to miss out the action, especially if you're already in Jakarta. Why not? Because you get the best teams right in front of your eyes with the best action.
Yeah, absolutely. Very affordable price. If you missed out M4, you can get to go basically back to the same venue for the finals as well. And it's more right, if people are flying over from overseas, then there's no excuse to not attend, right? With so many games coming up, you get to watch. Maybe Echo is gonna win again. Just repeating. Maybe because it's in Indonesia, you want an Indonesian finals. Maybe we'll get that. So just buy the tickets and be there to witness history.
Yeah, I was checking out the social medias as well, and there was an announcement on how fast the tickets are selling, so you don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Make sure you grab it before it goes away. But looks like coming into our next match is going to be Burnex Flash versus RSGSG. So we're going to introduce Burnex Flash as our first contender for this matchup. Let's go, Burnex Flash.
Not a stranger to strong competition. They finished pretty well in MSC, and now they're here to make their repeat run again. And what better team to stand in front of them than RSG Singapore? Burnex Flash can win in a best of 5 marathon. A best of 3 should be a walkover. ATM, Chima, CCAT, Donut, and D7.
Yeah, definitely be careful of CCAT, Donut, D7. They have been MVPs before. And this is based off of the recent MSC, whereby they fought against RSGSG with a 3-0 win. And during that win, they did show a good amount of flexibility as well, flexing like Bane, flexing like the Claw, even the Arlot was given to them. So they are a team that you can bat almost anything. You can go through the stats to try to bat out whatever hero that you think is at their best. But actually, they are as flexible to overcome it.
Yeah, honestly, whenever we look at the region from Burnex Flash, the KH regions, they always have their own meta, right? So creative. I always love watching this region play. But we also got to introduce their opponents in the ring. It's RSG Singapore once more back at center stage. If you ever heard of the story of the fabled Icarus, they always come back after a defeat. RSG Singapore have a second chance to redeem themselves. And what better team to do it against than the team that knocked them out of MSC, the team that defeated them, at least in MSC. We've seen them play against their sister team, RSG Philippines, earlier on, and it wasn't a pretty sight, but perhaps that is enough to warm up their engines to play against Burnex Flash.
Yeah, they'll be looking for this comeback now. I just realized that Diablo actually color matched his watch with his outfit. So good on you there, my man. No wonder Jace has a huge man crush on Diablo.
Oh yeah, I heard that you also have a man crush on Diablo,
yeah.
and it didn't show up just now on the graphic. A lot of people were very heartbroken, but don't worry, here's your man Diablo right there on the screen. And one of the few people who actually kind of brought in his own style, right, in their local league. You look at MPLSG, you look at MSC, this guy runs the Badang, this guy, completely crushes that XP lane when no one thought it was doable, no one thought it was a good hero, and yet he does it.
But this is the danger of Diablo's gameplay, right? And it was admitted during one of the interviews during MSC that Diablo's hero pool is rather limited. So it's kind of obvious by now, even like RSGPH, they kind of read it out. Khalid, Badang, the main bans that you need to put out against RSG-SG. And so far from what we have seen, at least in region matches, the moment they ban those out and he's forced to play something else, his win rate is actually close to zero. I guess at least it's a zero, just to be blunt.
Yeah, and that definitely is kind of like the double-edged sword. But I believe our fans and viewers in Twitch chat, they can continue to keep their prediction rate at 100%. So cast your votes in the Twitch chat down below. RSG Singapore fans, they definitely need the support right now as we look at our boy Diablo right here on the screen. This is your man right there, the man who pioneered the Badang and Khalid. You guys want Singapore to kind of raise their flags in the next stage. This is where you support them. But for the KH fans for Burnex Flash, this is also your chance to support your boys as they take on RSG Singapore in a grudge match.
Yeah, and I've experienced the support from the KH fans, and I can tell you they are insane. They have huge support onto their own team. So I can imagine that now that we are on a virtual stage still, right? So in the comment section, they'll be going crazy. But can you imagine if Burnex Flash gets to go on to the main stage and the fans will be there? It will be a big party.
Yeah, I remember, so there's always this conversation, right? Even from the very first season, one of my wish is to have a KH team qualify to a LAN event, qualify to top 6, top 4, because I really think that they have come a long way as a region, right? They're getting closer and closer, and they are not following the conventional way. They have their own style, and it works. It really shows how versatile Mobile Legends Bang Bang is right now. But for our predictions, this time, I'm going for RSG SG 2-1 though. Right, I know looking at track record, Burnex Flash, they're going to take this hands down, but RSG Singapore, I believe that we're kind of entering a newer meta, again, new emblems, and I believe that perhaps this is the push that they need to win out 2-1. I mean, our boy Jay says 2-0, so that guy is continuing to stay on the copium train.
Yeah, he's that's why he's enjoying his instant noodles now, right? He's okay, I'll just drop the ball and then I'll just enjoy my instant noodles. But dude, you just mentioned about, you want to see a Cambodian team making to the land and all that. But what's with the fault, man?
You hold on. You gotta understand, this prediction was made way before, all right? So didn't have time to correct it. But either way, I think that you look at the group stage stats, right? Burnex Flash, they already have won one series, so it's not like losing this is going to put them at an 0-2 deficit. So it's not the worst, all right? Bear with me, it's not the worst. But for RSG Singapore, if they lose this, it's 0-2, then 3 more series after this, and it's not easy opponents.
Yeah, so I'm the only one among all three of us that voted for a Burnex Splash. So I can genuinely say I want to see a Cambodian team in a LAN event. Yes, not gonna lie about that. The stats say it for itself.
You are correct. I have no arguments against that one, right? I mean, again, they have shown a decent. Their track record has already been a good enough proof that they have what it takes to beat RSG Singapore. And I do wonder when we head into the draft later on, will it be the same approach, just like what RSG Philippines took against RSG SG, where you're banning out the Kali and Badang no matter what happens?
Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty much a no-brainer ban by now. Like if we go against RSG SG, we can see that how much importance RSG SG places onto Diablo and how important he is for the team, and keeping him alive is important. Now, in the second game, he played a Paquito. It's not either one of the Khalids and Badangs, but when he played the Paquito, he played a decent Paquito. Despite their loss, he still did decently well. So you can see how important he is to the team, that for them to keep him alive at least, and allow him to do whatever that he needs to do.
And hopefully that's going to be the case, right? I think the RSG SG in their series against RSG Philippines, definitely they struggle a little bit. I think in the macro sense, in those team fights, RSG Philippines undoubtedly outclassed their sister team. But we also saw Diablo making space for himself, trying to create those openings. It just wasn't enough. I guess you can say the same for BRN Flash. When you look back at MSC, BRN Flash basically just dominated RSG Singapore. So if anything, I think the ball is in RSG's court to try and win this.
Yeah, and if I were to look at during that match, some of the hot picks, Fedrin would definitely be one of the best that RSG would want to consider, because it is quite a flex pick. It's being used either by ATM or Shima. So the moment they pick a Fedrin, then the thought process for RSG will go haywire. It's like, okay, what role is he going to play? Is he going to be the jungle? Is he going to be the XP lane? So you don't want to put yourself in that sort of conversation or that confusion. So you might as well just ban up Fedrin from the start.
And when you look at RSG SG at that time at MSC, right? You look at the heroes that were picked. I believe you discussed a little bit about the Jawhead with Jace earlier on. We talked a little bit about the Bane, which is a hero that BRN Flash that did pick up. BRN Flash also went for 1-1 Atlas. They went for the Natalia as well. Heroes that you don't see too often nowadays. So I do wonder if those are going to be the X factor, because when you look at the games that BRN Flash won against RSG Slate SG at that time, it was, they played 2 games of Bane, they played 1 game of Natalia, they played 1 game of Atlas, and all of these games were actually pretty decisive, right? Game 1 was 14.5 minutes, game 2 and game 3 almost closing in at 20 minutes basically.
Yeah, true. So they did give a fight there during that time. But there's this one factor though. As compared to that and there, RSG had a roster change. So their mid laner, that time it was Roy, so now it's Buji. For Buji, so far with the 2 games that we have seen, we have yet to see much out of Buji. So I don't know how it will be against BRN Flash now that he'll be playing his 3rd official competitive match with this lineup.
Yeah, and I think that itself puts quite some pressure, right, onto RSG Slate himself, because this is, you are playing up against basically regional teams, right? This could be MSC all over again if you just kind of cover the title of the tournament. So I think for Buji as a player, it's not going to be an easy road. You have a lot of responsibilities on your shoulders and the organization itself, right? And you're representing a team that were back-to-back champions of MPL Singapore, and right now you're facing off against a team that knocked you out in a recent tournament, and that was before you were even there. So I think there's going to be a lot of that pressure that he has to overcome.
Yeah, but sometimes, that is I just try to think the positives of it, right? So sometimes that is a positive thing that BRN Flash might not be prepared for that. Like maybe they have all the info, all the data of their previous mid laner, but for Buji, maybe not as much. So Buji can still come up with a surprise for BRN Flash. So far from what we've seen in the previous round where he played, the picks that he have taken, Yip as well as Valentina, so pretty standard picks, I must say, or pretty popular picks. I'd like to see that if he can play the Novaria, because the Novaria is very flexible. Like it can dish out a lot of, you can go for a lot of damage, or you can go for vision, however you want to play it. So if they can play a mid Novaria, if Gucci can pull it off, I think it will give a lot of advantage towards RSG, especially with the information that they can gather.
And adding on to that, right? What a Novaria is good at in early levels is just you're very good at clearing waves, and while you clear waves, you're also very good at poking at the enemy because you can just hit them long range with the Astral Recall. So overall, I think for Novaria, you do have and it's not easy to gank, right? If you run the flicker, you can just flicker and use the Astral Recall to kind of phase through terrain itself, and not many heroes can go through terrains to chase you down. She does have the advantage, but the disadvantage is that you're just easy to catch, right? If you catch her, she is basically dead. So I wonder, I do agree, I think Novaria would be a decent option that both teams can consider, but it also comes down to how RSG SG wants to play this, right? And does the Novaria fit into that equation? And what we saw early on from Aura Fire was that Novaria was fit into the roam role, scour for vision, open up the map, but that's how they were able to utilize it. And I do wonder if it's the same for RSG Singapore.
Well, let's see if they will pick that. And most importantly, it's going to be the biggest question. Will Diablo be given a chance to play either the Khalid or Badang in this coming draft? But I do expect that the respect ban will come out from Burnex Splash. I don't think they will allow him to pick that. And for the side of RSGSG, I believe that they won't allow them to get the Fedrin. On top of the Fedrin, since we already spoke about that, I think the Bane will be one of the hot bans as well for RSGSG, not to allow Shiba to have that in his arsenal.
Yeah, you kind of have, two teams that are contesting for the sort of like the same hero, right? We spoke of the Bane, a little bit, but unfortunately, it wasn't prioritized as much. And I do wonder, where does this hero sit on the list itself? Are we ever going to see that Bane? The interesting part is that these two teams, when I look back at the track record, we are not seeing too much of the assassin junglers, right? I guess Bane is one of it, but RSG Singapore, they did play the Alpha once in Game 3 at MSC. But aside from that, we're seeing Martis, we're seeing Fredrin, we're seeing, a lot of just Fredrin jungle. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he plays out. Khalid Badang banned out, as you pointed out. Kaja as well by Burnex Flash, and Angela Uranus banned out by RSG Singapore.
And so basically it's to block out Diablo. So I think that's the obvious block. Every team that faces up with RGSG will do that. Lucia Cuties, Kaja is blocked out as well. He has a 100% win rate before this. So that is out. Joy is out. So that is taken out the hands of ATM. So now coming to the picks. Since Burnex Splash has the first pick, expect maybe like a Fedrin. If not a Fedrin, we might see a very safe one. Valentina will be picked up as the first one.
Very straightforward, honestly. I feel like this one is kind of a no-brainer, right? You're looking at Valentina, the Eve, I think both are very good openers. And I think Fredrin is also a pretty good opener as well, and there it is. ATM, at least for the side of Burnex Splash, they're going to pick up the Fredrin to kick things off. Very solid pick. We've seen it being flexed into the jungle and the XP lane, and it gives you a lot of that flexibility to work with, right? And now the question is, RSG Singapore, are they going to fall back to the Paquito for Diablo?
Oh man, I mean, so far the record-wise, Paquito has been pretty decent for Diablo. But like what you said before, it really depends on the composition or what kind of playstyle do they plan to go for. So, but I really want to see some level of flexibility from Diablo. Like, can he play something else at the same level as a Khalid and Badang besides a Paquito? So far, no picks for Diablo just yet, so it's still left up to be answered. But I think if I was like Burnex Splash, I wouldn't be worried anymore for Diablo. Based on track record wise, as long as you ban out the Khalid and Badang, they can focus on the bans for the others or the counter pick for the others instead.
We see the Valentina and Beatrix picked up for RSG Singapore. I guess when you look at that XP lane, there are still a couple of options, right? I believe Diablo did play the Edith in one of the games earlier on. There is the Arlot still available if you want to go for it. It's sort of kind of the soft answer to a Fredrin. If you just want to displace him, that could be a way as well. You have Jong, the Lapu Lapu, two heroes that we have not seen today,
The falling
an Arlo
stars
gets
brought
taken
us
away
here.
instantly by Burn
Your
X Flash.
team
So
is
they are not afraid to reveal that this Arlo is going XP, and this Brethren is most likely going into the jungle. And they also snatched Novaria, which was a pick that you wonder if RSG actually will want to take for themselves, because it does give them certain utilities. So RSG Singapore will settle for Franco.
Oh man, okay, so Franco, oof. Okay, considering that they have a Novaria, right, that can give them a lot of vision, so Franco might have a difficult time hiding in the bushes to try to get that hook in. And even if he gets a hook in, well, it also depends on the target, right? So Novaria might not be the easiest to hook, since Novaria will stay behind. And so far from the first two picks, there's Arlo and Brethren. Both of them are tanky enough to sustain the bite. So I don't know, the Franco pick it feels very hard to play for RCSU.
It's the only replacement for Lucian's QT's Kaja, right? I guess if you kind of look at it that way, RSG Singapore just feel a bit more comfortable. Like, while our Kaja is gone, who else can do it? The only one is Franco. We see the Martyrs and Florine ban out though. RSG Singapore going for another support type hero ban. We're still looking for a potential roamer and a gold laner for Burn X Flash. You know what they want to take away? There are many options though. You have the Melissa, you have the carry,
my friend.
if very much needed. We decided to ban out the Estes, doubling down on the support.
Okay, very interesting bans though. So if we look at the record, Estes has been picked by Burn X Flash before doing MSC twice with a 50% win rate. So it's not the best of win rates though. But if you kind of think about it, like for Burn X Flash, rather than this kind of support roamer, if they were to pick a next roamer, assuming that Novaria goes mid, then you might as well pick a tank roamer-ish. Like something like, even like a Minsita, wouldn't be too bad. Or they can go for a roam glue as well.
I mean, there's a chance that this Novaria just ends up in the roam role, right? And then you get a mid laner, maybe a Kadita, maybe they want to go for the Eve. That is still up for grabs. There's the Valentina as well. And Burn X Flash, they have plenty of options, honestly. So I don't think they are too worried right now. The silver lining for our Singapore is that they get the last pick. They're gonna lock in their fourth pick, which is going to be the Guinevere. Alright, that's Diablo.
Wow, okay, so Diablo trying something new this time. Well, looks like no Paquito for him, so it will be interesting to see how he actually plays this. Now, Guinevere, I think Guinevere, the way you play it is kind of like a Padang, like you can initiate fights. So if we were to see like Diablo, what he's good at is definitely initiating fights. That's why he was comfortable with the Idif, with Paquito as well. So hopefully he can pull off the same with a Guinevere. It's just that we have yet to see him play a Guinevere on a tournament stage. So it's still yet to be answered, like how will he perform with it.
Hey,
I mean, you have
that I'm still wrong.
I suppose it kind of fits Diablo style, right? Fighter type heroes, Guinevere is right up there in his alley. Brody and Kufra being the final two picks. Kufra being a fantastic pick as well to deal with both the Valentina and Beatrix and also the Guinevere. All these mobility heroes can get shut down fairly easily if Kufra gets on top of them. So D7 has a very important role that he needs to fulfill. Now the question is, who goes into the jungle for RSG Singapore?
Mobility, Lancelot, let's go. I mean, they got a win with it before, so why not, right? And Bray is playing. So Lancelot, Martis has been banned out, so that's out of the question. If they want to pull off a surprise or a common surprise, I would say it's maybe like an alpha, because they picked that twice before. But I would say the Lancelot will give them a bit more mobility to go on the backline to chase down Novaria, but no.
Who goes jungle? Alice jungles, right? Like, it has to be.
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, it has to be.
It has to be the Alice jungle. I am definitely a tad stunned. I believe we have seen Alice before. I don't remember exactly when. I feel like it's probably first season, towards the end of the first season for Snapdragon Pro Series. But either way, Alice jungle is something that it feels like a relic at this point. Don't see it too often. So RSG Singapore is showing something new again, but is it enough to get through Burn X Flash? I think that's the biggest question.
Oh, okay. So we got some info there from Jace. In Singapore, it was used once from a deck from a player from Bleed. So yeah, I guess it has been used once, but I don't know about it as well. I'm not too sure. Yes, it can engage, but I don't think it has the mobility that we would need. They would need to go to catch the backline.
You kind of are looking to just survive in the fight, right? Just be kind of this this nuisance, this very annoying mage that just is hard to kill. All the rest of the team kind of does the damage. I mean, you have a Beatrix, you have a Guinevere. These are very good heroes to kind of fight it out. So we'll see if it works out. RSG Singapore takes on Burn X Flash again. This grudge match from MSC 2023. We'll see if RSG does it, if they can overcome Burn X Flash.
Ooh, okay, here we go. So this will be super interesting. It's going to be a matchup again between these two teams. It's going to be a repeat of MSC. Last time we saw, ladies and gentlemen, Burn X Flash won 3-0 against RSGSG. This could be a redemption moment for them. And what I'll be interested to see, besides the Alice pick, is how Lucian QT is going to play the Franco. How is he going to land the hooks?
I mean, he just pulled the purple buff away, so Chuma's jungle slowed down just by a little bit. Thanks to Lucian QT being a pain. So D7 is going to try to make sure that this Franco doesn't slow down the jungle a little bit. That itself is already a minor advantage over to RSG Singapore just because Ray's jungle is uncontested. And he also has to install Ray, so he's not going to have the durability to heal as much, but he definitely does do decent damage. The snipe attempt to come through ATM versus Flicker. Diablo uses super spot to get away.
Ooh, look at this. A lot of attention given towards Diablo early on. And I guess this is where Burn X Flash, in general, they know that the main person you need to cut off is going to be Diablo. So that's why you can see that they are committed towards trying to get him. Even though they don't get the kill, as long as they can send him back to the base, that's good enough. That lane itself would have been won at least in the early phase.
We'll see. D7 is going to be just a little bit. Lucian QT will be there with him. Taking damage, not enough. Lucian QT knocked out right now. Taking some chips from Burn X Flash, but not enough to go down. So it's gonna be up right now. Burn X Flash gonna start on it. Ray. You want to contest this? I mean, Diablo and Buji are going to be there. The Astral Recall used already. There'll be Hunt used onto D7. They're gonna go on to one of the hook, iron hook from QT. What was that first burn for RSG Singapore? Final Flash gonna be there. And Bray steals the turtle away. ATM now. Having it so siphoned away by this Alice is 2 for RSG Singapore.
Wow, okay, it all started from that hook. That was insane there. Hopefully we get to see the replay of that later on. But looks like we're gonna hang on to our horses for now. But as the start, the first objective taken by RSGSG. They got a couple of kills in the process. So, I mean, it's so far so good for RSGSG. Looking nice.
I had a feeling that that D7 was trying to do the trick with the Kufra when you use the Tyrant's Revenge to leap away as the Iron Hook hits you. So it kind of disjoints. I believe Keyboy did it in MSC 2023. I can't remember. I think, yeah, but someone did it. I believe it was Keyboy. So if you let go of Tyrant's Revenge, I think, if you get the timing right, you actually just ignore the Iron Hook. You just leap away. Which is a very interesting interaction, but clearly that one didn't work out. So RSG Singapore off to a slightly decent start. You know, you get that turtle, you get 2 kills, and you get that 1,000 gold advantage. Very, very minute, but the grand scheme of things, RSG Singapore, they kind of are winning these early fights. They can skirmish.
And he was lucky enough that he started off with a bloody hunt, right? Imagine if he started off with a hook, the hook wouldn't have finished his cooldown before he could pull that off. So that was also like all the stars had to be aligned for him to pull that off. Right? At the end of the day, a kill's a kill, right?
Yeah, it is. And the crazy thing is that prior to that, I believe Lucian QT was just level 3. It was like level 3.5, right? It's not even 4. And then he siphoned the XP. no, not the roaming. Sorry, the roam blessing. Excuse me. Bit of that XP from the mid lane gave him that level 4, and it was just in time for the turtle fight to start. So I think BRN Splash not really expecting that. It's definitely just a very minor misstep. Not too big of a deal, but for RG Singapore, when you're on this Alice, right, you want to be staying in the fight, dealing damage, and you want to start the snowball. So this turtle buff is going to allow Bray to do exactly that. And not to mention, Lucian QT, he did pull the purple buff away from Chuma early on at the start of the game. So that also slowed down this Frederick's jungle.
Oh yeah, that is a good point there. So for them to scale, at least they have a few steps ahead. Like not really a big step, but at least baby steps, right? And the fact that they won that turtle fight, so that also means that the bottom lane would have been clear for maybe like 1 or 2 waves for Diablo to open up. And we always talk about like how important Diablo is for the side of RSG. And with that 1 or 2 waves clear for Diablo, that should be good enough for him to catch up to whatever that he lost previously because of the gank at the bottom lane.
It's not going to be the easiest, right? Because Diablo did have to blow his flicker and recall very early on due to the early pressure. And you always have to remember, Novaria doesn't necessarily have to show up on the map to kill you. She can snipe you from pretty darn far. And we saw, and it's very easy for Novaria to rotate as well, right? You phase through walls, you gain movement speed, you have very long range snipes. So you always have to be on your guard. And this kind of brings us back to the question, where does Diablo's Guinevere stand? I know he's a fighter hero, it's right up his alley, but can this Guinevere work out in that matchup? I think that's important because he's up against a Uranus. That's not the easiest hero to deal with.
Yeah, and I guess this is what we discussed earlier on, right? It's like, how are they going to deal with the distance that Novaria can place herself? Like she can, like what you say, face through walls and can place herself way behind. And she can just throw all the skills from afar, and RSGSG won't have a direct answer to that unless if they could tank everything and clear off everyone else.
Excuse me, not Uranus, I mean the Arlot. I'm getting brainwashed. I keep thinking Uranus is in the game. But we see the Astro Echo. Oh, Iron's Revenge, that's a knockup. Oki able to dash away just in time thanks to the Bloody Hunt as well from Lucian QT, saving his teammate. Bray shows up, level 7 Alice. Do you have anything to do with him though? Bray, with the Impure Rage, he's dealing pretty decent damage. 4 members of BRN Splash will be there. Bray continues to chase down. Not able to get anything done, at least protecting his teammate. Most important part, Oki stays alive.
Yeah, flowing blood all the way to the back line just to shoot him off. Not getting the kills, it's okay. But look at the bottom lane, looks like a little bit more control for Diablo. He's been penetrating through the second turret. It's not the second turret, just being a nuisance, but now he's joining in the middle, waiting for the right moment. Seacat and Super Shiva gotta be careful as Diablo jumps in.
And that's gonna be a knock-up, Iron Hook, very easy. Shuma still staying alive, it's a veteran after all. And once more, RS is under pressure, no shield.
Okay, now next objective is up, so we're gonna see the turtle dance really soon. Lucian QT will be prepared, and we don't see BRN Splash actually challenging for it, so they're gonna let it go. Interestingly, I guess it's also the lack of confidence, maybe the fact that RSGSG is having control over the map so far.
I suppose it's okay, right? Because for BRN Splash, they don't really have the necessary skills to test it. But Oki is again receiving a lot of the pressure this tier 1. Just went down, Lucian QT goes in, Bloody Hunt, D7 needs to run away, the Iron Hook on the donut. And they make Mew out of him. Perfectly done again from RSG Singapore.
Wow, nicely done, Lucian QT. He is. So far, he's doing very well. I can say that he's proving me wrong at least. Like so far, his hooks land. The flicker in with the Bloody Hunt was on point. Looking good so far for Lucian QT.
I mean, we said it, right? Kaja is banned out. What's the closest to Kaja? Pick the Franco. And I mean, he has been doing a phenomenal job. Diablo now having the experience advantage, goes in, just full steam ahead onto ATM. And that's enough to bring ATM down to half. But, you know, it's an R-Lot. He's going to heal out with Demon Mark. The Violent Requiem from this Guinevere is going to be a bit of a problem. The damage is one thing, but the crowd control can't be a force to be reckoned with. But you look overall, Bray is level 10. He's 2 levels ahead of the highest level member of Cyber Next Flash.
Seven's gonna come in for the side. Another home! What? How did he land that?
Oh my goodness. QT. Wow, Bray continues to chase. No follow-up, but doesn't matter. I mean, D7 is getting out engaged right now. I mean, I say out engaged, but really it's just Lucian QT catching him.
Wow, okay. Smelling revenge here from RSGSG. 5-0 so far. We have 3K goal lead. I mean, this is a result that a lot of people wouldn't be expecting, but Diablo gets another one, make that 6-0.
I mean, ATM, he's gonna go in, try to go for a chase. The facial migration, not enough to keep Diablo alive. Diablo ends up going down, but they do trade ATM back, and now Bray in the fray. Donut trying to stack up that passive, wants the damage, but can't get enough. RSG Singapore, they walk away with a couple of kills, and they take the tier 1 in the middle lane. Turtle secured by Super Chuma. This Fredrin finally getting that objective, but it was an expensive one.
Yeah. The middle fight was just pretty much fine time for Shiba. What? Wait!
Again?
He was prepared for that. That will be a straightforward kill. Oki will be happy to secure it.
They're gonna try to at least get some trade. Oki gets away. Donut couldn't get enough damage in. Oh, we're into a series now. 4K goal advantage for RSG Singapore so far.
4K goal advantage, and look at this spray. He already has a dominant eyes. So this will be difficult for players like ATM. Oh man, it's going to be really interesting. ATM has a dominant size of its own to try to counter onto players like Oki or even Lucian QT, or maybe even more so for Oki or Lucian QT, I'll say.
That's kind of the snowball that RSG Singapore got rolling, right? But now we are looking at conversion. How much of that can you convert into an advantage? Can you keep the snowball rolling? Again, you're running the Alice. You have a levels advantage, right? 2 levels ahead of everyone else. The highest level player on the side of the next Flash. But if you're going to reach a point where everyone is level 15 with the same items, then it wouldn't matter anymore. So they got to keep this going. Final Slash is going to be there. Brave put out of position. Super Shuma still healthy. Diablo forced away, and Bray trying to stay alive, couldn't do so. But Oki sprays them down, and they find 2. The stolen Tornapart memory is also there, and RSG Singapore trade 1 for 2.
Wow, okay, they're not done yet though. They're waiting for the opportunity to hook. Lucian QT, okay, sees C-Cat. It's going in, he knows the minions are there. C-Cat faces away, but there's no way for him to land that hook. So C-Cat is alive for now, and the counter from Burn X Splash is coming, but the most that they can do is maybe just clear off the minions.
Try to engage. I mean, D7 will try, but it's undoable. You look at that 5.2k goal advantage for RSG Singapore. 9 minutes in, gathering around the Lord Pit already.
And Lucian QT is waiting as well. Okay, is D7 going in? Yes. So now Lucian QT all alone, but Oki is on the way though. Lucian QT flickers away, but still be caught up by Shima. And that's going to be another kill in the back for Burn X Splash.
And it's in a rough spot. I mean, it's out of position. So good catch by Burn X Splash.
An opportunity for Burn X Splash to finally get one of the objectives, but they're not in the clear yet. As Bray will be at the forefront. They need to deal with the members of RSGSG first.
Try Bray in the fray again. Needs his team with him. Donut! Massive damage and just absolutely destroyed by Buji. Oh my goodness, this Valentina is a force to be reckoned with. And just like that, RSG Singapore is going to get the Lord, salvaging what looked to be a potential disaster.
Wow, stealing it away from Burn X Splash and now putting pressure onto the top lane. And they are doing a little bit of a split here. Diablo putting pressure onto the bottom lane as well. So the moment Burn X Splash puts their attention to the top, that's when Diablo will push in.
Alright, let's turn our attention to Burn X Splash. What can they do in this situation? Like, we're looking at RSG Singapore absolutely snowballing, right? Bray is level 14 to the Fredrin that's level 11. No one can stop him. The hook just missed. Final Slash to be there. Fuji out of position. Caught out and destroyed by Donut. They get the bloody hunt right there. And okay! This decimates Burn X Splash. Diablo finds a double. And RSG Singapore wins that fight in the middle.
At the same time, the Lord is pushing at the bottom lane. But BRN Splash will be able to clear off the Lord, but it cannot save that second turret in the middle. RSGSG, they are dominating this round with Oki still perfect in this round. No kills yet onto him.
And Diablo's feeling really good about himself. They are going to disengage from the base, and they have done critical damage. Inhibitor down on the bottom side. RSG Singapore 8.4k lead. Look at this team fight.
Oh yeah, just look at it. So the moment they went in onto Fuji, that Fuji has needed that one tick of health left, and I understand why it's so tempting to just finish him off. But the follow-up from the rest of RSG to counter back onto the engagement of BRN Splash, that was chef's kiss.
It was. Oki 5-0 and 3. Diablo 4-1-6. Illusion having 8 assists. Fuji having 11. Now RSG Singapore basically having majority of control of this map. It might be even a game at this point, right? Oki is incredibly ahead at this stage of the game. Like, if you allow him to just unleash a full combo onto you, the Banish Rage, for example, you are gonna get absolutely destroyed. Top 3 network all on the side of RSG Singapore.
And on top of that, Bray is at max level. So you just look at the level gap between Bray and everyone else, right? Like,
It was
so
a
hard to
bait.
take down Bray.
It was a bait. They used Bray as a bait, but they did end up losing Diablo. Alright. Using QT. And getting down. Profile memory used as well. It was a very cheeky idea, but they ended up losing one. So Flash still traded. Not where you want to be if you're at D7.
I guess they calculated the fact that Bray is at level 15. That's why they're like, okay, Bray, we know you're at level 15. The rest of BRN Splash, they would have like what, level 11, level 12 on average. So you know that you can tank it out. And whatever happens, you can still escape, right? So go in to the bait and we'll save you. The follow-up from RCSG is on point this time.
Oh yeah, it certainly is. So no target is safe with the BRN Splash. If you engage, just no here by Brado in a very dangerous position. He's all alone on the Lord while BRN Splash and all 5 members around that area. Novaria, Astro Echo used already. Lord down to half. RSG Singapore. The rest of them are still on the bottom side. The mid-range is going to push out. Bray engaged on. He needs help right now. The team has just arrived. Bray needs to survive long enough. They use every single skill. Final slice is dead. Bray's still alive. He's healing up. This Alice finally sniped on the Novaria. But the Lord is going to be taken, I believe. Was it by BRN Splash? It could be them. I think they stole it.
Yeah, it's by BRN Splash. Exactly. Innovation Spirit. Now they're going to counter out to RNG with Diablo in trouble. As ATM will be happy to take that kill.
That was a disaster, Cloud. I mean, what? A weird interaction. I mean, RSG Singapore, it kind of was handed away, honestly, to BRN Splash. Now we are back to an even game, but look at this. And they were so late to the party. The fact that RSG Singapore were not in position to support Bray. Such a heartbreak, honestly, at the Lord pit. The Lord itself was not even aggro towards the bottom side. It was aggro towards the jungle. That's not where the rest of RSG members are.
Yeah, if only the RSG members were like closer, like maybe around the jungle area, then maybe they would have been on time to save Bray. But now the fight in the middle, Donut is in trouble.
Bray gonna continue to chase E7 is the target with the Trunken use. Fuji flickers forward, gets haunted instead, gone on by ATM, finished off by the Novaria. RSG Singapore, Oki's godlike, they trade 1-for-1. They're able to stop it just for a little bit, but top lane needs help right now.
The Lord is pushing in, forcing RCSG to go back. I mean, not because of the Lord that RCSG would definitely have pushed in, but they have to retreat back. But they will still maintain their inhibited turret at least.
Cat is starting to do massive damage on this Novaria, so you can't underestimate him anymore. Those Astro recalls are going to start hurting, and look at that swing in the network. At one point, RSG Singapore had 8k, now it's down to 3.3k. Losing QT caller as well, all alone, flickers to safety. Immortality brings him back. They don't have enough damage to finish him off, but he couldn't follow up with this Iron Hook, so both teams disengage.
Lucky enough for his immortality. I think he just got it right on time, if I'm not mistaken. So that kind of saved him. Too bad his other teammates were not there to follow up because everyone threw a lot of skills onto him.
And BRN Splash, they have ways to displace you. We've seen ATN do it multiple times with the final Splash. Just catching SG off guard. You have to start to be a bit more cautious with how they move around the map. I think we've reached that stage of the game, right? It doesn't matter if they had a snowball. Now everyone is on even ground.
Yeah, totally agree. We are like, normally the measurement is about 50k. So the moment we hit that, it's like, okay, so down all to execution. Like everyone has the items that they need. It's just a matter of who makes that mistake. And speaking about mistakes, it could happen at the slot as both teams surrounding the objective.
OD7, very, very aware. The presence of mind is there for him. Protecting Donuts as well. I mean, Oki right now is, he's the hero, right? 7-0 and 4 on this Beatrix. It's him or nothing. He will find themselves a D7 who loses his immortality to the flicker to safety. Good catch by RSG. Lore started by Chuma though.
Oh, but now, not that he has done much to the Lord, so it's still up for grabs for any side. We can see the spread of RSG this time. It's a little bit better than before. At least whatever happens, in case Lucian gets caught out or he gets a hook, they can follow up through.
I believe Fuji did steal the final slash, so they have an ultimate for this. D7 leaps into the push, ready for an ambush. Lucian QT misses the iron hook. This could be go time for BRN Splash. The Astral Spirit chipping away at the health pool of Lucian QT also. Lord dangerously low. Ray, what is the plan? He's gonna get caught immediately. Ran back with the wall. The spear does miss from Novara. C-Cat not getting the burst in, and Oki just absolutely eviscerates D7 and finds Donut as well. RSG Singapore needs a hometown hero, and they might have found one in this Beatrix. Lord gets taken by BRN Splash, but 3 of their members will be dead. And Cloud, the base is exposed. The Lord is defending BRN Splash's base.
Ooh, this opens an opportunity for RSG to push in onto the mid lane and get that inhibitor turret. They should be able to do it. 15 more seconds before the rest of BRN Splash will arrive. But will there be enough time?
The hook, and that is the final slash used by both teams. The knockout from Diablo, doing just enough. And RSG Singapore strikes first blood in this grudge match.
Wow, this is revenge here, ladies and gentlemen. Revenge from MSC. RSG Singapore taking home the first win. And I can imagine Jace going crazy with his instant noodles now.
Yeah, he's probably going to make another one to celebrate this victory. It's not done just yet, of course. It's just game number 1, but they are one step closer in overcoming BRN Splash. And in what a fashion, right? They bring out the Guinevere for Diablo. We've been asking several questions without Padang and Kali, where does Diablo stand? And we were thinking to ourselves, where does Bray stand? And he brings out the Jungle Alice and won. But my MVP, without a shadow of doubt, Oki. 9-0, I believe, on this Beatrix.
9-0, okay, yeah, I think definitely. He's always there when it comes to the follow-up. He's always there, dishing a lot of damage. And the best part is that I kind of wonder that BRN Splash, did they forgot to go for the backline, or do they not have the ability to go for the backline, allowing Oki to just dish out damage freely just like that?
I think, the only one that can jump there, right? They have 2 heroes that can do it. You have the Arlot and you have a Kufra. But every time they do it, you have an Alice on the other end that is disrupting your backline. Then your backline calls for help. And you also have a Franco that you need to deal with, right? If you dive him alone, then you end up being like D7. And every time he gets Iron Hooked, he gets Bloody Hunt and gets destroyed by Oki. So it's definitely not easy. And it didn't get any easier, the fact that BRN Splash were behind the entire game. Sure, they took 2 lures, but it doesn't matter. Right? The early snowball that, Lucian QT set up for his team really translated into an avalanche that we were asking, how far can this go? But I guess we got our answer. We got a legendary Beatrix.
Yep, and gotta give it to Lucian QT as well. I mean, there were a few questions like when he did the Franco pick, but after that, it's like he showed that okay, yes, he is definitely on point with the Franco, not only with the hooks. Similar concept like how he would play the Kaja, like flicker in, but the difference is that pull out a bloody hunt, and it worked out for him as well. It's just that, other than that, his hooks were on point too. I mean, hats off to Lucian QT.
Yeah, and honestly, hats off, right? Everyone on the side of RSG Singapore really pulled their weight. Bray on the Alice jungle, we were kind of questioning it a little bit because it is not too common, right? It's not that we are doubting it, but there's not enough sample size. I know it was played by Bleed in MPL Singapore. I know it was played in MPL Indonesia in very rare cases, but I guess we kind of see the power of that Alice just a little bit in this game. But when we went to the late game, Oki came alive and just absolutely carried his team to victory. Let's take a look at the stats. 21-9 in favor of RSG Singapore, and Oki on this Beatrix. Woo, you gotta love it. 9-0-6.
Wow, and Lucian QT only died once. Okay, after all that, so I guess the immortality that he got really saved him a lot there. I think it was popped off like, even maybe like once or twice maybe, and that's about it. So Lucian QT, but one thing I noticed about the execution of Bird Splash is that Lucian QT is always the target. But if you kind of think about it, you don't want to execute on a tank. And Lucian QT did put himself in a very good position to be the target, and the bait was taken by Bird Splash a couple of times.
Okay, by the way, where is my boy Diablo again?
Oh yeah,
where is my boy Diablo? Come on. Come on, man. The fans want it. This is their first game win, not series win, game win. But man, Diablo's not there yet. All right. I hope if RSG Singapore do win this series, we get to see Diablo finally. He's our mystery character, right? The conditions to unlock Diablo is to have RSG Singapore win a series.
Yeah, to get him interviewed. Yeah, we gotta get him on the interview, and yeah, I can imagine again, like Jay's just going nuts, like, oh Diablo, oh my god. Yeah. Maybe we should stop him for the interview.
Singapore is going nuts because they are not seeing their boy Diablo. So yeah, we'll get that fixed. We'll get that fixed in the near future. And most importantly, RSG Singapore off to a fantastic start. This match, I would say, it didn't even look close.
Yeah, it's actually like from the start to the end, maybe like the first few minutes at the bottom lane, they were trying to block up Diablo, and that's about it. But other than that, the moment the first turtle was taken by RSG, they just went all the way.
I mean, you look at the other numbers, right? If you look at the net worth, the objectives, it feels close, and then you look at the kills, it's just RSG Singapore having a good time. And props to Diablo also, because this man had a slightly rough early game. It was getting pressured by ATM. CCAT was roaming to the bottom lane to put pressure on him, and he was not able to kind of get these solo kills. But remember, right, him dealing damage is one thing, but the knockup from that ultimate, the constant knockup that he can proc with the Violet Requiem, and even with the passive itself, suspending the enemy in the air is going to buy time for allowing the team to finish off those kills. Let's take a look at more numbers. Damage dealt in this case, Oki, the prime damage dealer, this legendary Beatrix, 98,000. And CCAT on the other end, on this Novaria, very common, 117,000.
Yeah, no surprises that Oki dished out the most damage, right? So, at least for RSG. Interestingly, for CCAT, I was expecting like maybe, okay, I wouldn't say Donut being the most damage dealer, but I was kind of expecting like an Arlo can actually do better than this stat. But hey, CCAT probably just landing all those snipes, allowing him to gain that amount of damage from RSG.
Yeah, and Bougie has 16 assists, by the way, on this Valentina. Right, so don't worry, Bougie, you're not the forgotten one. I'm a support player. I appreciate people who assist their team a lot. So if Bougie has one fan, I'm that fan. If I'm not around, then Bougie has no fans. Okay, I appreciate the forgotten ones a lot. Most damage taken, of course, on the side of Burn Splash, it is going to be Super Chuma on this Fredrin, and on the side of RSG Singapore, well, it's the Jungle Alice.
And I think there were many times that Bray was used kind of like a bait. Like there were many times like, oh, he was way at the front, and when the moment Vertex Splash went on to him, like then the hook starts to land, and then the follow-up damage from Oki and yada 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 and so on. Like they were so confident about Bray surviving that mid. And I think that's understandable, right? Instead of if you put a Lucian QT in front, everyone knows like, okay, you don't initiate on a tank. But when you put a Bray there, then you'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe we can initiate. But because of the level gap at some point, and that's where it's hard to take him down.
Yeah. I mean, look at the total hues as well, right? Of course, it's Bray. I mean, it is an Alice, so no surprise right there for him. And then at the end of the day, RSG Singapore, there's always this saying, right? Which I think kind of derives from the KH region itself, is that if you are creative, if you can bring out something that the enemy isn't ready to deal with, then you might stand a chance to overcome them. But in this case, our MVP for Game 1, Oki, of course, 9-0 and 6 on the Beatrix, is an absolute beast on the battlefield. 5,250 damage per minute with a 689 GPM.
And that's the thing about having a Beatrix, right? Like you get into the fight, especially if it's a team fight, you just spam everything. You can definitely dish out a lot of damage there. But you gotta give it to him as well, the fact that he can distance himself from the fight enough for him to be in position to dish out that amount of damage. So looking back at the highlights, that is exactly what it did. That Lucian QT with his hook, chef's kiss. My God.
He is setting up Oki for success, right? You can see every single time Lucian QT gets a hook, Oki is gonna be there, and it's like, alright brother, this is my kill right now. Look at all these, I mean, Oki has been very, very efficient in finding these opportunities to get those kills, get those leads for himself. And obviously this one was kind of like the moment where RSG Singapore sweat a little bit as they mispositioned themselves, but no worries, this fight, Oki basically pulled it back from the very brink.
And there was that moment where it was very, very tempting to go on to Blue T, but the counter initiation from RSG, they were prepared for that. Just look at this highlight again. It's like Shima just doing his own thing behind there, and he's telling himself that, okay, I know we might lose the fight and losing a lot of people, but as long as I get the Lord, that's okay. But the fact is that at that point, if you get the Lord, you lose the fight, it is still not going to bring any benefits because RCSG can just push for the win.
Yeah, it's like the Hail Mary, right? It's like, well, we're in a rough spot, but let me try and farm my stats a little bit. Let me try and tank as much damage as possible. Jokes aside, BRN Slash down 0-1. Very, very unexpected opener to the series. I mean, I believe RSG Singapore did catch them off guard a little bit with the Quinavir and Jungle Alice. Now BRN Splash, they still have a chance to push us to a game 3. They're gonna have some time to kind of think about it and prep for game number 2. But what are the changes you're looking for if you are a BRN Splash? Are you looking for are you looking for them to bring out their own wacky tricks, or just stick to what they're good at but be a bit more refined dealing with RSG's unorthodox selection?
Honestly, I don't feel there's much trouble with the draft of BRN Splash. But if I were to change something, I would want more mobility for BRN Splash, because like what we saw earlier on, the trouble that they had was to deal with the Beatrix at the back line. If only they had, like, for example, like a Lancelot, I'm just putting an example, or like a Lancelot, or maybe even like a Martyrs, or like a Ling, like a Fanny, then that will allow them better access to go on to Oki instead.
In BRN Splash, you have to kind of hit that reset. It is, I think that it's kind of like the shock factor, right, of game number 1. But it's good to see the boys of RSG Singapore in very good spirits. After that game 1 win, they were delighted. They were having so much fun talking about that win. To see kind of the finger pointing, the hand signals. In Malaysia, Singapore, these kind of hand signs, when you see it, it means that you did a great job. You either did a really great job or you did a really bad job. But considering that they have smiles on their face, I'd say they did a pretty good job.
Oh yeah, I mean, from execution to showing that, hey, you know what, Diablo, it's not only about Khalid and Badang. Now that he has other heroes in his arsenal, I think this will be a fruit for thought for Burn X Splash. Like, okay, yes, based on stats, based on historical record, we still ban out the Khalid and Badang, but now they need to think of like, okay, what will Diablo use then? How are we going to counter it if we don't ban it?
And what else would Diablo use? I think that is a very good question. So here, I'm going to open the floor to you, Cloud. What hero would Diablo use? We're going to do it for a cup of tea.
Oh, well, a cup of tea. Okay, okay. Let's see. Wow, cup of tea, eh? I think a repeat would be pretty nice. Yeah, Esmeralda again. Yeah.
Oh, you're thinking the Esmeralda? All right.
Yeah.
That was actually on my mind as well, right? I think Esmeralda would be it would make sense, but we'll see if we get it right. Badang again banned out by Burn X Splash, no surprise. The second one is gonna be a Khalid. Are they gonna target a Guinevere? Now that is question number 2. For the side of RC Singapore, they're gonna go with the Angela ban, no surprise.
Okay, all right, there you go. Uranus, because I think that they're kind of they got a phobia from the previous game that they can't deal with the Uranus, and they totally understand that. Despite the Uranus in recent record has not been used much from Burn X Splash, probably it worked only once. That's about it, and even that without a win. But the Kaja has been banned out, so there's a respect ban to Lucian QT, meaning that the Franco is open again. But I think that as long as they can find a hero that has good mobility to go for the backline, they don't need to worry too much about Franco.
We're gonna have the Kaja ban again, so this time Burn X Splash, they are the one that takes the Valentina away. Singapore, they are. I mean, you still have that Diablo pick, right? They do prioritize Diablo a lot. But this also opens up the Fredrin for them, which in the previous game was taken by Burn X Splash in the first pick.
Yes. I mean, Shima did okay with the Fredrin, so I won't be surprised if he picks the Fredrin again. But here will be the question for Buji, right? Like, what will he pick? They could pick a mage next. So with Novaria still open, I would like to see him pick a Novaria. Yeah, just go for a Novaria. If not, we might see a regular pick like a Sheesh or something like that. But they gotta take out the Fredrin away from Shima. So Shima, go for mobility, my man.
So Fredrin and Franco, we saw what Lucian QT is capable of in game number 1. Would you feel like the Franco was a big problem, or it's just, well, we were not prepared, now we're gonna pick heroes that can deal with the Franco?
Honestly, I feel that it's not prepared. Like, they didn't know what to expect of this Franco. So I think that's why they're like not too worried about like whether they ban the Franco or not. They can allow the Franco to be taken. So now that they know what to expect, like, oh, this is how he will play the Franco, there'll be ways to counter him. And I guess one of it is to have an archive with a heavy spin put in front, just to block off the hooks from Franco.
Harder to take it, harder to control as well. Yeah, the Franco. I mean, you want to bite me? Let me knock you away. Right? Fredrin likes to stay in place. Akai knocks him away, and Valentina also have. I mean, all the heroes so far on the side of Burn X Splash have mobilities to kind of deal with this Fredrin to a certain extent. Kind of a soft answer.
I've been waiting for
Yeah.
Singapore has the carry. There's a tank shredder right there.
Yeah, okay, so you got the tank shredder, you got the tank on the other side, but you don't have mobility yet to deal with the backline. So Beatrix is going to be very dangerous. Donut is going to be using it. He has a good record with the Beatrix. They have won against RCSG before with that pick. So I guess what is up for grabs next, they need to have something of a mobility, something to be able to go in for the backline. I don't see like a carry or a veteran able to do that.
Well, hello, and my friend. We are kind of going back to the same questions again, right? The bans, they remain identical. Florian and Estes ban, but we're now back to a matchup where the Beatrix is going to bully the carry early on, has the range and damage advantage. Diablo's Guinevere ban now. That's one of the questions that we posed early on. So the question, so now is Diablo, what do you have left? Is it gonna go back to Paquito? Are we looking at Esmeralda, a Mincita? What else is there for Diablo?
Ooh. I mean, relaxed engagement, right? I think Mincita would be great.
The southern
If you can pull it up, and plus, recently Mincita has been quite nice as well. So now they're going to leave that for the last pick, and this leaves a question of towards Bird Splash. Like, okay, what is Diablo going to play? Okay, I'll just put it out there, right? Maybe a Paquito, because Paquito can go for the backline.
Part of me wanted to just go crazy with it. Benedetta or Jawhead, maybe Benedetta. But at the same time, I don't feel like that's gonna be a probable choice. I mean, they have the last pick, right? That's what RS Singapore have been doing for quite some time, where they just leave Diablo's pick for last because they wanted to see what the enemies have. The Farmus is going to be the pick alongside the Terizla for Burnex Flash. So you get the XP lane Terizla.
Yeah, a lot more sustainability at the front for a Burnex Flash. And I think this is also to deal with in case the Franco lands his hook. So they have a lot of options. They have the Count Alta to escape, and then they have penalty zone to counter back. They have a lot of options, a good amount of options. So this is where Lucian QT will need to be aware of. When he lands his hooks, it would be best, of course, if he can land the hook onto someone like behind a wall. That's going to be hard for Burnex Flash to follow up. But if it's an open area, then he needs to be prepared that the counter will come in.
What does Diablo want? Alright, let's find out. Lapu Lapu looks to be the choice. Back to basics. One of the more classic ones for the XP lane. Diablo showing it up. We get the Kadita mid lane as well, right? So this one is definitely a composition with less unorthodox selection, right? Very, very straightforward for our Singapore. But we do have a roaming Farmus on the side of Burnex Flash, and I believe that there has been this discussion because of the recent nerfs. Farmus less desirable in the roam role, but Burnex Flash, they're gonna do it anyways.
Yeah, so he's going to get his levels a little bit slower since he's on the roam. Since he's on the roam roll. For the first level of the Count Alta, it's going to take him 80 seconds to gain back his cooldown. At max level, it's going to be 70 seconds. So that's going to be quite long for the current patch of the Count Alta. So that also means that whenever he executes the Count Alta, he cannot execute it on the basis of it is a bait. It has to be used really, really well.
Absolutely. We see, I mean, RSG Singapore, they are one step through the door. I say one step through the door, but they are one step closer in completing this revenge, this grudge match against Burnex Flash. He's gonna do it again. Do it for MSC 2023, perhaps. Do it for what happened at Cambodia's playoffs. Here it is, game number 2, Burnex Flash against RSG Singapore.
All right. So as usual, if you have a Franco, you want to play a little bit more aggressive, try to get a hook onto the purple buff, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. But for Shima, they probably anticipated that. It's like, okay, yeah, I do have a Franco, you're probably going there, so I go for the orange buff instead.
They're just outmaneuvering this Franco early on. QT spotted mid as well, so it's the minus switch up, preventing any sort of early disruption from the side of from RSG Singapore. And that can be very important, right? Especially when we are waiting for that 3-minute turtle fight. These early delays can really cost them.
Oh, Lucian QT spots out G7, but it's still fairly early though. So the most that he can do is like land one hook and that's about it. Just to shoo him off. But interestingly, keep your eye on the movement of Lucian QT though. He is putting some focus onto the top lane, not allowing Donut to gain the farm that he would have wanted, because we all know that at the late game, Beatrix not only can dish out a lot of damage in a team fight, but can also push turrets.
And that makes a lot of sense, because you don't want this carry to get bullied too much, right? Into a Beatrix, you just get outranged, so not an easy fight. I do like the idea of Lucian QT helping out Ray. Let's go for invade of his own with 2 of the camps down bot. Has a chance to connect on the bottom though onto ATM. Not hitting level 4 yet. Diablo also looking for that ultimate. Burn Express, they do have backup, so unfortunately RSG Singapore won't be able to follow up, but it seems that Diablo is gonna jump in with that ultimate on the bottom side. Too brutal to witness. ATM dropping low, surviving with a sliver of health as RSG Singapore goes onto the turtle.
Wow, okay. Managed to open up some space, but now Diablo is half health, so he has to get away. D7 pulls him back. Fuji's coming for the follow-up, and Shima could be in trouble. He could be going down next, but the Call Alta did save him, bought him some time. But the objective is still up. The turtle is there for the taking as Bray will secure it.
Enemy zone onto Bray. Fuji still alive. TDK stealing that the Diablo's ultimate away, and Diablo just be like, no, that is my ultimate. You give it back. First blood for Diablo. Security, 180, and Diablo finds a double. And RSG Singapore off to a great start again.
Wow, okay, securing the objective. 2 kills in the process. I mean, it's a perfect start for RSGSG so far. Very interesting to see like how they follow up after like one of them is like being chased out.
I mean, you gotta really love how they play that fight. TDK bursted down by Buji. That's 3 for RSG Singapore. These skirmishes from RSG Singapore played it well, honestly.
Absolutely. I mean, so far we can see a lot more control again. Okay, let's see here. D7's in trouble. Ah, there you go. Oki will be there to shred him down. Donut, there's nothing much that he can do.
And that is, I mean, you are very happy if you're Oki, especially when you are playing a carry. And look at that, Donut try to dash away, but Bray, he knows. Petrified used by Fuji just securing the bloody hunt to lock Shuma in place. TDK will be dead. They use the early Call Alta. RSG Singapore, they need to decide if they want to fight this one. Roughway chooses while Brave with the appraised grab almost destroyed the Akai. RSG Singapore walks out with all 4 men alive.
To be fair, Jima did what an Akai is supposed to do, like, okay, step into the front and show himself first, baiting out some of the skills, and he managed to bait out the Bloody Hunt. At the moment the Bloody Hunt is being used, that's where the rest of Burn Splash comes in. But unfortunately, they don't have the amount of damage to counter back onto RSGSG because of their gap.
That top kill one down. Bray again in the front. Second turtle will be the target. Okay, sniped by Donut, so lose a bit of that health. Not getting up the fastest anyways. RSG Singapore, 2-man con. Fuji looking for the rough ways. Can't find the Akai as he disengages with a heavy spin and even walks away with the turtle. RSG can't follow up with that.
Yeah, heavy spin push away the members of RSGSG, and that's where he took advantage of it, securing the total. So at least something back for Burning Splash, not losing any members in the process, but still the goal difference favors onto RSGSG. I wouldn't say that they have total control just yet, but that also means that Burning Splash, they need to farm. They are way behind. If they are able to catch up on the farm, and if they go 50-50, then there could be a good possibility that they can execute well against RCSG.
Bottom side, Fuji again into the ultimate. Oki can shred his target in time, but off screen, Bray actually finds D7. Even gets rid of his battle spell as well. 2 for the 3, down bottom. Super Shuma. And ATM need to hold the fort. Lucian QT not looking too healthy, but does have the Iron Foot back up in a little bit. Knock up on the ATM. Diablo showing up to the party as well. All 5 men of Burning Splash will be there. Diablo just playing with fire a little bit.
Can you imagine if Diablo actually committed like straight up the back, like without waiting at the process? He'll be caught by a Burn Splash, so that was pretty scary for him.
And thankfully, you know, Diablo just scaring them away. So Oki will take the bot tier 1 again. Cloud is 6-0 in 6 minutes in, 4.7 goal advantage for RSG Singapore.
Yeah, I mean, they have a good advantage right now. Okay, we can see it for, let's see it. Shima right now has the Molten Essence, hoping to farm as fast as possible with that item, and he should be able to do so. But unfortunately, because RSGSG, they've been doing a slight jungle invading, so Burn Express don't have as much resources that they would have hoped for.
Gonna try and get some info. The iron hook onto ATM! The call also comes out in time. Diablo dealing with the backline. He just destroys C-Cat. RSG Singapore, they're gonna get a turtle as well. I mean, Burner Slash, they could not get anything done. Nothing is accomplished from that. The appraisal grab on top of the Akai, and it's gonna be Bray on a killing spree as the mid tier 1 gets destroyed as well. RSG Singapore, 3 more kills in turtle.
It all started from the hook, ladies and gentlemen, from Lucian QT. That separated the D7 from the rest of his team. So when he used the call altar, it was all for his own. And of course, always the idea of the call altar is that, okay, so you can save your teammates, go into team fight, and you can sustain it a little bit longer. But when he was forced to use it for himself, then obviously his teammates don't have the call altar to sustain.
Look at Diablo, this guy, he's jumping into 5 levels to even fight a pistol right there. The muted damage instantly cancelled by Diablo. This man has come online, and the point blank iron hook on ATM makes him into money itself. RSG Singapore now 10-0 in this game.
Cashing out onto ATM, it seems, as they now have an 8K goal lead against Burnex Splash, and they'll be happy to take that. Oh, another home
again! With the flicker, Lucian QT is unstoppable. They break the mid-tier through. Diablo gets pulled in. No one from Burnex Splash go down thanks to the Cow Alta. But what do you do against this Franco?
Man, give this guy a medal right now. I mean, this Franco, his hooks on point at the right target, forcing them to even use the Cow Alta, and now without the Cow Alta, still in cooldown. This will open up space for RSG to take the top turret.
Top tier 2 down. That's the last outer layer defense of Burnex Splash. RSG Singapore systematic in this game. 8.4k goal lead. Lord has just spawned. Burnex Splash left wondering what to do in this game. Can they even contest Lord? I don't think it's possible.
No, not at all. I mean, it's almost a 10k goal lead now. They won't have the damage. They won't have the sustain. They do have the Cow Ultra, but that's not going to help them. So they might as well just let go of the Lord.
No contest, basically. It would take a miracle for Burnex Splash to come back. It really feels like RSG Singapore, at this stage of the game at least, 9.5 minutes in, have signed that first death sentence for Burnex Splash. And the rest of the game is going to be an uphill climb. Bray, he's just going to contest this. I mean, you want to fight me? I'm going to retreat a buff away, you know, and nothing is for you.
Yeah, he managed to steal it away. So heartbreaking for Super Shima. He wasn't ready for that. And now speaking about ready, RSG getting ready right now with the Lord walking down the middle, but they're not pushing the top lane though. But I guess that's okay. They should still have the minions wave well managed by the time the Lord reaches the front door.
Letting it slow push. I mean, Bray, the entire time he was just standing in front of Brennan's face. Oh, Lucian QT, a good attempt this time, not going to connect. But RSG Singapore looking to break the inhibitor turret. Roundwave is ready. The turret needs to go first. Diablo flickers to safety. Backdoor protected not enough, but they will lose the QT finally. Trading it back for 2. RSG Singapore getting the battle spells out of ATM as well. No more flicker for the Terizla. Lord does go down, but RSG finds 2 inhibitor turret. Snipe comes in from Donut. Damage not enough. RSG Singapore decides that they have done enough damage to face a Burnex Flash.
All right, now they're done. They don't have Lucian QT. They don't have their tank, so they're like, okay, let's be disciplined enough. Let's hold back. Let's clear out the jungle. Basically not allowing Burnex Flash to come out and farm. And looking back at the replay, look at the execution. Okay, Carl Arthur used that great, but they couldn't touch Oki. Look at Oki's position. He was at the back, he sidestepped to the right, and then sidesteps again. Like, he's just there, just cleaning up the damage, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Super heavy spin, look at Bray, he's so far away from home. Tries to cut the Akai off, ends up getting knocked back into the turret. Fuji doesn't want to be there. Alright, so Singapore is really careful. Lucian QT ends up losing his life. Caught out by Burnex Flash, that's 2 kills for them. RSG Singapore sent on the run.
Yeah, time to disengage, ladies and gentlemen. Diablo still there poking. 2v1. Okay, Diablo gotta be careful, but there's nothing to lock him down. And anyway, the rest of Vertex Splash needs to get back to defend as the minions are in from the top lane. So now both teams reset. But if you look at the overall summary, Vertex Splash has yet to take down a single turret.
Yeah, you are correct. Not only that, I don't think they've even laid a finger on any of the turrets.
Oh, yeah. Man, this is just next level record right now. But that could change now with the Lord, as the Lord is up and Burn Splash is ready for it.
Ray, locked down by the penalty zone. He needs help right now. They come in with the conceal. Ray's gonna go down. It's gonna be the bloody hunt used already. Diablo flicks us to the back.
Wow, Oki
is done, but Oki is out of position, but doesn't matter though. He's shredding everyone. D7, run! Oki is coming after your family, is coming after your children, is coming for your base. And that's 3 for RSGSG. Well,
Dude.
2. But D7 just revived thanks to the passive. Either way, RSG Singapore back in control.
Man, his revive could be short-lived right now. You don't be careful. But dude, we always talk about like, okay, whenever we play your ranked games, you always talk about like, okay, your marksman, stay behind, keep a good distance. For Oki, it's like, no, I just go all the way to the back line. He's playing like he's the assassin.
Oh, he is unleashed, out of control. He is uncontrollable. Lord going over to RSG Singapore again. Oki, so far, just to give everyone an idea of how good he has been playing, not only is he 6-0 in this game, he has not died in the last game as well. So overall, he is 15-0 in this goal laner in the series.
Oh yeah, that's a really good point. And looking at how he's playing, it does look like he'll be on track for another perfect game for himself. But that's also thanks to his teammates like Lucian QTs, Iron Hulk has been on point. And speaking about Iron Hulk, ooh, that almost landed on the Shima.
As well by ATM, slowed down, locked down with a bloody hunt. And this race is gonna be dead. A knockup from Fuji almost gets away. Thankfully, with the Fiddle Felt Cold also expired. Ford crashing into the base. RSG Singapore's victory is in hand. They might be able to do this. Oki again unleashing the damage. They're going straight for the juggler. Burn Splash cannot stop them. And RSG Singapore have done it. Revenge on the regional stage. What they couldn't do in MSC, they have done it right here in the group stage. 2-0 over Burn Slash.
And what Jace couldn't do previously to predict the correct team, he has predicted not only the correct team, but the correct score as well! Jace! What did you do?
Yeah, what did he do? What did RSG Singapore did? This is a completely different RSG. We came in here expecting a close one, right? I mean, last time they met, 3-0 for Burn Splash. This was a complete flip of the script.
And Jace is now claiming that it's because of his instant noodle. So I guess the next time RCSG is playing, he'll be having a bowl of instant noodles with him.
I mean, RSG Singapore absolutely elated with that victory. Carrying the momentum from game number 1, right? They came in, they won game 1 with the Alice, with the Guinevere. You can see that they are very happy, but Lucian QT, you fear his Franco, is no longer just the Badang, the Khalid, the Kaja. I think we can add a few more heroes to the list. I mean, one of the critiques for RSG Singapore is that they have very limited hero pools, but I think they've added a few more to their list. I think it's time to show some respect to the team who just took down their mortal enemies.
Yeah, and now the fact that Burn Splash, they lost this 2-0, it's they need to win their next game. So they're walking on thin ice now, coming to the next game. But RCSG, okay, I gotta give it to them, right? I know I predicted against them, but as what I said in the first game, when I was casting with Jace, I like to see this sort of stories, this sort of unpredictable results. And it's nice to see RCSG actually doing it. And they don't have a coach, by the way.
Absolutely. And at the same time, right, we started the series talking about how this is Buji's 3rd and 4th game. And to take down a team like Burn Splash, I think he's going to be very happy because both teams have played their 2 best of 3s today is the end of the day, at least for them, end of day one. But at least RSG Singapore can kind of take the rest of the night off and know that they are not down 0-2. There is still a chance for them to represent Singapore to move into that top 6.
Yeah, and just like any gamer, right? We always say that, the first few rounds, if you lose, it's like, it's a warm-up round, guys. It's a warm-up round. Yes, to them, it does look like a warm-up round. Like, they were warming up their coordination. There were a lot of questions on their coordination in the first series, how they execute stuff, the draft, and so on and so forth. But when it comes to the second series, coordination is on point. The hook lands, everyone jumps in. One person becomes a bait, everyone backs up. So, I mean, they have definitely arrived to the Snapdragon Pro Series now.
Yeah, they have definitely arrived, right? I mean, it's a 1 hour time zone gap, so they finally caught up, thank goodness. But at the same time, maybe the fight against RSG Philippines earlier on was kind of like the teachers, giving them a class, right? They were taking classes in that series, and they get whooped a little bit, and now they woke up. Either way, congratulations to RSG Singapore. We're gonna be able to talk to one of the players later on, so we'll see what they have to say about this. I'm pretty sure that they are more than happy to share that joy with us. But for BRN Flash, now we're gonna go into the gloomy side a little bit. What went wrong for them?
Ooh. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel that, okay, execution-wise is fine. And going on to the back line, especially in the second game, that's okay. But I guess it's just execution-wise when it comes to team fights and map control. And especially when it comes to the first hurdle, that is where when they don't really win that first hurdle, RSG just snowballs all the way.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this, right? 17-5 on the 17-5, just massive dominance. And it's safe to say that Oki, 16-0 throughout the series, untouchable on his goal laner. 9-0 on the Beatrix, 7-0 on the carry, Lucian QT, 10 assists on this Franco. I mean, everyone on the side of RSG Singapore really stepped up in the series.
Now that I'm looking back at the draft, right, I kind of feel that it would be maybe one of the answers would be if they have a good level of mobility against RSG. I don't think that was the case. They went for a lot more tankiness instead, a lot more sustainability, especially with the Pyramus pick and the Terista pick as the last 2 picks. So they went out for like, okay, all-out war. But to resolve the backline, especially with Oki not dying at all this round again, so resolving the marksman behind is not completed by BRN Splash.
By the way, remember we said that to unlock Diablo they have to win? Well, guess what? Diablo is right there on the screen.
Oh,
we
yeah!
finally get to see our boy Diablo after 4 games, and all it took was for them to beat their mortal rival BRN Flash. So Diablo fans, you guys can rejoice. We finally get to see him. And by the way, he's 4-0-6. This guy had a flawless game.
And somebody behind the scenes told us that, Diablo's Lapu Lapu is but he's proving everyone wrong, okay? 406.
A very good friend of ours, a big Diablo fanatic, said that I think RSG Singapore will lose this game because Diablo isn't that good on Lapu Lapu. Watch out. We know who that guy is. I believe he's gonna be on set later on, so we get to question him. You know what? I hope we get to talk to Diablo later, so that I can ask him and ask him to reply to this good friend of ours.
Yes, and we are getting Diablo. Just got a conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, make sure he looks he naturally looks super handsome anyway, so it's gonna be okay. But now damage dealt. Ooh, no surprises here. I mean, the tag melter Oki dished out the most damage. But wait a second, hang on. Damage to tower, BRN Flash 0. Are you kidding me?
Hey man, before the game ended, we said, right? I pointed out that they have not even touched any structures. There it is. What else can I say? This was a near flawless game. I dare say it's a flawless game even for RSG Singapore.
Yeah, screenshot this, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you get this kind of stat in this tournament throughout, because 0 damage to tower. This is huge. This just tells the entire story just out of the stat by itself. And of course, on the flip side is that Oki dishing out the most damage on the turrets. That is pretty much the main thing that a carry would do.
Yeah, well, total heals overall. I mean, Farm is having the most heals. Not a surprise right there. But you look at the MVP, the Hall of Fame, right? Diablo, our rich guy, 812 GPM. Those are the stats that you see on a gold laner. But there it is, our boy Diablo as our MVP of game number 2, 4-0-6 on this Lapu Lapu. Doubters be proven wrong for sure in this game.
Wow, I mean, we did talk about all they need to do to unlock Diablo is to win. Yeah, we are unlocking Diablo all the way right now. It was the MVP was either between him and Oki, not gonna lie, because Oki had a 2-round perfect game, but not gonna doubt Diablo this time around as well. 406. So yeah, perfect round. What else I can say? This guy's a legend in the Singapore Mobile Legends scene.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has made an impression, right? Ever since he obviously he has gone through his fair share of highs and lows. People had questions, people doubted him. But at the end of the day, I think when you show up in a series that matters, you are able to. It's kind of like that redemption arc, right? Some vindication for Diablo. But this game, from start until end, Diablo was a complete menace. It really felt like no one could stop him. Right? He was bullied a bit in game 1. Game 2, he was the big bully. He is El Diablo.
He is El Diablo now. And of course, he had to thank his teammates, right? I mean, shout out as well to Lucian QT with Mr. Franco was on point, and of course Oki there to finish things off on point as well, sidestepping, everything was great. I mean, the entire team functioned, if you gotta think about it, and that allowed Diablo to get the stats as what we have seen here at the MVP.
And this is like the second time where we saw Brave out in the open when the mod just spawned and don't get him caught out, but the result was a bit different, right? RSG Singapore, they were able to respond in time and, well, kind of salvage the fight a little bit, but the lead that they got for those, from the early game, was just too much for an extra
Buji as well, by the way, towards the end, there were a lot of one shot that he did was pretty nice. So, yeah, I mean, the damage dished out by him opened up a lot more opportunity for players like Diablo, players like Oki to finish up the job, get those kills in back for themselves. So, that is it. A 2-0 victory given to RSGSG. I knew they could do it.
I definitely knew they could do it, right? I remember I predicted RSG. I know my friend predicted RSG, but someone told me that this guy right here didn't predict RSG. Either way, we'll talk to the winners. We'll talk to Diablo, the man himself on RSG Singapore in our post-game interview. So let's bring him onto the broadcast and share this moment with our boys. Hello, Diablo.
Hi, guys.
I hope the weather is nice in Jakarta. First of all, congratulations for the 2-0 over BRN Flash. We can see on the cam that you guys were very elated. Was this an expected result, or did you guys expect that it's MSC all over again?
Honestly, to be honest, we didn't really train much for this Snapdragon, but we brought different things to surprise our enemies because we realized we cannot keep using the same things over and over again. So I'm really glad that it worked out. Yeah.
I want to ask about Buji, right? So what difference does he bring to the team as compared to your previous lineup in MSC?
I would say because he's new, our enemies cannot really study him that much, so they don't really know what's his specialty and what's his specialty, so we can put it to the greatest use.
Yeah, so you in particular, I know that a lot of people, there's this conversation, right? We see Diablo ban Badang, ban Khalid, so you're like, you know what, screw it, you brought out the Paquito, you brought out the Guinevere, you brought out the Lapu Lapu, and out of these 3 heroes that you were, quote unquote, forced to play, which hero did you have most fun with today?
Lapu, I guess, because I have not once played Lapu like in MPL SG, so many people didn't really believe in my Lapu. But I like to prove people wrong, and I want to show them that even though I use Badang and Kali only, but I can also play meta heroes as well.
Alright, so following up on that, alright, so we had a very good friend, Jace, I believe his name. And the moment you picked Lapu, he was telling us that you guys are not going to win that game. And then you ended the game not only 2-0, but you are 4-0 on the Lapu. So now I'm going to pass the floor to you to say anything you want to him. Alright? The mic
He's
is
listening
yours.
now.
Jace is always doubting me, but that gives me motivation to do better. So if Jace ever doubts any of my heroes, I will just prove him wrong.
Alright, so before we send you off, you guys still have 3 best of 3s coming up, right? You guys still have teams like, I believe Evo's Icon to deal with. You guys still have Echo and Red Giant Esports. Which team do you think is going to be kind of like the biggest threat to you?
Definitely Echo, because facing Philippine teams is a different kind of pressure, I would say. Yeah, but hopefully you can put out a good fight against them, and yeah.
Alright, thank you very much, Diablo, for the sharing. I just know that the entire MYSG is watching, and congratulations on this win. Get some good rest and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
You hear that, Jace? You hear that? He can play Lapu. Alright? He's El Diablo. Do not doubt him.
So now Husky is a Diablo fanboy.
Oh yeah, I'm a Diablo fanboy already. At least I believe in the Lapu because I love Lapu. Okay, I play a lot of Lapu, so it brings joy to my face. And let me tell you, the secret to El Diablo's Lapu, even though he never played it in MPL, is because he drank this. He drank Monster Energy right before he picked Lapu, and that's why he won that game 4-0, unleashing the beast within him. So if you guys want this secret sauce, do check out www.monsterenergy.com/gaming to find out more.
Yeah, and Jay so happened to love this drink so much. He says that there was a day in a broadcast that he took 22 cans. So much big fan, Jay's, with the Monster Energy drink. We're big fans as well. I wouldn't mind the Monster Energy fridge though, not gonna lie.
I wouldn't mind as well, but you know what? I also don't mind 5,000 euros. And you guys can also attempt to get your hands on this by participating in the FEBot Dash Cup by DHL. Just check them out at esl.gg/FEBot and you might just walk away 5,000 euros richer. And just to reply to the 22 cans of Monster Energy, just so you know, anyone who's listening, do not do it. It is very unhealthy, and too much energy drink can land you in the hospital, so never go there. You want energy, get a good night's sleep, drink like 1 cup of coffee or 1 kind of energy drink. That's pretty much it, right? No 22 cans, that is too much. But there's one thing that's never too much: good Mobile Legends game. With one last best of 3 coming up, it's gonna be Toad Up taking on Brand.
This is gonna be big one, right? This is arguably the biggest series for today. So we'll be looking forward to see, especially with Toda having a change in lineup. I know Yums is not there because I saw him last Saturday, so he was in Malaysia when they flew off. So they're going to come in with a different lineup, and that lineup has been a secret so far, so we won't really know until then. But till then, ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out in a little bit more. Make sure you still stay tuned with us. I'll be signing off for today. I'll be passing over the mic to Jay so Husky can interrogate him. See you guys later.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
rhythm and I'm on the beat. When it all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, on my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Bad up the beat, with the all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Bad up the beat, with the all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day.
Every day of the week, in time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Babylon, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me. Better reach for the stars cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we want it up, put it on.
already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Steady be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
I got a thorn in my side. You can run, but you can hide. Yeah, this is magic in a way, but no remedy in the head. I mean the way it hurts. Hold me tight while you inside. Rip my head for the holiday. We're gonna make a mess of it. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick your pin in like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick your pin in like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try, but never find someone who's mine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try, never find another me. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you will be close. I know you need, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try, but never find someone who's mine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try, but never find another me. dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Todo el mundo sabe, yo soy poderosa. Si te caigo mal, es que estás celosa. No soy santa, tampoco soy mafiosa. Puedo ser dulce, también soy venenosa. Baby, yo soy natural, a mi cuerpo no hay igual. Solo quiero mi dinero, yo no soy sentimental. Y tú quieres ser primero, pero tienes que esperar. Aquí yo soy la que manda, así que ponte en fila atrás, ya. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o texto, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. En el club yo le muevo las caderas. Yo soy reina, mami, tú eres cualquiera. No tienes fuego, salte para afuera. En este juego yo siempre soy la primera. Y los perros tienen sed, los atrapo en mi red. Y me dan toda su plata cuando juego mi papel. Los enredo en mi dedo y los tengo al revés. Y me baño en la riqueza porque yo soy la mujer. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o texto, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jangling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. I'm a stunner, yes, I'm the star. I set the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those wits. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixing, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 put in work. Work, okay, work, work today.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the tank emblem. By upgrading the tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The lethal ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish and push to the limit and work.
It's time to push to the limit right here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Challenge, Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Finals, and we are getting ready for our last best of 3 of the evening. Todak against AP BRN. It's me, Husky, and I'm here with the guy that I'm about to interrogate. It's gonna be Jace.
Oh, wait, what do you mean by interrogate, bro?
So-
the one time that RSGSG decides to win is when I'm not on the desk, right? Obviously, you can see Diablo's face, right? He doesn't want to be interviewed by me. He doesn't want to be interviewed by his homeboy.
Yeah, clearly the problem was you, but it's okay.
Yeah.
RSG Singapore, they did close the day out 1-1, so not too bad. They get to take the rest of the night off, probably watch the other games, and rest for tomorrow. But the pressing matter at hand is Todak against AP BRN, which I think a lot of people would consider to be one of the most exciting series today, at least on the C stream.
Yeah, definitely, right. BRN Esports qualified via the group stages, whereas Todak, right, the biggest, perhaps the biggest name in MPL Malaysia, so that's something that's on stake right now. So it's about how Todak can protect their brand against AP BRN. But mind you, AP BRN, they have been stonks in between MPL PH and even till now, because when everybody's busy doing MSC, they're going around taking names in other tournaments such as ISF, even the SEA Games as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And AP BRN, they were the invited team to the challenge stage. Still compared to Todak, right? Todak was invited directly into the challenge final, so obviously AP BRN got to warm up a little bit. But let's take a look at the team, at the members of AP BRN. And it's going to be the Todak roster, my apologies. So we have Formace, Malik, Martizi, Genos, and Hazelnut. And Todak, one of the biggest local organizations in Malaysia, right? You can get multiple iteration of rosters. This is one of those iterations.
Yeah, but is this the iteration that is the best foot forward after, MPLMY or be it MSC as well, right? Because now you're missing Chiku, the one that Death is afraid of him, and then only 4 pieces left from the rest of the draft roster, like Momo, like even down to Rivals. They're all gone right now. Now replacing with hopefully a new fresh new face from the side of Todak. Hopefully they can bring something different to the table.
Yeah, and I do feel like there's going to be a fair share of question marks, right? Where is Todak going to stand? I mean, they played their first series earlier today, and that one, I believe, was a loss. They lost to Bigatron Alpha.
Yep.
And it was a tough fought series. I think going into that, a lot of people would expect Bigatron Alpha to come out on top, but it doesn't get any easier for Todak because they are, I would say, arguably in the group of Death. They're in the group with Bigatron Alpha, Aura Fire, AP BRN, Onyx Esports, Evo's Legends. There are no easy matchups for Todak.
Yeah, definitely. I really echo what you're coming from, but of course, now this time around, they're going up against AP BRN. Now, AP BRN is a really strong team, right? And they are literally on this momentum. They are on this choo train momentum, right? They're rolling all across in different other tournaments. And now let's take a look at the lineup coming up, ladies and gents. This is BRN, AP BRN.
AP, Bren, led by Flaptizi, Kautizi, Few, Super Marco, and Ogwin. You said that they're on this upward trend, right? Earlier on, they took on Onyx Esports, and that was a 2-1 victory as well. And you kind of look back at the results, it was pretty much almost similar game time, right? 18 minutes for game 1, almost 20 minutes for game 2, and that was a loss, but both games that they won were 18 minutes sharp. Overall, this team off of MSC and coming into this, they're on this all-time high. And is Toda kind of that just another bump on the road, or do you think that Toda can pose a good challenge?
I think Toda needs to make that make it hard for AP brand. I keep calling them brand esports out of habit, right? But it's just a part of the story, about the history that AP brand is making currently, right? Another powerful house from the Philippines, and now they're so hungry for the win. They just won one series. They just took one series from the champion of MSC. So, and the worst part is, to add salt into their wound, they were not in MSC. So, you know, they're on this roll right now, so they're really hungry for the win. Even during the interview with Coach Ducky, right? It is now them trying to win back that PH pride against Indonesia, because Indonesia took the MSC trophy. Maybe they can try to do it right here in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good motivator, right? A very good storyline to kind of go on. You look at Coach Ducky, this man has been around for a long time, but you know, we've seen multiple upsets today. I think one of it, arguably, it was RT Singapore taking 2-0 over BRN Flash, and then you have AP brand taking 2-1 over Onyx Esports. How much of a factor do you think that this new emblem system has over the results and over how these teams are coming into this challenge final in terms of preparation?
I really don't think that the emblem talents affect especially AP brand's performance, in my opinion, because, you know, they're already dropping first places all across the board even before the talent emblems, right? So the talent update, right? So don't forget, ladies and gents, we already casted our predictions, mind you, before the start of the show for the casters, but it's up to you guys right now to cast your vote in the Twitch chat to kind of see like who's gonna have the upper hand. Would it be AP brand or would it be Toda?
Another interesting thing about Toda right now is that ForMaze is basically the veteran, the most experienced player in this current roster, and it's fair to say that, you know, everyone else have not really played on a competitive stage, at least not at this degree, right? Not at this level against teams of this caliber. And I mean, there are people that might say that, all right, so Toda, they're sending in kind of not the as great roster, but on the flip side, you can also say that this is a way to kind of hone the talent pool, the massive talent pool that Toda has. And the question is, right, is this going to be that X factor that Toda has over AP brand? Diablo did say the enemy didn't know much about Buji, and they were able to take the win over BRN Flash because not much research can be done. Well, now you have 4 members of Toda that you kind of know almost nothing about.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a factor, right? Like, you can't really do any research, especially when they're abroad, right? So they're from a different region, they're in the different communities. Very hard to basically dig out any secret sauce out from them, right? But there's also another thing. This reminds me of, you know, back then when BTK, Mobile Zane brought in 4 new people and then they won NACT. But this is also basically the same storyline. ForMaze bringing, you know, 4 totally new people into SPS, kind of also brings them into a bit of a baptism by fire.
Yeah, and this, I want to kind of talk about this a little bit, right? You and Cloud, big Todak fans. I'm not saying I'm not a big Todak fan, but just looking at the track record, statistically, I'm on AP brand's side. I want a 3-game series, you know, I want to see Todak put up a fight, but I want to hear your reasoning. Why the 2-0 for Todak?
It's like what I said, it's just the hopium that I've been on since like the start of the day as well. But apart from that, it's also about the fact that, you know, it's unknown. There's a lot of question marks and unknowns for them to try that out. And the only way to take down a strong team is to really catch them off guard. The way you catch them off guard is just play unpredictably. No one predicted the Alice to go into the jungle in RSUSG. It took BRN Flash off guard, and then all of a sudden nobody expected Diablo to play Lapu Lapu. By the way, he's never played a Lapu Lapu in professional scene in his life, and all of a sudden he brings it up, he starts slapping against BRN Smash. So that's something that I think at the very least Todak can try to pull off against AP Brand.
I'm looking at the statistics, right? I've talked about Brand when they took the game over Onyx. Both game 1 and game 3 were 18 minutes overall. Then I looked at the result for Bigatron Alpha against Todak. Both games that Bigatron won, game 1 was 14 minutes 14 seconds, game 2 was 15 minutes 16 seconds. They basically sped run through Todak in that best of 3. Now Todak, obviously for 4 of the players, it's kind of like a you kind of can say it's a culture shock, right? You get slapped right in the face with a hot iron, and now you're awake, you're baptized a little bit.
Yeah.
And I wonder if they're warmed up enough to take on AP Brand. Again, this group that they're in is not going to get any easier.
Definitely, I think this is like a very good, not only just a wake-up call, and I say wake-up call.
I mean, he's asleep.
The camera zooms
wake
in.
him up. Come
Wake
on.
up.
What is this?
Wake up.
What is this attitude?
Okay,
Wake up.
He's alive. He's alive.
Thank
All right, he's
God.
alive. So, jokes aside, right, they've got slapped by Bigatron Alpha from Indonesia. Now they're going to get another welcome from the Philippines as well. So, this is actually going to help Todak, not only just in the short run, but I feel like this is going to help them in the long run, right? Leaving these players, these rookie players, in the hands of these professional level, and then now all of a sudden, looking forward, MPLPMY, hey, they've been through the grilling from the PH teams and the Indonesian teams. MPLMY should be a lot easier for them to tackle.
If that is a possibility down the road, right? I mean, they have a platoon of rosters. They have Team A, Team B, Team C. I mean, Todak has the resources to keep all these, to have all these players and kind of give them the platform to perform. So, I agree, it's good for these guys. But just as tips for Malaysian players, if you are going on to international tournament and you are going to be on camp, never take a power nap, because let me tell you, the fans, the moment you lose, that particular screen cap is going to be all over the internet. Like, the reason you lose is because you took a power nap before drafting. So do not do that in any setting. But of course, over there, I think it's like what? It's almost 9 p.m. It's like 8:50 there. So it's okay. It's time for some Mobile Legends.
Definitely, it's been a long day for everybody, right? Including the producers and the players as well. Don't forget they've been playing all the way since the start. But of course, it's like kind of the meme of RSGPH with Ira, right? The meme of him resting well in PH. A good rest is also, a first step of success, right? That's what I keep hearing some of my friends tell me. But anyways, ladies and gents, we're gonna go in first game. This is the draft coming in. Todak going in first pick.
So we start with the Valentina ban on the side of AP Brand and the Fanny by Todak overall. And I think one of the things we come into the series, the fact that we don't really know too much about 4 of their players. I think it not only poses a question mark to us, but also to AP Brand. But we can kind of base it off of the only series that they played previously, right? Against Bigatron Alpha. You look at the pick, I think one of the standouts is definitely the Dyrop, which they do put in on Formace in the XP lane. They also did pick the Esmeralda and the Sicilian as well. Those could be the X factor, but I'm not sure how long or how far this can carry them.
Yeah, absolutely right. Because there's not a lot of information going around. You can see how AP Brand is doing, right? Banning away, the standards, right? Like, for example, the Valentina right off the bat. Todak, on the other hand, already starts targeting down on the Fanny. I am expecting a Joy to follow suit from the side of AP Brand. Just ban away all those standards. Maybe ban away the Arlot. Some just take away all the meta heroes from the pool. But no, they're going to look at the Kadita as well. Another of the staples is coming out, taken away by AP Brand.
Yeah, as much as we say that, Todak, it's kind of like a fresh look, like a fresh cut. But,
I see lots of
AP Brand, they're like, I like your cut G, but I'm going to ban out the Kadita. And why are they getting banned out? It seems like there might be a remake in terms of the draft, right? Maybe we're going to kind of fix some of the things a little bit, so there will be a remake of the lobby. Don't worry, nothing much was lost. I think it's safe to assume that the Fanny and the Valentina are going to be the constant, and everything else will be a full reset. But the Kadita ban, I feel like it might come through, in certain situations, because that's what this Todak played as well.
Yeah, I feel like, just now before the announcement from the producer that we're going to do a remake, right? I can hear literally the Layla voice line going, ready, go. I'm like, yeah,
oh, yeah.
we're remaking. Yeah, we're definitely remaking.
We're definitely remaking.
And don't ask me how I know Layla's voice line well.
How many games of Layla have you played?
Ever since I saw MPL MY sporting the Layla into one lane, I decided to bring it around low
dang,
mythic.
you
It's
Todak.
actually quite funny.
It's definitely a Todak. It's definitely what Todak did to you.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
It's
lie,
just
after
the Todak effect, right? It's the
I
Todak
also
Langak
play
effect.
Layla, right? I also play Layla after that. The thing is, I'm not a big fan of playing gold laner. I'm more of an XP, jungle, roam. Okay, I play everything except gold lane. All right, but
Yeah, I'm on the other side of you, right? I play everything but EXP.
fair enough, fair enough. I do enjoy EXP. You know, I enjoy winning the lane on my own, but you know, I always fall into the win lane lose game group. So that is the least fun part. But we hope that the issues will be resolved, you know, as soon as possible to give these guys a good experience. I think for Todak, it means a bit more time for the coaches to kind of talk to them and kind of prep them, right? I think the mentality is very important coming into this series. I know you can say that, well, there are a bunch of new bloods, there's nothing much to lose, but you also kind of have to take this as if you're playing, you know, for the trophy, even though you're kind of new to the stage.
Yeah, it's just practice, right? It's just like the like what I said, baptism by fire. But of course, something also that Coach Ducky was mentioning during the interview when they finished one series against Archive was that they're learning mostly of the mistakes, because don't forget, MPLPH in 2 seasons in a row, they're consistently 4th. But this is also a team. AP Brand is also a team that actually has a very strong performance outside of MPLPH. So I think this is AP Brand just saying that, okay, look, we really need to produce results. We can produce results. We just need to do it in our MPL and then looking at M5 next.
Yeah, and again, AP Brand, they were straight up invited to the challenge stage, right, where you just kind of play this, you know, this group double elimination format to get into the challenge finals, and then you look at AP Brand's result, it's 2-0 against Bleed and 2-0 against Archive Esports. So I think some people might argue that, well, they kind of had the slightly easier route compared to teams like what Aura Fire had to go through, Blacklist International and Victron Alpha. But I'd say overall, the fact that we have a roster that is made up a bunch of veterans who just took down Onyx, that could give a bit more validation to AP Brand itself.
Yeah, so you have 2 pros going for both sides, right? You have Todak is coming in with a lot of X factors. We don't know a lot of information about them. Same could be said over to the other side of the coaches. And then you also have AP Brand, who's got off from a win from the champion of MSC, and of course with a couple of champions from the different tournaments, right? They are on a roll right here. They're on the momentum. However, this is something that I also learned recently, right? A machine that has been running perfectly for the past 6 months, let's say for example, may run out faster. Are they running out of steam? We need to take a look whether they can actually maintain the stamina, because it's also a very long day for all of them already.
Absolutely, especially for Brent, right? They you know, they kind of play on the later times of the day. But we're gonna jump into the draft once more. We had it fixed, so the Valentina Fanny, that one, like mentioned earlier on, was a constant. We see the Ling banned out by Todak, the Yi banned out by AP Brand.
Yep, still like what I said, Valentina, Yi, these are your safe mages, right? But then again, Todak looking to trim that mage pool even more. That's going to be a time that's taken away. And then this is just basically Todak saying that I'm not looking at your Ube style anymore, AP Brand. You gotta have to try and find something else.
We've seen a couple of farmers pick, right? And I think I had this conversation with Gideon back in the Open Finals, and I had this conversation with Cloud just now, where farmers, thanks to some of the previous nerfs now, putting him in the roam role definitely feels a little bit more iffy. We saw that from Burn X Flash, that didn't work out. And do you think that it's still essential to the Ube strat, or we're just going to fall back to the Estes?
I think Faramis is just being annoying, right? Then there's also the Estes that's still prevalent in the meta. However, there's also another new flavor to the Ube. Right now, you're starting to see MPL, some of the PH teams starting to bring the Florin along the ride as well. So maybe you can see that from AP Brand. But don't forget, AP Brand might also pull out, a mid lane Fredrin as well that we've seen in other tournaments at the same time. Now, Todak this time around will secure the first pick. That's a Kadita first pick right off the bat.
Yeah, I've seen a mid lane Joy before. Mid lane Joy, mid lane Bane. So I think there are lesser things that can surprise me, but it's still going to be nice to see it. Kadita first picked by Todak. Just now the last pick from AP Brand was the Kaja. One of the few times you see Kaja being first base taken. Now, aside from a side in the series against RSG Singapore, but there's still a couple of good opening picks, right? I think Fredrin is one of those staples that you can just pick up and just leave him there until you need him. But the Martis and the Novaria would be the choice.
Oh, just really just jumping the gun right here, coming off from AB brand. Arlo is also wide open as well for them to take. Surprisingly, they didn't go for that. You mentioned that the Fragile Toda would take that instead. And then with the Novara in the hands of AP brand and also the Martis, this Martis usually now going into more of an assassin jungle role. I don't think you'll factor into EXP lane. However, I can be wrong if AP brand decides to be a little bit more creative. Now, Toda, on the other hand, this Fragile could also be flexed into the EXP role. And now you also have Claude. So Toda has reviewed their cards that they're going for Claude, and then now you see immediately AP brand locks in the Uranus. Now Claude going up with Uranus, this kind of matchup doesn't look pretty good during the team fights.
Yeah, at least in the early to mid game, right? Uranus is going to be very annoying as always. That's his job. He's gonna cut waves. He's gonna bully you out of lane. He's just gonna keep healing and waste your time and resources in this team fight. And I liked how AP brand, they're also taking away the Franco, right? We don't want anyone to lock him down and start dealing damage to him and not allowing him to pop that consecration and run circles. So it is kind of that you get rid of the fail-safe for Toda, but we've also seen this hero being picked a couple of times and losing out because you just get shredded by heroes like Claude in the late game.
Yeah, definitely. I feel AP brand takes away the Franco this time around. It's a good ban because looking at the draw roster right here, I don't think they have anybody to basically match up with the Franco, right? They don't have enough burst. Novara in the early game doesn't really have the burst. He needs a couple more items for him to pop. And then Joy gets tagged in right here. This is a ban from AP brand that says that I have no information about you, so I'm gonna ban away the safest picks and the meta picks, right? Todak, on the other hand, this kind of ban means that, I think I know what you're up to just a little bit more. Ban away the Ling, the Fanny, now banning the Melissa, maybe looking to trim the marksman pool even more. Ban away, I believe, either the Leslie could be good, or just ban the vanilla ice cream. Just take away the Beatrix because Beatrix really strong, prevalent in this meta. But no, they go for the carry instead to counter ban against that Frederick.
Yeah, so no tank shredder for AP brand. Could this be an opportunity, an opening for Torak to say, you know what, we're gonna run the Dyro for 4 minutes again, right? With Uranus, we can kind of deal with it with the Dyro, one of the best, shredders early on. They want to play it safe there. The Esmeralda as well. You just kind of, and what was that? A Starlium Sight, one of the latest items, just kind of bump Esmeralda up in the pick priority a little bit. I feel like it's something that they can consider, right? AP brand going for the Minotaur.
I think they could consider that, but then again, you've got this Minotaur. Now, I think they really need to find a way to deal with this Uranus. But speaking about all the X Factor, that's an export. Going in for the side of Todak, just going over a bit of guard because no one, absolutely no one, export. And now there's an Edith going in for the hands of Toda, and that seals the deal. Fragile going to the jungle, export going to EXP. That's a Rome Kadita, mind you. Rome Edith, my bad.
Alright, so Edith, I understand, right? We've seen Edith every now and then, most of the times in the XP lane. I think I've only seen her once in the mid, but take me through export. Used to be a very annoying, super strong XP laner, fell off completely, and now we see on Todak's side. Leslie will be the last pick for AP brand, but I want to center on this export a little bit. What are we looking for in this hero?
I think it's all about bursting people down, like finding the Leslie, right? They're just preemptively, no matter what marksman you decide to go for, I'm just going to send an export down your throat with a last insanity. But at the same time, it's something that could always easily wave clear against the cuts coming off the Uranus. So it's something that could match the cutting of the Uranus. Initially, I was agreeing with you, right? Maybe Foreigns could also bring out the Diref against the Uranus. It actually worked well against lane, but the Uranus role in this particular patch, it's not about just laning, it's about just cutting the waves. So how to respond someone that could cut your waves and then rotate is to clear faster than the person that's cutting you, which is from the exports flamethrowers.
I suppose there are a couple of solutions, right? I think we saw Paquito, we saw an attempt with Paquito, we saw an attempt with Guinevere. I think at one point I also was thinking of Benedetta. Export definitely slipped my mind, so I am very intrigued to see how this export is going to function. I mean, if we are looking at 4 maze to match this Uranus in that XP lane, right? We're just playing the cut I will cut your wave, you will cut my wave. What happens from that mid to late game? What is the function of these two heroes? Because here it is, we're in game 1 already. Toda against AP Brand.
Formase going in for the focusing mark instead. That's something very interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Usually you expect like, you know, Raise Mind and the Festival of Blood so that he could just heal out of control. But no, this guy's going focusing mark. So which means that when he goes in, spreading Last Sanity, everybody gets bonus damage marked on top of them. So I think Formase, this is like a pseudo-ish support kind of export that's coming out. Martizi on the other hand, Lethal Ignition, that's 8 okay. So going into the later part of the game, like what I was talking about, right? It's just about clearing the waves faster than the other side and then coming in for the flank. Like how Uranus would do it and like how the export would do it with the Last Sanity. Comparing with the export and the Uranus, export has more kill potential.
I mean, you say the focusing mark, right? Hazelnut also has a focusing mark, so it's all about literally playing as a team. I guess it also makes a lot of sense, right? You have very easy ways to apply the focusing mark. Export with the Last Sanity, you feed it with the passive, there's the chain lightnings, they are gonna start bouncing. It's gonna allow the claw to start dealing massive damage with that ultimate. We saw that early on, the bullcrap stolen away by Formase as well, but AP Brand putting a lot of emphasis in the mid side. Kautizi already at level 4.
And what we're on the topic of export, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna bite onto that doggedly right there. Formase went for Tenacity instead of Festival of Blood. So this guy is not focusing about, you know, regenning and life heal. That's a problem, like, especially when you go up against TZ. Look at him. Already still healthy, nice and dandy, but Formase on the other hand still will have to be a little bit careful in these trades.
For first blood, Formase taking the wall, last 70, not enough damage to finish off Lab TZ. Gonna try to burn him down, but it's just not sufficient. Uranus walks away. He's gonna hit that level 4 soon, and once he does, all those damage dealt by Toda will be negated. Turtle down to less than half. We see the Astral Echo used as well. Hazelnut with the flip. He's gonna reach level 4 just in time with the concentration. As AP Band takes the Turtle, they do lose Slap easy. First blood to Hazelnut, but instantly traded back by the Martis. Kautizi finds a double. The decimation resets to the B then, not able to find Formase, but AP Band looks a little more.
Yeah, Martis, you know, having the CC immunity on his second skill coming into play right there. Martizi trying to catch him, but no, Formase still duking up against Kautizi.
Yes, playing with little fire and gets sniped from off screen by Few. What do I say? When you are up against a Novaria, even if she's not on the map, you have to be careful.
Man, it was just crazy plays coming up from AP Brand right there, right? Like, you can see how no matter how much CCs that Toda want to pour onto Kautizi is immune to CCs, takes the turtle and walks away. So that's basically living out the AP Brand, right? Now, Toda with this 2 kill in the favor of Kautizi, but now Formase having in the spot trouble, 2 man on top of him.
The war of Kautizi and the aggro, and Kautizi says thank you for the killing spree. That's almost the entire gold shield taken out. Kautizi back to wave cutting duty. And I hate to say this, but I know it's only 3.5 minutes in, but this is already not looking good for Toda.
Yep, 3.5 minutes in, and you're like, what, 2k gold lead in the favor of AP Brand, and then you also got a snowballing Kautizi that's snowballing out of control. You got your top side already gone as well. There's a lot of bad news that's piling up, you know, the notification box on the side of Toda. But oh, that's a nice petrify.
Lovely stuff by Martizi taking out Super Marco. AP Brand looking for some sort of response. Still looking for a snipe. That one's gonna go wide just a little bit. I mean, at the end of the day, good you got the Leslie, but you kind of need more if you got Toda. They are gonna try and come back for round 2, but the Astral Echo is gonna deny that. The increased hitbox, allowing Ogo to knock them out slightly easier, so Toda out.
Yeah, like right now it's pandemonium for the side of Toda, right? Formase is actually just trying to salvage anything they can do, but you see Kautizi walking away, but using the red 3 just for that one, but Hazelnut, ooh, a little bit low.
And tries to go for the knockup, ends up losing most of his health. Left TZ is sticking onto him like elephant glue as Kautizi will do with Martizi. He's gonna cut him in half with that big scissors, as they even lose Hazelnut in the process. Left TZ finds that kill. AP Brand uncontested at Turtle.
It's crazy the fact that Toda Formase actually forced the retreat out of Kautizi, but Kautizi calmly walks over to the turtle, knowing that he doesn't have the priority, yet still gets a turtle and gets to walk away with that.
And this Kautizi is now going to continue to invade by 2 levels ahead of Malik. And while his team is busy fighting, he's gonna try and take the orange buff away, no problem. Now level 9 as Martizi tries to go for full burst and doesn't end up getting few. He phases through the wall, Taunt is gonna be there, Martizi dropping low, Flaptizi on top of him and with the Mortal Coil. Over the surest web, excuse me, Kaltizi with the kill. And AP Brand, they are out of control right now.
Out of control, literally there's no economy left for the side of Todak, right? AP Ren just denied every single thing. Now Kaltizi just having free access to the side of Todak. Oh, big hit!
Right, big knockout for the Minoan Rage. And the rest is basically history. Ogwen delivers a double to Super Marco.
Man, it's looking very bleak for the side of Todak right off the back, right? Like, you've got a Claude that needs to scale into the late game. Look at how AP Brand is denying it. They're not allowing that Claude to go in. And speaking about not allowing that Claude, Malik just gets constantly pushed out. Flaptizi is not even cutting the waves. He's cutting the jungle away from Todak.
You call it deforestation, I call this absolute starvation right now. AP Brand just asphyxiation, right? There's nothing left for Todak.
Asphyxiation.
There it is, Flaptizi again. This holy planetary figure. I mean, he's having fun. This game kind of feels like it is already set in stone at this point. Just a result, 6.5k in AP Brand's favor.
Yeah, you talk about 6.5k gold in AP's favor, but then look at Marco. Super farm up. He was just silently farming on the other side of the map. Now, even if, you know, Kaltizi fall off in terms of priority as what a Marco would be in the late game, you still have Super Marco to deal with. So Todak right here needs to scrounge out as much gold as possible. This is what Malik and Fomis is trying to do down bot. But then again, you know, they just try to hunker down, but they do not have the high ground because, you know, they don't really have the wave clear to clear up against the onslaught coming up from AP Brand.
This will be a free total for AP Brand. Third of the game.
Once again,
Kaltizi takes quick work of it. Early on, we saw the carry banned by Todak just to protect the front lines, right? I mean, they're doubling down on the front line, tripling down, in fact, with it. Kaltizi is going to be taken out. Constellation prize for Todak to try to defend this. Yeah, I mean, we saw the carry ban, but I think they definitely kind of let the Leslie slip through. But another problem is that how do you get to the Leslie? How is Todak gonna deal with Super Mako?
Yeah, like you've got Ogwen to Pew, you've got Kaltizi that you need to worry about, and then you got Pew to suddenly just chunk down your HP, half HP, right? Now, Todak taking down Uranus down bot is A-okay, like what you said, it's a consolation prize, but you can see how AP Brand is actually punishing it, right? Take down top side is already cleared out, and now Formis a little bit down low, you know, with the Astro Echo just showing Formis' location, he has to back off.
And just like that, this entire mid wave is surrendered. You have Kaltizi, who is just standing in between the two turrets and just scaring
Absolute
away.
Giga Chan. Yeah. Absolute Giga Chan. His mere presence is zoning people away. And Todak knows not to tangle with Kaltizi. You try and stun him down, he could just second skill CC immunity and laugh away, right? And now, at the very least, Todak finally found out that they can have enough items to burst down the Uranus. So maybe they can try to make something like that. So basically farm up using that Uranus, right?
I suppose, right? You just treat him as a, I wouldn't say a main course, but when you have the chance to take it for money. Easier said than done though, right? He just completed the Oracle. Even harder to burst. A lot of these damage comes from Martizi himself, so it's going to continue to be a bit of a problem. He has to purify. Now he has, obviously, Uranus, his abilities allowing the Q, as always. The AP Brand, they are starving this entire G of Todak's side. He's trying to Flaptizi again. Martizi will not even attempt to show himself.
Flaptizi don't even use the Purify, but now he may have to force to use it right here, but Flaptizi gets pushed down.
I don't think they have enough damage, honestly. Flaptizi was like, but man, what are you doing? Thank you for the back scratch. As they immediately get rid of the Kadita, and AP Brand, they're back to business.
And not only just that, look at Flaptizi, he's already at full health. You thought he got bursted down. You saw how Todak need to use every single tool in their arsenal just to burst down Flaptizi, but Flaptizi just laughs his consecration, and he's back to full health once again. It just like, it felt that team fight done by Todak, that catch, it did not happen at all.
Yeah, I mean, again, right, the Oracle makes so much of a difference for this Uranus. And now AP Brand, they are on the Lord. Malik sees this happening, but not anymore. They have found him, and oh boy, Super Marco on top of him. They are just gonna unleash all the damage. Genos tries to help, but gets hit by the Astro Echo instead. Malik will rush away. Hazelnut is gonna be there to protect him, and still gets sniped by Super Marco without the jungler this Lord is pretty much done. AP Brand, they're not in a rush. Formage trying to set them ablaze, but this fire is fizzling out very, very soon. In fact, Flapidi needs to put his body in front and tank up every single damage output from Toda and still survives. Formage with one last attempt to get the Lord, not gonna get it. How Teasy with the red tree to secure that objective, and AP Brand runs down Toda.
Yeah, literally the last insanity. That's the only thing that Formage could try to do. Contest for the Lord. Just use the last insanity and just pray hard, right? Pray hard. Kaltizi misses the retry, but this is AP Brand. You cannot out retry this guy, right? So Toda just nothing that they can do, right? They can only hope that Claude actually comes online quicker and then maybe just try to wave clear as quickly as possible from a safety. And look at Flaptizi. He's setting up house right in front of Todak's space.
I mean, the only way for Toda to win that is in a team fight, AP Brand's phone suddenly disconnects, right? That feels like the best way for them to win. But with that aside, I mean, oh my goodness, the Piraga armor got destroyed in 3 shots. Martezi loses half his health with 1 Astro recall. The Lord was punching down the top inhibitor. That structure is already gone. AP Brand, they didn't even knock, they just decided to claim this house as their own.
Yeah, they just punch down the house or the door and then just start marching and trampling the carpet with like muddy shoes of their own and say, hey, this is my house now. Where did Jimmy's go?
Where did he go? He just disappeared. And AP Brand, they're like, alright guys, it's time to clean up the rest of Toda. The mid inhibitor down, all good and slow. Kaltizi burning. While that was happening, they did use Kaltizi. Hazelnut unfortunately loses his life. Immortality used by 4 mains, it flickers to safety, but AP Brand have already torn down the last of the inhibitors. And AP Brand looking at this, Super Marco, eyes on the prize, gonna try and farm 4 mains, but trying to disrupt him from hitting the crystal. For the rest of AP Brand, they will finish what they came here to do. 12 minutes and 13 seconds. The teams that face off Toda so far have made absolute mincemeat of them.
Yeah, this is like a speed run, right? I think this was the fastest game that we ever had in Snapdragon Series 4, day number 1. But apart from that, you saw the game ended with a 13k gold lead. Super Marco was just literally shooting down people left, right, center. You blink and all of a sudden, hey, the Claude is dead. You blink, all of a sudden 3 shots. The Firaga armor is gone. You deny away the last insanity, and then 3 more shots, and then all of a sudden everybody dies. Left, right, center. Todak cannot do anything at all. And all started because when Kaltizi was just popping off as the Martes created so much space, now he becomes a nuisance. Flaptizi also as the Uranus becomes a nuisance. And while everything is happening on the board, right? Like Super Marco was just silently farming up, and this is the late game Leslie that they hit critical mass. And you mentioned it during the cast, right? Halfway through, the only way that Toda can actually stand a small little chance is when their phones disconnect. But hey, they're powered by the Snapdragon chipset. I don't think it will go away like this.
I mean, they're also running with the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, right? So no way that happens. And you're almost close. So you're almost perfect in terms of getting the statistics right for this being the fastest game. This is the second fastest game, 4 minutes and 13 seconds. I'll let you take a wild guess. Which matchup had the fastest game today?
EVOS Legends, I guess.
It's
EVOS Legends.
No, it's game 3 between Echo and Red Giants Esports. It's 10 minutes and 42 seconds. So that currently holds the record for most the fastest game today. But this one comes in as a close second. Either way, doesn't feel good if you're Toda to get smashed like this.
Definitely, right? Like, I mean, yeah, they've got nothing to lose, right? They're like what you said, they're a fresh team off the boat. They got nothing to lose. They're just here for the experience and the enjoyment, right? But unfortunately, I think there's still something that Toda may be keeping, right? They really just need to really understand that going up against a team like AP Brand, they are known to punish mistakes. They know how to play a perfect game. They can read the rotations like this. And if you saw how Toda was rotating, right, they're playing with their feel, they're playing with their instincts. I think against a team like AP Brand, instincts doesn't work. You need a solid strategy and then try to find out how to counter, for example, that Uranus, right? That Flaptizi was creating space, Kaltizi was creating space, Super Marco was free farming down at the Claw, so maybe lend more support down at the Claw so that we get to the late game Toda that, when the Blazing Duet starts to hit, it will hit like a truck.
So looking back at game one, right? Was a fast one, very decisive. What can Todak look to kind of, I would say, kind of polish up on when we head into game number 2, right? What kind of went wrong in game 1?
I just feel like, I thought they had the answer to the Uranus, like, for example, like the export, right, to counter the wave cutting. But if you notice how FlapTZ was cutting the waves, they're not cutting the waves, starting to cut the jungle. So they need to not just read the draft from the side of AP brand on surface level, they also need to learn how to adapt. Yeah, I know it's counter what I said just now. Feels like they're playing against their instincts, but at the same time, I think they need a plan A. And if plan A fails, they need a plan B and multiple redundancies after that plan B.
They'll have some time to kind of plan that out. We're going to take a look at some of the numbers, the statistics. God, I hate that word. It's such a mouthful. The statistics from our game number 1. Again, it was a fast one, right? So when we head into that, I kind of want to see where is majority of the burden on, right? Is it on the XP laner? Is it that 4 mains couldn't stop the Uranus? Is it because of this Edith roam that you don't see too much? And if not the Edith roam, who can we look for Todak to put in as a replacement? The stats are going to be on your screen right now. So many questions that Todak need to answer.
Yeah, it's like what I said. It's like near 14k. It's not even 13k. It's like a near 14k gold lead, right? And the Novaria, was also free farming, right? And I think how AP Brand was actually executing this draft, I think is really A-okay. A nice build coming out of Kaltizi though. It's instead of going for the assassin artist that we go around and we expect, build in Hunter Strike, go in Uga Buga damage, but then again you start to see go in pure tank. He knows that his priority will fall apart in the late game, and that's where Super Marco will start to shine. But on the other hand, if you look on the other side of Todak, right, they got a bit of things going, right? Going straight in for the Ice Cream 1, and then after that, Immortality, really hopefully trying to become the utility export, right? But then again, if you look on the other side, that's a Uranus that you have to deal with. Then you need burst damage to deal against this FlapTZ, right? I feel like once Uranus got introduced into the draft for AP brand, whatever Todak wanted to do, it's all gone.
Yeah, it's such a, it kind of is one of those few heroes, right? When you look at Uranus as a hero itself, the function is to annoy the heck out of you. The early to mid game, It feels like there's nothing you could do. You feel very hopeless, but if you tough it out long enough and suddenly Uranus is like, all right, my time is up in this game, I can't do anything else, and he's gonna get shredded. But to get to that point in the game is the biggest challenge for a lot of the teams going up against an experienced squad like AP Brand. And you can see on your screen, the numbers itself says everything. AP Brand outclassing Todak at every single corner.
Yeah, like damage dealt. You can see Forma is just outputting as much damage as he could, right? The burn AoE damage. But FlapTZ's, I think once you get to see the total heal, he just heals out of it, right? You can see also that most of the damage taken, just taken by FlapTZ as well. Malik, on the other hand, he was the punching bag for the side of AP Brands because like it's just so much damage being poured onto him. And you see how AP Brands punishing wherever Malik is going. I don't think there's any turtle that went over to the side of Toda, unfortunately, but AP Brand, this is a strong showing. Like I said, before going to the draft, yes, there are hope for Toda to hopefully turn this into a 2-0 to basically become this unknown factor against AP Brand. But then again, when the reality starts to sink in, AP Brand, they are one of the MPLPH powerhouses, right? Going in, SEA Games, IESF, yeah, you name this. They're actually taking a lot of different wins from other side, and they're rolling, especially after the wins from Onyx ID.
Massive confidence boost as well, right? Look at this damage to towers. It's enough said. Obviously, Super Marco did majority of the job. And you compared how these two teams got to this point. It's definitely very different. You have Todak, who got crushed by Bigatron Alpha. You have AP Brand, who came off, a Ferric victory over Onyx in Onyx ID. It definitely feels super different when you ended up facing each other, and I think it is kind of reflected. But overall, it's very, very fair for me to say that AP Brand just leaps and bounds ahead of Todak in this game number 1. And perhaps overall, AP Brand is going to walk away 2-0. However, I still want to see a bit of that resistance from Todak heading into game 2. Let's take a look at our MVP from game number 1 from AP Brand. I think there's no contest. It's going to be Ogwen on the Minotaur.
Yeah, definitely right. The setup is a perfect game, even though he's just really tanky for Super Marco, making sure that he grows into a nice and healthy Leslie that could just 3-shot you or 1-shot the Claude from afar, along with the help with the Novara at the same time, right? So 1-0-10, absorbing all that, setting up, making it also super hard for Malik to jump into the backline at the same time. So, you know, he is that tank that every single healthy Leslie needs. And of course, his job is also definitely made a lot easier that Flaptizia was creating a lot of space. Toda needs to send like 3-4 members just to deal with one Uranus, and then after that, the first time it worked, right? And I was saying about during it cast, right? Like, yeah, first time it worked. Maybe they can try to do that again. And immediately when the second time, when they come in for that once again, they got punished because the rest of AP Brand is already there. You saw that one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we will be able to see it in the replay as well. The big difference between AP Brand and Todak and how fast things escalated when AP Brand just got the space. This was the first turtle fight, and Cal TV just went off the rails. And there's no one to do enough damage to him. There's no one that can keep him in place. No one to control him. And that kind of brings us back to AP Brand banning out both the Franco and the Kaja, right? You're banning out 2 heroes that can be a very big threat to Flaptizia and Calteasy, and without those 2 hardcore point-and-click control, suddenly these are unleashed.
Yeah, this is the one where Flaptizia turns out has friends, right? And you can see his numbers his health HP bar just built all the way up to max. And then, you know, it just touched the Lord fight. It's just unfortunate Super Marco apparently can already hurt like a truck already. Just the true damage alone, just Malik just cannot stand it, right? And then immediately because he's taken down, look at how AP Brand does super textbook, like take down jungler, rush that Lord. After you rush that Lord, start syncing up the waves. It's just AP Brand pulling this maneuver to perfection against Toda. And you want to try to instinct, and they're trying to play by the instinct, try to adapt along the way. I think they need more. I think they can do more, but we need to see it. Like what you said, hopefully they just don't go down without a fight.
Go down swinging, right? Go down leaving a mark on AP Brand. I know, heck, just take one game off of them. I know it's a tall ask, but we at least have one more game to go for Toda. They have some time to kind of think about what went wrong. We look at the bans itself. I feel like it could be an indicator, like you pointed out early on. Maybe AP Brand not too sure where Toda was going to hit towards. And then you look at the results of game 1, it felt like it didn't matter at all, right? AP Brand still crushed Toda. And one big part of that reason was because they have the best chipset in their phone. And the best chipset comes from one of our best partners, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And I just gotta say that they are the sole reason why this is even a reality. The heart and soul of everything. The 4 pillars, the 4 divine pillars of SPS. They are the ones that give us this game, that let us commentate these amazing players, and they also make the best chipsets for your devices.
Yeah, speaking about devices, right? Samsung Galaxy S23 is the one that you want to know. Sorry, S23 Ultra, right? These are, you know, these phones will definitely power through your game as well. The cameras are looking stunning as well whenever you walk into Samsung stores. You just see it right there. Yeah, I don't really have enough money for that one. But then again, you know, this is the phone that you want to get for the best experience in your lifestyle.
And it's the only phone that you can take a photo of your girlfriend, and if she says it's not pretty, it's her problem, right? It's her fault. It's not the phone's fault. I've tried it out. It makes everyone look good. So if the person doesn't look good, I call it a biological problem, right? So Galaxy S23 Ultra is the phone that you need to go for.
Yeah, tall order right there, but unfortunately wouldn't be able to turn the scores around, right? It's a 1-0 against Todak, right? Todak right here looking at anyways to change up the blueprint just a little bit more. They just need to dig deep into their pocket. What is the thing the AP Brand is not ready for? They try to export, it doesn't work. They try to dire off, and the Martis Wombo combo, it doesn't work against Bigatron Alpha. Maybe there is more. Maybe, just maybe. Like I said, hopium and coping.
All right, so let's kind of go down that rabbit hole a little bit. We have 2 minutes to go through it. I think one of the heroes that has kind of been in the conversation for the past 2-3 months from the Open Finals to MSC until now is Minsita, right? I think when you look at this hero, No, bear with me, I'm not gonna bring up Esmeralda. I'm talking about Minsita and Minsita alone. Where does this hero stand? I think that is a question that I feel like I am still searching for the answer. Where does he stand? A lot of people say he's good, but we don't see it too often. I know it has been played in a pro league every now and then, but where does Minsita stand kind of in the pool, in the hero pool itself?
Yep. I feel like just now I was just about to talk about the game recap, right? But on your topic of Minsita, I think definitely better picks, right? Like, I think this is the unfortunate circumstance for Minsita. Yes, the revamp makes him look kind of good as well, but now with the fact that the talent ad system was also updated as well, you don't see him going to the roam role because the tenacity doesn't work really well. Brace might, technically speaking, doesn't looks still a bit okay. I think it's just about the talent emblem update that caused him to fall in priority. If you want to go for a Minsita, why don't go for the Franco? A lot better. You find this one person, hook him, bite him down, lock him down. And don't forget, you know, if you pick a Minsita, there's always the illuminating threat of the Valentina, which was banned by AP Brand in game number 1, right? If you want to try to do a King's Calling, I can also call the King at the same time. You counter that with your own King's Calling, so nobody gets to dash.
And I mean, look at this recap, right? Novaria first phase picked as well. I think we're starting to see Novaria really surge in popularity. You look at the domestic leagues across multiple regions, she has been there. We've seen her being played in the roam role earlier on, and now we are seeing Novaria kind of being played in the mid lane as well. I think she just does a lot of things that you as a mage wants to do but cannot do, and the big part of it is providing vision and having long-range artillery strikes.
Yeah, and the best part is, I think AP Brand is so comfortable picking up this Novara because Todak banned away the Link, banned away the Fanny, because these two are your threats against Novara, because Novara is usually off the map. You need to send somebody to try to hunt her down, right? So AP Brand just taking advantage of how Todak was banning and then use it to great success. But I feel like this time around, you know, it's going back into the game number 2. This is back to the drawing board. They just really need to deep dive their roster, look even deeper. What kind of heroes can you catch to try to catch AP Brand off guard? I don't know. Well, since it's not Diablo, man, maybe we shall see a Badang or Kali coming out. You never know. That could actually work.
It could. They've shown a Dyro before. Badang, Kali, what else? One of the heroes that I feel like has gone missing for quite a long time is definitely the Yuzhong, one of my favorite heroes in the XP lane as well. And you can also kind of feel the difference in the atmosphere in both teams. Right? AP Brand, they are sure they kind of wiped the floor in game 1, but they are still very, very tuned in. And for them, the series is not over until it's done, right? But for Todak, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what is the atmosphere over at Todak. But I guess when we look at the draft, perhaps we'll get a better idea. Yi, Valentina banned by AP Brand, Fanny and Kaja banned by Todak.
I think this also hints that Todak may want to go back into a bit of a Joy, but AP Brand, are they going to lead that Joy over? Because don't forget, there's also this RL threat that's looming around. It was forgotten by both these two teams, mind you, but now Todak decide to ban away that lane, once again given a lot of respect over the side of Kaltiz.
That could open up, you know, another Novara pick for AP Brand, right? Because unless Todak first picks it, but it doesn't feel like Todak is going to go for it. In fact, with the Kadita ban out, which was Todak's first ban in game 1, what is the option? Do you fall back to the Fredrin? Do you play kind of like the stable pick?
Yeah, I think Todak is better off going back to meta, going back to comfort, right? First pick Fredrin is quite strong because don't forget you can always flex it to EXP lane. We will also start to see a bit of flex picks coming into the side of Paquito. However, there's also this Uranus that I think, once again, like RSGSG against RSGPH, Todak doesn't really have an answer against this Uranus, right? Unless they secure a carry in their first pick. But it's a little bit of a waste securing that carry as the first pick instead.
You can go for the Paquito opener. We've seen this a couple of times. It's not really the best flex, but it is there. You can still kind of put, switch him around here and there. doesn't really tell too much to AP brand, but we've seen how if you put the Paquito in the XP lane, for example, he is easily bullied out by a Uranus +1, right? Even a Uranus alone can stop this Paquito from being effective. But in the jungle, now you are relying on him to find those opportunities himself, which is not going to be easy if there's something like a Martis on the other end.
Martis gets a second skill, like what you said. It interrupts the combo, right? So definitely AP brand can look to pick up the Martis once again. But let's take a look at what's on the table. Like there's also skill the Arlo, there's also skill the Novara that they can bring up. I mean, it's not banned away, so might as well just pick it up once again. Since Todak doesn't really have tools to deal with it. Once again, they took away the Link and the Fanny themselves. Unless Todak goes for the land slot, maybe that's something that he could use to just ignore the front line, dive all the way, find the Novara and just assassinate her before she just lands down this lane.
Hayabusa? Is that a hero that can be taken into consideration?
I don't think Hayabusa is really good here. I feel like, after the recent update, Hayabusa or Lethal Ignition does work, but I feel like the range of the Hayabusa is actually still kind of limited unless you're coming for the flank, right? But now, they've already secured a Paquito in the first phase drop, right? They want to make sure that they don't review this one, right? Super obvious. Maybe it could be affected the XP lane, it could be affected the jungle. They don't want to show it yet. So instead, I don't think it's wise to pick the Hayabusa here. So instead, they go for the mage. There's a Faram is going to be selected and also a carry, like what I was talking about. And this time around, this carry will be fighting up against a Frederick.
Absolutely.
Come on, Dexter.
Kind of like
It's our
what they
showtime.
took out in the previous game. Claude will be the selection for the side of AP Bren. Is there a universe where AP Bren were like, you know what, we're going to put this Novara into Rome, we're going to take out the Farsa and just absolutely destroy this Farmers?
Yeah, there is. Blacklist has done it before, right? Like, I remember this is one time where Blacklist, I think it was the Yve, and then there was a Novara. And then when the Novara starts slapping and start farming even faster, you see the Yve relegated himself into this rope position, right? And then just start putting all the gold into Novara, getting her to scale even faster, right? So this could also be potentially the possibility. And now with the Claude coming in, very juicy. But unfortunately, AP Brand was the one that removed the Yve on their own. But don't forget, there's also still the potential Farsa that's really good against Faramis. I think it's up to Todak right now to just start cutting down on the mage roster, but then again, they're still looking at the Kufa.
I suppose when you have to carry in the roster, it does slightly discourage the Uranus being picked up by AP Brand. I don't think they care about this too much, perhaps. They still have the flex capabilities, right? You can even say that they have two heroes that they can flex, both the Frederick and the Novaria. Front banned out by Todak. It does indicate that perhaps the Assassin Jungler could still be a possibility. But looking at the opening 3 picks, it kind of feels like you're alluding to this Paquito being in the jungler, because no way you're picking an Assassin Jungler in this lineup, right?
You definitely need someone to frontline, right? Something to tank for, so that when the card auto pops, there is some form of, defense, some form of this frontline just couldn't die. So that's what I think Todak wants to do. But looking at how going to this last ban, since they already started banning more tanks, they may be looking to remove even more tanks. I want to mention Atlas, right? Because Atlas looks really juicy, especially when the Faramis called Arthur coming in. Atlas could just come in with the Fatal Links and just whip everybody up. So maybe Todak may be afraid of that one as well. Or maybe ban away the Minotaur because it's an AoE stun. Faramis is also putting everybody together at the same time. Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Alright, what does this tell us?
It's a free Atlas over for AP Brand.
Has to be, right?
They self-ban again. Todak self-ban once again. They ban away the Link, they ban away the Fanny, allowing Novara to have priority.
Minotaur.
And now banning away the Ziggy. This opens up, and okay, even if you don't go for the Atlas, that's a Minotaur, right? So now, this Minotaur is even safer, right? It's a safer pick, right? They don't really care about any knockups. There's no time journey for Todak to also go for anyways.
I mean, it doesn't really... At this point, any of the tanks that really don't want Diggy to be on the enemy team, they can do what they want freely, right? We see the Florian and the Akai being the final 2 picks. So this is going to be a Paquito XP lane, a Faramis Mage, and Akai jungle. Alright, so we have a tank shredder, right? That is settled. Carry is gonna do the work. Akai is gonna be in the midst of things, heavy spin, separating the battle line. But how are you
Time to
even
drop
going
the
to
beat
get
of the flash.
into the battle lines of AP Brand? Now they have a Joy. And what's the solution? Right? I'm scratching my head. I'm trying to find a way for Toda to take fights effectively.
I think how Todak is doing is like, I know it's kind of awkward to say that, hey, use Akai as a pick comp, right? But yeah, Akai right here, the only thing that he can do is just basically pick and separate and isolate one person at a time, maybe fight front to back. Use the Akai, isolate the Minotaur, pin him down to the wall, use the carry to shred, and then try to fight front to back. But then again, you see how AP Brand is just drafting, right? It's just crazy. They go for the Joy, they can just dive in the back line. You try to, huddle together and absorb and use and benefit from the Cow Ulta. All of a sudden, the AoE is just gonna stun lock you right there, because when you die in the Cow Ulta, you technically get stunned. And so it all relies on how Florin actually times the ultimate, and also how the Faramis time his ult.
Thumbs up from the side of AP Brand. They are ready to rock and roll. And I think a lot of this game is going to rest on the shoulders of the carry, right? If carry can't get it done, Toda it just basically burns out in the series.
Yeah, like I like the fact that you use the word burn out, because Xborg, that literally wasn't a good idea. I think even down to the talents, right, that he used. But anyways, ladies and gents, this time around a little bit more familiar coming out from Todak, but of course with the Florin, this is the new flavor. This is a new Estes in the house right here.
Oh,
hopefully, being able to put them to great use so that they don't go down without a fight.
We see Cow TZ in the jungle with the jungle Joy. That has happened a couple of times. I mean, Joy mid as well. Good to see that this TDK has a lot more of that flexibility, but level 4, I think that's what I want to look at. 2 minutes in, we're going to have level 4 on these heroes. Both teams having big teamfight ultimates. How are they going to take a fight at the objective?
I think it's just about looking at the priority. I feel that Todak this time around might have total priority as compared to AP Brand, right? Yeah, because you have a Novara that cannot really successfully join the fight in the level 4 period of time, does need more time to scale. But speaking about scaling super macro, doing a lot of damage against Genos, this is not supposed to happen.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the other way around, right? Where you're always looking at a carry to win that early matchup, but Super Marco here it is. Hey, winning out in terms of health. I mean, look at the core emblems that they took. It's actually the same thing, but the trading patterns of Super Marco just kind of one-upping the carry right now. So Genos not having the shot that he wants, and that kind of feels like a minor bad news, but I guess, silver lining, Malik was able to just swipe that gold crab away from Cow TZ.
Alright, you know why they win up? If you take a look at how if you take a look at how Super Marco builds his claw, that's a common emblem. So mana for days, you also got tenacity, so that's why he can outfight against Genos, especially when he went for weapon master instead, right? So there's not enough items for him to justify actually getting benefiting from that particular emblem. So that's why AP Brand, this choice, this small little decision that Super Marco decides to go for, he's able to trade more efficiently as compared to Genos.
You see the Astro Echo very early on from the top side. Malik, and he's been used as well, pinning 3 of AP Brand's members away, but he still needs to take this turtle, and he will be able to do it with a very good red tree. Formay stopping the rest of AP Brand from showing up, and Todak walks away with the objective.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about, right? Todak has a better total fight, right? Because of the heavy spin, it makes it a lot easier as compared to AP Brand, especially when Cow TZ this time around is a Joy, not a Fredrin, right? So he needs to look out for his HP bars. If not, he's going to get busted down right there, right now, right? But speaking about busting down, that Super Marco, ooh, super low.
Yeah, well, TZ is running to Purify, no flicker, so Super Marco is very safe about that, but had to pop a sprint. So another a minute and a half without that battle spell. Good news is it is a claw, so he's not going to be bothered about it too much. Cow TZ caught in the Todak jungle. It's one of the slowest starts to both games. I mean, Todak keeping AP Brand under control.
Yeah, first turtle at the very least still goes over to the side of Todak, right? If you notice, Flat TZ is actually pushing against Formies up top. It's still basically, because Formies right here, unless he can successfully kill the Fredrin, and he needs to constantly lay down the punches. If not, the Fredrin is going to heal with the help of the Brace Might at the same time, right? So if you notice how Todak is rotating, they're not going to look at the Fredrin, they're looking at getting Genos to scale instead.
And pulling Super Marco away, but Blazing to West is going to instantly wipe the entire wave. Super Marco doing it, just keeping himself safe, and just very impressive work from his claw, right? Normally you don't expect him to do it. least in the early game, but he's able to hold his ground. Malik trying to walk into the jungle, instantly getting stunned up. Still has the heavy spin, not using just yet. The electrifying big beat by Easy. Malik steals the purple buff away. The Gaforko open, knockout on the 2 of members of Todak. How also used as well. He's gonna expire onto Malik, who gets stunned, but good body block from Arteezy.
Good body block from Marquise, and also not only just that, good save coming out from the Cow Alter as well. And apart from that, Hazelnut is still keeping on to the ultimate. As a Florian, if I played the if I would have Florian, I may actually have a Retrinker Finger on that Florian, but look how easy off HP.
Yeah, Base is apt, just straight up invades the jungle. Just want to keep AP Bram under pressure, something that Todak was not able to do in game 1. Now they're making life a bit more complicated for AP Brand. They're making AP Brand fight for it. The turtle will be uncontested and Todak will walk away.
Yeah, this is exactly what Todak absolutely needs, right? The snipe does land down, wasn't able to do so. Malik still secures the turtle. And not only just that, because of that the one creep steal, it also helps Malik to be ahead in terms of level as compared to Kaltizi. Kaltizi knows about it, decides to play a little bit more passive, needs more time, but time is definitely on the side of AP Brand's hands because Super Marco is definitely silently scaling up. Todak needs to limit that clock right here, right now. You can see Awkward and the rest of the Todak members trying to pincer onto Super Marco.
Trying to take his turret down as fast as possible, and the heavy spin will be committed to make the endeavor happen. So very well done from Todak. Calm and composed. AP Brand now have lost that bot tier 1. It's gonna put Super Marco out in the open.
Yeah, 5 minutes in. Turtles down, no one actually died yet, so this is a very good game for the side of Todak. However, like I said, Todak is fighting for time. They need to quickly take down as much turrets as possible, try to limit Super Marco's farm, but there you go, that's what Blazing do by Genos. Ooh!
The bloom right on time from Hazelnut could have been disastrous, as Formaze does take away the top tier 1 Flap Teasy. Massive damage, pull right back. Formaze looking for a finisher if he can, but Flap Teasy dashes to safety.
Yeah, this is exactly a different Todak this time around as compared to game number 1 Todak, right? Todak, game number 1 was, just testing the waters just a little bit, but this time around, AP Brand, they're playing, their movements a little bit different. You expected Kaltizi to start hard invading Todak, but Todak is the one that started to do that. Look at Formaze, look at where he is, just making sure that Formaze doesn't get any farm at all. This is reminiscent over to RSG when, Bray started to go for that jungle, and I think Todak is just abusing that fact.
I think on top of that, you also have Formaze. First of all, Paquito running sprint, has the Brave Smite, and at the same time, right, you said they are ignoring Fredrin, but
yeah,
Formaze is not going to be too bothered. He is, he has the XP advantage over this Fredrin. He's now 2 levels ahead of Flap Teasy already. So it doesn't really matter too much if, the Fredrin doesn't go down. He already took down both side lanes tier 1s are already down. Turtle has just spawned and Todak might look to contest.
Yeah, this is a very slow AP Brand this time around. They respected Malik's presence right here with the fact of the heavy spin, but now this could be the potential third turtle that Todak wants to take.
Formaze to the backfield, instantly drop low. They need to get this Paquito out of the way, but he has to sprint it. He's gonna get away. Good call Alter, protecting 4 members of Todak. Heavy spin committed as well, but it's gonna be Cow Easy. There's retributions on the turtle. Bloom even used, and now Blazing Duet on the side of Super Marco for the first blood. Malik in a rough spot, tries to take down Owen. Field sniping the members of Todak from behind, and Super Marco is just free hitting everyone for a double kill. Formaze drops. It's gonna be Flap Teasy for the third, and AP Brandy just won this Mark Teasy slice them. The Astro recall, but not Super Marco. Triple for the claw.
Man, Aski, do you not see it? How Todak just hard committed into everything just to try to take away the turtle. AP Brand noticed that the Cow Alter is already burned away, and you see how AP Brand just take a step back. Here you go, that's instant replay. You can see the rest of AP Brand respects the damage and respects the sustain, just decides to disengage just a little bit. Look at how Super Marco is playing this, right? Timing that Blazing Duet just in the nick of time at the same time. And on the other side of the wall, he's safe from Formaze and doesn't already burn out all of his spells and jump over the wall, and he knows Hazelnut doesn't do damage, so impeccable position coming up from Super Marco. AP Brand respecting what Todak can do. They take away, I think that was 4 members in the nutshell, and then take away the turtle from Todak, and they also took up top.
And at the same time, Genos got deleted at the start, right? We talked about this. If Genos isn't in the fight, I don't think Todak is going to have enough damage. Formaze surely can one-shot someone, but afterwards they have nothing. They need the carry.
Yeah, well, you can count the damage from the Ghost Bursts, but Malik looking for the pickup right here. Black TZ this time around, getting pushed away. Ogwen jumping in.
Big knock again into Super Marco, and they follow up Ogwen with the setup. Super Marco just having a field day right now. This is a bazaar for the squad.
Yeah.
EMI over the wall, Hazelnut in danger. Super Marco on a mega kill streak, and no one can stop it.
No one can stop it. He's absolutely massive right now. All of a sudden, I was telling you about it. AP brand, you're a little bit slow and steady. They know they lost the early game priority, but all of a sudden they realize that hey, they start to have the fight. They start to have the damage as well. Start to bite back against Todak. Like I said, Todak is on this time bomb, and now the bomb has exploded. They are unable to defuse it in the nick of time because Super Marco is already unleashed against Todak.
In one fell swoop, AP brand in the driver's seat. Lord secured as well. This mid-tier one will not stand any longer. I mean, Martini, the fact that you have a Frederick means that you want to stay in the fight. Clumped up, Super Marco finds both of the support. Gives the slice out for the Faramis, but it's a trade he's willing to go for to pat that ego a little bit.
Yeah, not only just that, right? You take down the Faramis, but also you crack open the mid, so that's a-okay for the marksman. Awkward this time around gets caught by Malik. Genos needs to try to hit, but he's not hitting anything. Kautizi just zones him away, leaving Malik out of position right here.
You have the electrifying beams against by Kautizi. Malik just putting his body in front. The snipes from field from afar, 0-0 and 5 on this Novara. Start escorting this Lord on top lane, and all the waves are gonna get synced up.
Yeah, and even though two turtles went over the side of Todak, and don't forget, I was talking about this, Malik taking away the jungle creep from Kaltizi should put Malik in a dominant level lead. Look at how Kaltizi right now, he's already level 14, as compared to Malik, he's only level 12.
And that's just off of, kind of one objective fight, right? One big team fight, and suddenly AP Brand have full control of this game. It really felt like if you're Todak, you are left wondering what the heck happened in the past 2 minutes. Both mid and top tier 2 are going to be down. The bottom one will fall very soon as well. No more outer lane defense for Todak.
Exactly, so much standing goal in the favor of AP Brand, right? Just farming out all the way out. Even though they had they botched the early game just a little bit, but Todak this time around, they're the one that botched the mid game instead. Black TZ will absorb some damage, like I said. Just take a look at the damage leaderboard. Super Marco is at the top.
Use the bloom just to keep 4 mains alive as well. Just the degree of damage, the magnitude of damage coming in from Kautizi out of this world. They did force the flicker from this Fredrin. That is the smallest of silver linings for Todak.
I really don't think silver lining is exactly what Todak needs, right? They got, for the first time in game 1 and 2, they finally got a lead, and now AP Brand is already knocking on Todak's door. So it's just crazy. You give AP Brand a small little lead, and they just escalate. They take your wood and they pull it apart, and they're doing it right now at top.
Top inhibitor down, and all of this, while this was happening, excuse me, Malik, he was trying to find an angle to launch a flank, but I mean, AP Brand didn't give him the room. Ogwen just stuck onto him, and they ended up forcing his heavy spin out. 25 seconds before the Lord spawns. This could not have been any better for AP Brand.
Yeah, right now Todak just needs to buy time. Right now there's an open lane up top as well. AP Brand is just, they've got the vision, they've got the damage, they've got the tankiness, they've got everything that you need, right? AP Brand, they've also got the goal lead. So it's an uphill battle once again. Todak just let the time bomb explode. They are unable to capitalize on the lead they got, and now Super Micro is super right now.
Look at that, this man runs into Todak, and Todak, they were trying to group up in their own jungle, but they got spotted by the Astral Echo, so this Lord is pretty much done and dusted. AP Brand, they might have just found the finisher.
Yeah, there's no way that Todak can actually contest this, right? Even though Malik does have the heavy spin already online, they're not going to try to go for it because AP Brand is so far ahead in this lead, and their positioning and Super Marco is already starting to shred. They don't have the pseudo tankiness. Malik wasn't able to face check or tank. Genos, I don't think is coming online as of yet. He needs more time, but time is definitely what AP Brand would not possibly give. Look at the items right here. Look at especially how Genos is building it. It's not enough damage. It's not enough attack speed. There's no golden staff as well in the hands of Genos.
Is that a lightning truncheon?
Yes, that's a lightning truncheon.
That is, alright. First of its kind, I've not seen it before. I mean, by anything that deals damage, I guess. Malik.
Yeah, I really don't think that's the actual item, but hold on a second, that's called off the top right prematurely. AP Brand will definitely lick his cut down mouth like that. Lick your lips like that is exactly what they want.
I mean, 4 maze, he's a little off. Oh, it's now Super Marco is right in the center, chases Martini to the fountain, doesn't take him out. EMI to safety. 4 versus 5 in favor of Todak. I say 4 versus 5, but honestly, it really doesn't matter, does it? Big knockout in front of Fountain. AP Brand closes it out. 14 minutes in. A 2-0 over Todak. Light work by AP Brand.
Yeah, game number 1 was clean by the side of AP Brand, right? Game number 2, on the other hand, even though they're behind, they know what to do. And this is the marking of a very strong team, man. You remember what I talked to you about, especially the tips given over to the side of Todak, right? You're supposed to have plan A. If plan A doesn't work, there's plan B. If plan B doesn't work, multiple fail-safes, right? They just triggered plan B, which is to farm up, slowly protect Super Marco. Once Super Marco hits that power spike, and then they go in. And not only just that, the one fight that changes it all was when they understood the Cult Altar and also the Bloom. They are running on Steam, and once the Steam runs out, they bite back. The damage sharing all across the board on the side of AP Brand is just wonderful, and they still have enough fuel for Super Marco to just go in to clean up for the kill.
Yeah, good day for AP Brand. 2-0 in their first 2 series, right? They took down the MSC champions, they took down Todak in a very, very fast series. They're gonna have a very good night's sleep. But for Todak, it's complete opposite. Dropping to Bigatron Alpha early on and just not defeated by AP Brand. They're down 0-2. And you look at the group that they're in, Evo's is gonna be there.
Yeah.
Aura is gonna be there. I mean, Onyx is gonna be there. So the journey only gets tougher.
Definitely, like it's I don't know why people say Group A is also like looks like a very strong group, but Group B on the other hand, I think they look very scary as well. Bren, Esports, they came in with a goal, which is to basically make a name for themselves as well. Hey, I'm MPLPH number 4, nothing to scoff at as well. It made it look really easy for the side against Todak right now. Todak on the other hand, there's a lot of learnings from what they did so far. Game number 2 was by far, I think, the closest they could get, especially against AP Brand. So maybe they can actually learn from that and really come in stronger in day number 2.
I agree. I definitely think that there are some good, kind of good takeaways for Todak, things that they have done right. The moments, the objective contest, and just understanding priority for the first few minutes, right? I think when we put team fight aside, they actually did pretty decent. It's just that when we look at understanding variables and assessing the situations, that's where Todak kind of got into their head a little bit, because they felt like they had to do something. End of the day, the expectation was that AP Brand were the better team. We want to see how much of a dent Todak can do. I would say it was barely a dent, but I think it's enough for us to kind of gauge where this version of Todak stands right now. A lot of work needs to be done.
A lot of words. This is like what I said, baptism by fire, and also a litmus test, right? Going into their own respective regions, right? Going back home. There's a lot of things that definitely these players will learn in Jakarta as well. Hopefully, take this like a boot camp, right? Like, come back stronger, because don't forget, this is one of the power. They have to face 2 powerhouses, right? One from PH and then one from Indonesia. Definitely a lot of things that they can learn after some reflection in between days.
And we have seen some upsets today. Who's not to say that Todak is not going to pull off an upset tomorrow. They still have a chance to qualify for top 6. It's just that the journey has just got a bit tougher, right? Out of 6 teams from each group, only 3 will make it. So hopefully they are going to make it count. We'll take a look at the statistics of game number 2. Obviously, you look at the first 5 to 7 minutes. It is pretty even Stevens, and suddenly one breakout fight led us to this result.
Yep, that's carry. That's not Winter Trunking menu. That's a Golden Staff. So it's already confirmed in the screen. I don't think that's Lightning Trunkian. So yeah, Golden Staff. But if you notice, Genos and also that Claude, right? The only item difference is perhaps maybe 2 item difference, right? Was a Wind of Nature and of course the Magnific Roar. And what allowed this to happen was because of that triple kill that he got in that particular turtle fight. Now we also look at that. Malik, on the other hand, forced to buy the blade armor But if you notice, there's no dominance eyes on the other side of Todak. You really need to slow down attack speed of Super Marco. If not, he's gonna just shred through your roster easily. Whereas on this other side of AP Brand, there are dominant eyes all across the board. For example, Awkward and of course Blapteasy, because these are the two targets that the carry will target upon. And all of a sudden, the carry, the attack speed gets slowed down. She doesn't get the prop. She doesn't do the shred.
And I feel like a big part of kind of the idle decisions for the side of Matic also was influenced by that one triple kill, right? It probably was on its way to the Dominus Eyes, and suddenly Super Marco went out of control. And it was like, oh well, now I have to go for the Blade Armor. But I think these little details definitely do have a very big impact in the game. And as for Game 2, it's fair to say that AP Brand once more does mow down Todak. No contest at all. This puts them in a very, very good spot. We are most likely going to see them in top 6 unless they kind of lose all their upcoming series. But
impossible.
Yeah, like you call it, right? Impossible. So
yeah,
it definitely came off a high off of they were not even from MSC, but they are still coming off of a high from the challenge group stage and from off of defeating Onyx.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? I also asked the question: will AP Brand feel fatigue after a long day? Don't forget, I think Coach Ducky was also talking about it. They were basically flying all across the world for a period of time, and now they're in Jakarta, right? But it feels like AP Brand, this is just another day in the office, right? They dealt with Todak nice and clean as well, and just make sure that they play a perfect game. I think they played a perfect game because there's nothing that Todak could also punish. There were only a small moment that Formace could punish Kaltizi in the early game, but that's because of the priority that the Paquito has. But once you go into the late game, when Kaltizi starts to pick up the items, then you start the priority starts to swing in the favor of AP Brand. Just take a look at the amount of damage dealt, especially in the hands of Super Marco. 81k.
Yeah, 81k. I mean, Super Marco just having a field day. Damage taken, of course, both the front lines. Matic soaking up majority of it, 143,000 damage sustained. And even then, it wasn't enough to kind of stop AP Brand. I mean, Formace, he had his moments, right? We saw him almost one-shotting Few, almost one-shotting Kaltizi. But my questions from the drafting phase still stands. When the game goes late, how do you hit the backline? And I think we found our answer. Fredrin and Minotaur basically stop him dead in his tracks.
Yeah, the constant CC the Fredrin can output, and also the big knockout that Awkward sets up is so good against Formace to slow him down. And apart from that, Genos, knows that there are these potential big ultimates that IP Brand can always toss, and Genos is forced to play a little bit safe. So it's a really tough strategy. You're right? Like late game, the only way that I feel like Todak could actually play is just fight front to back. Like what I said, use Malek to pick people up. He tried to do that in the late game, mind you, but it's a little bit too late because Super Marco, he's already huge as a claw.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're looking at AP Brand total kills, enough said, right? You have a Minotaur on your side. He's going to be providing everyone with decent heal. You have compared Minotaur to a Florian. This I would say new flavor of Estes didn't work out for Todak in any way. Couldn't keep them in the fight long enough. I mean, you're doubling down on the Farmist and the Florian, right? Again, we talk about how much responsibility Genos has to put on his back. This game, he just was not able to do it.
Yeah, he's unable to reach even the front line, right? Because I think Malik was just a little bit too far ahead. It's about timing. It's about the tempo of Todak. I really think they maybe should also look at that portion of the blueprint at the same time as well. Formace on the other, I think he did decently well. He knows his priority, like what I said as well. Start hard invading jungle. We saw that being used against them in game number 1 of AP Brand. But speaking of which, there you go. The MVP goes over to Super Marco.
I mean, nothing needs to be said, right? 6-1 and 2. The only depth that he had was he kind of inted it, but at that spot, I would do it as well. But yeah, full items.
You don't call that inting, Husky. It's actually inting and then taking down the turret. If he goes down without taking down the turret, that's not inting, right? So
he donated, right?
I feel like that. Yeah,
it's
charity. I feel like that. It's charity, but I feel like that one death is justifiable, right? But if you take a look, I think the emblem is the key telling right here, right? It's a very safe emblem, common emblem with all the mana regen, and then go in tenacity and movement speed. And then on top of that movement speed, you have quantum charge. So that's why in the early game, Super Marco was able to trade efficiently against Genos in the early game. Usually it's a carry that should have priority, but no, Super Marco is always hit and run, slowly whittle down the carry and then come in for the bite.
And he did bite down indeed. It's a very fulfilling meal for Super Marco and the rest of AP brand. So the chapter is going to close. I mean, 100% kill participation, right? He was involved in six of his kills. He got six. Well, what am I talking about? He got 6 kills, 2 assists, right? So he's involved in every single confrontation. That's what I'm trying to say. But overall, you know, you look at it, 5,790 DPM, 846 gold per minute. He has had a perfect game. Everything that a gold laner wants, he has got it.
Yeah, high GPM, high, especially 100% kill participation. You don't get that often. Usually, you know, the marksman is a little bit busy working on the turret, but anyways, you get to see him in full glory. I believe this is the one I was talking about. Yeah, this is the fight that potentially changed everything and swing the priority back into AP Brand's favor because of Super Marco's positioning, blazing towards when the time is just running out for the side of Hazen, Nut and Marcusi. The call that went down, and Geno's unfortunately the first casualty, right? Which means that AP Brand knows they can press on the advantage even more.
I feel like when producers say highlight, our producer definitely meant it's a Super Marco compilation. both of it were.
This is his
highlight.
resume.
This is his resume. This is it. Like if he sends this when he auditions for any other teams in the future, he's gonna get the spot instantly. Just make sure to cut out this part because he died so small.
Well, his team still get the turret, right? So that's A-okay. So a little bit greedy, but he zones away Hazelnut from actively defending the turret as well, right? So it's just tough for Toda. It's like I said, it's an uphill battle since they step foot into Group B. So congratulations on the side of AP Brand as well. They did a wonderful job. They're showing who is boss. They're not fatigued. They are still going strong. This is the win momentum that they desperately need, especially going into the final playoffs.
Yeah, and you know, there's always this saying that it's all about it being a marathon, right? You want to be able to kind of play the long game, regardless of if it's a long series or it's a long group stage or it's a long playoffs. Because at the end of the day, you don't want to be the one that comes out swinging strong and then you finish poorly. You want to be able to outlast everyone else. You want to be able to be the team that finishes strong. So regardless of the time of day, I think AP Brand has had a fantastic day, number one.
Definitely Super Marco, right? Being the MVP as well. You can see he's zipping and zooming everywhere he wants, and he's just outputting so much attack speed as well. And the very thing that could also increase that in real life is none other than energy drinks. My personal favorite, Monster Energy. Thank you very much, Monster Energy, for helping us out for Snapdragon Pro Series. Unleash the beast. Literally unleash Super Marco with www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yeah, every time I hear the word Monster Energy, I can feel my biceps curling because damn, that thing has changed my life for the better. Okay, my favorite.
Biceps?
No, we all have biceps, whether it pops or not. All right, the human anatomy dictates that we have biceps and triceps. Okay, that's how it works. But yes, check them out. Right, Monster Energy has been a big part of our journey from start until end. I can see your biceps are definitely cleaner than mine, but we also, want to offer you guys the opportunity to participate in the FEBot Dash Cup by DHL by checking out the link down below, esl.gg/FEBot. And if you are lucky, if you are that winner on the global leaderboard, you might walk away with 5,000 euros. 5,000 euros. Imagine all the skins that you can buy in Mobile Legends. Do it now.
Yeah, making sure that Mobile Legends stays free to play, right, by donating your prize money back into the game by all the skins. But of course, the Lunok skins, especially the latest one, looks really sick. And of course, the Sanrio skin, which, you saw the Florin use earlier just now by Todak. With that said, I think we have the interview ready and good to go. Not too sure who we'll be interviewing later on. I can't really exactly remember.
We're talking to Pew from AP Brand.
Pew.
We're talking to, so it's gonna bring him on broadcast right now. So let's see what he has to say. So welcome to the broadcast. It's been a pretty eventful day one. So first of all, Pew, congratulations on this 2-0 win over Toda. You guys are now up 2-0 in the group stage. But before we talk about this Toda, I want to quickly kind of rewind the clock a little bit. You guys took down Onyx ID, the MSC champions, early on. How did that feel?
For us, we feel so overwhelmed when we defeat Onyx since they are the MSC champions and this is their hometown. So when we defeat Onyx, it gave us a big boost on our morale.
Yeah, I feel like the boost of morale definitely helped you right now. Like, the best part is beating your enemy at his hometown. Man, that's a big flex.
Yes.
Yeah, so So now Toda, I think coming into this, when a lot of people look at Toda, we're expecting the full Toda roster, right? The main roster with Chiku, people that we're familiar with. But this Toda roster evidently is kind of a newer bunch. And I want you to kind of give us a quick reflection, right? How was the experience against them? What do you feel about kind of these newer bloods on the side of Toda?
Against Todak, I think they're still creating their chemistry. They're still adapting to each other since they have a new lineup and they will play at this high level of a tournament. So I don't think that they can play at their full potential right now.
All right, and I think that's something that I'm pretty sure a lot of people will agree with. So you guys have 3 more teams you have to face off. You have to face off Aura Fire. You gotta face off Bigatron Alpha. You guys have to face off against Evo's Legends. Which of these 3 teams you feel like are going to give you the biggest challenge?
I think the team that will give us the biggest challenge is the Bigatron BTR Alpha.
Why do you feel so? Why is Bigatron kind of like the final boss?
Because they are right now they are also the IESF representative for Romania, and they're doing really good at the MPL Indonesia.
All right. Anything else, Jace?
I think it feels great, right? Being able to also lock in that Novara twice in a row. Are you surprised that you are able to play Novara twice in a row?
Yes, because the Fanny and Ling were banned, and my coach still told me that the Barrio is a really good hero, and I agree with him. So I just play my game.
All right, and you play a fantastic game. So before we send you off, quick, do you have any last words that you want to say to everyone out there?
I just want to thank all the fans supporting us back there in the Philippines and also here in Indonesia, and to my family that is continuously supporting me, whatever the results.
All right. Again, once more, congratulations to you and the rest of the team. Help me send my regards to them. Have a good night's sleep. We're going to wish you guys a very great night and all the best for the rest of your matches.
Thank you.
Yeah. Phew, literally, phew.
You hit it on the
very
head.
long day.
Yeah,
that was a very long day for everybody as well, and of course, even long drawn out fight. I really long drawn out fight for Toda, but of course, on the other side, AP Brand already. I feel like they've already faced their biggest boss, which is like Oleg, right? Now they're just looking for more, like looking at Bigatron Alpha, right?
Yeah, I think to them, if Bigatron Alpha is the strongest, if they can get to Alpha, then they are definitely gonna feel really great. And of course, we have the top 3 plays of the day on the screen right now. This one, Evo's Legend against Aura Fire, the snipe of a lifetime from high.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget to also cast your vote as well. If you want to vote all the way, I mean, it's Oki, Kabuki, or Auckland. Of course, thank you very much for all the fans that was chilling with us. Stream C is what we call the stream chilling stream. This is the kind of thing that I guess was going on at the same time. I like the fact that you guys are doxing me, like telling everybody what I'm eating, what I am talking about. Like, there's a lot of personal information I share with you, and I feel like that trust is being put to a very
look. Here's the thing. We are stream C, right? C for chill, C for ice cold, C for
confidential.
What? You were saying? Probably. Yes. You cast your vote. I mean, we have very amazing plays, right? With 3 different, we have 2 gold laners and 1 roamer. All four, we should win 4 games in a row. Kabuki, we did see he had almost a perfect game. And of course, we have Oki as well, RT Singapore, when he went up against BRN Flash. This guy went 16-0 across 2 games. He was undeaf, I know, unkillable. Right, he never died even once.
Yeah, I don't know why he reminds me of the Chiku guys. I mean, I don't want to beat against I don't want to beat up a dead horse once again, right? Gotta have to move on, but it's exactly telling, right? Even when the enemy knows that they're still sussing things out, so I mean, they really have to go back and suss things out. So I believe that Toda maybe they will grow even bigger in the later part because don't forget, Bigatron Alpha also took that route as well, right? There's a few teams out there also slowly did that route.
Yeah, I think Aura Fire is also a very good example, right? There are plenty of teams. I mean, we are taking examples from the ID region, but when you look at the Philippine region, you have teams like, Archive Esports, Euphoria, Game Lab. They are not here, sure, but the route that they took has been an order. And you can't take away the fact that some of these teams have made amazing plays even against MPL quality squads, like how they were taking out MLBB, how they were taking out RSG, MY. These are not easy to achieve. So Koda, at least for this this roster, especially the 4 new bloods, they have just embarked on their journey, and just like you say, they're still trying to find chemistry. I believe given enough time, perhaps this is going to be the new generation of Koda.
Yeah, exactly what we wanted for the side of MPL and Y, right? But of course, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, once again, these are top 3 plays of the day. Go ahead and cast your votes. Would it be Oki? Would it be Kabuki? Or would it be Awkward? Awkward, by the way, this time around from AG Brand, the setup from there, just making sure it's so hard for anybody to come back, right? This is exactly what we see earlier just now. But of course, you know what? Man, it's been a long day for everybody as well, especially when there's 3 streams running concurrently at the same time. We've got Stream A, Stream B, and Stream C. But of course, thank you very much for the fans for chilling with us at Stream C.
And of course, if you guys still want more Mobile Legends Bang Bang game, you can still go over to Stream A, because Stream A, the last series just started. That's one Mobile Legends game. Do head over there and catch out our boys as they are commentating on Stream A between Onyx and Evo's Legends as well. So that is going to be a banger. Either ways, with that aside, we're going to take a look at the standings, excluding Onyx and Evo's Legends. Some of the teams have gone 2-0. Echo is one of them on the side of Group B. AP Brand and Bigatron Alpha also a clean sweep. But for Group A, a bit more contest, right? Yudo Red Giants, BRN Flash, RSG Singapore, RSG Philippines, both 1-1. Evo's Icon is the one in the dumps right now.
Yeah, but apparently, this is not the final standings, right? Because there are also still matches playing concurrently, like what you mentioned. So don't take this to heart. It will always change. But this is only just day 1. It will change again by the end when we solidify it at the end of day number 3.
Yeah, and again, Onyx and Evo's Legends, their series is still ongoing on Stream A. So if you guys want to catch that, do drop by. And our colleagues, our friends are there commentating it as well. I'm pretty sure it's going to be an amazing series. Both these teams are looking for their very first win, so it's going to be very important for the Indonesian representatives. But here it is, the schedule for tomorrow for Stream C. We're going to have Yudo Red Giants taking on BRN Flash, Bigatron Alpha against Onyx, and Echo against RSG Singapore.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one for RSG Singapore down at the last match of the day as well. But of course, there's also another big powerhouses going in for the side of match number 2. Bigatron Alpha going up against Onyx. Onyx losing against AP Brand, definitely not feeling too good about that as well. But Yudo Giants, on the other hand, starting to prove that there are different breed coming in to the playoffs, right? Because when they take 2-0 against RSGPH, so definitely want to look out that for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that one was a shocking statement, right? I believe your jaw dropped when you saw the result. So if they can take up BRN Flash, it's going to be absolutely crazy, as BRN Flash are still looking to redeem themselves after today. But for the other stream, for Stream A, you can have Evo's Icon taking on RSG Singapore, AP Brand against Evo's Legend, and then Evo's Icons against Yudo Red Giants. For Stream B, Echo takes on RSG Philippines, Todak takes on Aura Fire, and RSG Philippines will fight BRN Flash. So this is the roster for all 3 streams tomorrow. Pick your poison, or just have all 3 streams open on your device.
Yeah, exactly like me, right? I was just sharing the screen, the photo of I took a photo of this and shared it to some of my friends. My friends are like, wow, you're literally just multitasking, making checking through all 3 streams, making sure that all is all Gucci as well, and you get to see my fellow colleagues actually casting alongside with us. Makes me feel like we're just one big family, and of course with the MLBB action just non-stop, giving it right to the fans as well.
I think the craziest thing is that this is the very first time, I believe, in Mobile Legends Bang Bang history, competitive history, that we have multiple broadcasts running for a group stage with all of these talented players, and of course our friends on the other broadcasts as well, just bringing the action to all the fans out there. And like you said, right, Jace, it feels like we are united under one roof, even though we're doing this on a virtual set. But you look at chat rooms, you look at comments, so many conversations are happening.
Definitely. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a really long day, right? And I really like the fact that, but don't forget, if you want to catch out more as well, just take a look at our newsletter as well to find out more of the information and the latest up-to-dates and news as well. Subscribe to our newsletter at the esl.gg/MLBB-newsletter.
Yeah, we have so many things in store for you guys. If you guys are big fans of Mobile Legends, this is a very good week for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And speaking about that, the weekend, the final 3 days, is going to be a
That's
LAN
right.
event, and we're selling tickets for that. So if you guys haven't copped one for yourself or copped 10 for yourselves and your friends, here it is, starting at 30,000 rupiah. You can get it at esl.gg/SPS MLBB tickets. The venue is going to be at Istora Senayan, where M4 was held earlier this year. So if you want to breathe in the air of the champions, get some tickets and be there this weekend.
Yeah, Sir Cloud and you were just talking about this before that series just now as well, right? So grab your tickets as well. It's a very beautiful place, man. I've been there before, and of course, the experience and the atmosphere is different as compared to watching it live, because there are certain parts of it you can't catch it on YouTube, because there are certain parts of it you really have to experience it yourself, especially the chanting of the MLBB fans.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it's been a fantastic day, number one. We have witnessed so many great games, but there's going to be more tomorrow. For now, we are going to sign off. My name is Husky. It's Jay's my boy beside me. And on behalf of our friend, Sir Cloudy Boy as well, we're going to bid you guys a very, very good night. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for more Mobile Legends action. Goodbye.
Babylon, told the priest, back to life, I'm under siege. Breaking the chain, unleashed, my true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse, I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst,